Non, ah si.
Ouais, ok.
Comment?
C'est canon, la mise en scène.
Ouais, la scène elle est cool. Hein. Carrément. Bonjour à toutes et à tous.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for being here with us today for the second day of the European Lab in Lyon. From H7, we are delighted to be beginning this afternoon's discussions and debates with Croatian philosopher Srec Horvat, who unfortunately cannot be with us here in Lyon today, but who will be speaking from Zagreb in Croatia, where he is currently based, between Zagreb and the island of Vis, where he is experimenting some alternative forms, and this is Del, who is here with us, who is going to conduct this conversation with Srec Horvat. Chloe, co-director of the Rousseau Institute. Thank you, Chloe, for being with us here today. It's a pleasure. So, just a quick introduction. I will hand over now to you, Chloe, for the interview with Srec Horvat. For those listening online, thank you for being with us. Please don't hesitate to ask any questions you might have on the chat, on YouTube or on Facebook, and enjoy the conversation.
So Srec, where are you?
Et donc, Srec,
See you appear on the screen, maybe.
Hello.
Hello.
I think I'm on the screen now, right?
We can see you very clearly.
Yeah, hello to everyone, and I'm really glad to be there, even if it's on a bloody screen. And well, thanks a lot for the patience for all of those who are watching us, for being there physically.
Well, we are delighted to see you. How is it in Zagreb? Is the weather fine, I guess?
It's pretty hot. And I guess it's a bit more relaxed than in France. You know, this is the Mediterranean, and luckily, when it comes to the pandemic, things are a bit more relaxed. We never had a curfew like you have in France. You know, this kind of control of walking around or something. So people are sitting at the cafes, restaurants, and so on. It seems as if life returned back to normal, although we know nothing is normal.
Of course. So we very much look forward to hear you on your last book that I have here with me, which is called, and I'm going to tell it in French because I don't want to make any mistake, but it's called La poésie du futur, manifeste pour un mouvement de libération mondiale. So you just published this book in French, and you tell a lot about an island where you used to live, a little Croatian island, quite isolated from the continent, called the island of Vis. And you take this example through your book as an example of what can be an alternative. But you also describe that this island was progressively subvert to capitalism. So, I mean, tell us more about this island of Vis and what it looks right now, what it look like.
Well, beautiful question for the start. I'm currently, unfortunately, not on the island. Usually I spent more than half a year there. And I also spent some time there during the pandemic. And as you can believe, it was much better to be on an island in the Adriatic Sea during the pandemic than anywhere else. Like I survived my first lockdown last year in Vienna. And I guess everyone who spent one lockdown or two lockdowns in any kind of city realized how important it is to have not just a balcony, but to walk out, actually. So I can't really complain. I took Vis, which is an island where I came for the first time 15 years ago or something, as a sort of inspiration also for my writings and political philosophy. Because it's a very special island, which of course goes back to ancient Greek times when it was even an independent polis. But what interested me mainly in this book, Poetry from the Future, which is just published into French language, and I'm really happy, is the period of what in France you call resistance. But in ex-Yugoslavia, we had something which went a step further from resistance, in the sense that the Second World War was used not just for resistance, but it was used for liberation. It was used for a revolution. It was actually used for a communist revolution. And this little island, which is like 2.5 hours away by ferry from the mainland of Croatia, from Split, was a very important island because this island was never occupied by the Nazis. The fascists were kicked out even before the capitulation of Mussolini in September 1943. And there was a very strong guerrilla movement on the island. So what I try to show in the book, don't get me wrong, I'm not nostalgic towards Yugoslavia. We can also criticize some negative aspects of it, although positive, there are more positive aspects, if you would ask me. But why it is interesting? For me, it's interesting because it shows how in conditions of utter desperation, in conditions against all odds, because the enemy is so strong and so big. At that time, concentration camps were still operating. Most of ex-Yugoslavia was under Nazis. France was occupied. But at that little island, there was a spark of hope. And how they did it is, what I'm trying to show is how you have to experiment in different political ways, even if the situation is dire. But what was also important was this relation towards internationalism. For instance, on island of Vis, from the island of Vis, Tito would be flying to Bari and Napoli to meet Winston Churchill, to make this cooperation with the Allies, who really needed the Yugoslav partisans in order to liberate Yugoslavia. Of course, at the same time, they were smashing the Greek partisans, which is another story. But it shows how, if you really want not just to resist towards totalitarianism, but if you want to liberate yourself and the people of a certain country, you actually need to make a revolution. There is no other way.
So in this island, this island was a place where there was some resistance, trying to find new ways through the Second World War and to resist the Nazis that were installed, in set in Yugoslavia, right? And then through the liberation and in the 90s, when Yugoslavia just exploded, what did this island become after the end of Yugoslavia?
Well, after the Second World War, during the Nazi period, the island was a headquarters of the partisan guerrilla. Even Tito had a cave there where he was hiding, which was just after the attempted assassination by the Nazis in Drvar. Then he escaped from Drvar and arrived in Vis. And together with the Allies, they even built an airport. There was a cave. It was a headquarters. So the Yugoslav National Army stayed on the island until the 90s, which is a reason why the island never faced this kind of very bad model of tourism, which you can see on other Croatian islands or in Greece, So when Yugoslavia collapsed, the Yugoslav army left the island, and the island was slowly opening towards, real existing capitalism and this model of tourism, whose which effects we can see today. I mean, Vis is still very well preserved. It's a beautiful island. It's still rather peaceful, except in high season, in July or August, when it's full of people. But in the meantime, for instance, Mamma Mia, the movie, the second part of the movie, which was originally shot on Skopelos in Greece.
It's a US movie, Mamma Mia?
Yeah, it's a famous US movie which uses this music from the Swedish group ABBA. You know, and then all these Swedish tourists come, and all the tourists, and they sing ABBA all day, and it's a bit it's annoying if you are there, you know, but it brings some money. And I think, you know, this is just a little example. If you look around the Adriatic, but also, you know, Italy, France, even Spain, you will see that this model of tourism, which is based on Airbnb, service economy, just renting out stuff without caring about the ecology or even the tradition. You know, I'm not a traditional guy, but I think we have to preserve certain traditions. For instance, the fisherman's tradition on certain islands, the languages, the vernacular of certain islands, which go back, if you look at Brodel or Matvejevic, you know, they go back thousands of years to the history of the Mediterranean, which is now being erased. So besides these, you have, for instance, Dubrovnik, which is a much more famous city, but today it's famous because the Hollywood movie Game of Thrones was shot there, and the tourists go there in order to see, you know, where is this place where King's Landing happened. Although Dubrovnik, the Republic of Ragusa, is very interesting because they had the first maritime quarantine in all Europe, even before Venice. So instead of learning about quarantine, how did the Dubrovnik Republic face pandemics, people are coming there to look at Game of Thrones. And I think the pandemic will certainly change this. I think this summer will be completely mad and crazy. I think we are kind of going to live in a sort of Weimar years with all this crazy stuff. I mean, from sexual liberation, narco-capitalism, all this kind of stuff, hyperinflation, everything is coming, and people will just go nuts this summer, definitely. I can see it already. But I think also the model of tourism will change because of that. Because I've seen on the island, I've been there a few months ago.
In which way?
In the way, I've seen it maybe, I don't know, in the way that the local population on Vis, for instance, but also in some other parts of Croatia, since there was no tourism for 1 year, the last season completely failed. Some of the people returned to agriculture, to some sustainable models, which is not just sitting there most of the year and waiting that some French, Swedish tourist comes and then rent an apartment, put the money and wait for next season. But I think people are slowly realizing that, you know, it's not just pandemics, you know, it can be a terrorist attack or in an Adriatic city, and then the whole season will go to shit, you know. It can be an earthquake, it can be a volcano. There are so many events, existential crises happening all the time, which can immediately stop global tourism as we know it. And we've seen it with the pandemic. So obviously this kind of global tourism, Ryanair, EasyJet, you come there, fly for 30 euros, leave a big mark on the climate and so on. This cannot go on. And I think people are also fed up with this. You really don't want to go to a place where you see other tourists doing the same thing and flying in by EasyJet.
And we always look for an island that is more preserved. And
yeah, so don't come to these, please. Don't come.
It's also invaded by mass tourism.
Yeah.
I mean, this is very interesting, the example you take with this island of Vis that has been invaded by mass tourism, and you say there is no more islands because there is no more place where you can escape this routine of capitalism here through the example of mass tourism. But what do you want to say when you write, there is no more island? What's the metaphor behind?
Yeah, it's a quote by no one else but Adolf Hitler, who had this famous speech, Es gibt keine Insel mehr. There are no islands anymore. And in Hitler's quite apocalyptic vision of the world, it of course meant that no one will escape the Second World War. And that, most of the people will face totalitarianism, concentration camps, and this madness of the Second World War. I use this phrase to apply it to our current contemporary moment, in the sense that, you know, I feel happy when I'm on the island. I'm the happiest person there, in the nature, working in the nature, and enjoying the island, but also exploring it. But I know very well this is not a utopia. I know very well that there is no escape. Of course, it's an island, but you can find islands in mountains as well. I think that the very idea of an island is not necessarily a place in the sea. You know, even an oasis in a desert is a sort of island. You know, so an island is not necessarily this part of.
What would you call an island then? Some place that
I mean, it's
hermetic?
connected. Yeah, I think it's connected to insularity in the sense that it's a place which is in a way different. Maybe it's a sort of heterotopia, to use this term by Michel Foucault, in a sense, a place which exists. It coexists, but certain things are different. So, for instance, on the islands in the Adriatic Sea, temporality is different. In Greece as well. I mean, if you go to Tunisia or Egypt as well, you know, time is a bit slower, if I can put it like that. You know, we don't live in this kind of clock universe. You are more connected to the seasons. You must understand the wind, whether it's a Scirocco or it's Bura. You know, you must understand the sea. It's a different understanding of your microcosmos, and I think we are losing this connectedness touch while living in cities. But at the same time, it can also be a very difficult life, because, for instance, if there are no ferry connections or no boats, you are pretty secluded, excluded from the mainland, from the continent, which again gives you a certain perspective. So, you know, to come back to your question, I think there are no islands anymore in the sense that you could have seen it on the Croatian islands. Climate change is already affecting the islands. You know, each summer we have more and more, less and less rain. Recent years in December, there was even snow on these islands, which is really bad for agriculture, for lemons, which are growing then, for fruits and so on. So, I mean, that might sound silly and so on, but it's a very important change in the Adriatic Sea, and not to mention microplastics, plastics, which is now happening with the sea. So in that sense, there are no islands anymore. Of course, this island it's much better to be there than in Lyon or Paris, I would say. But I'm just saying, even if this kind of cataclysmic changes, which we can see now in the United States with the wildfires, which are happening again, which we can see with earthquakes, even if this kind of cataclysmic events are not happening there yet, or they are not happening in Lyon, it doesn't mean that they are not going to happen. And they are actually happening. They're just not leaving this big mark yet, I would say.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, actually, so what you say is that there is no place in the world anymore that can escape the reality of climate change, but also the reality of capitalism in its bad aspects. And actually, the portrait of the world that you describe, I mean, in your book, is quite pessimistic, and we. You know, you are in this idea that there is no future anymore, that there is only a devastated present, that there is no more privacy because of the expansion of technology everywhere, because the capitalism is destroying our nature, and that we cannot, it's very difficult for us to invent a future. So how can we escape this reality and this no future thing, which I think can be also very damaging?
Yeah, I mean, quite honestly, I'm pretty tired of, of all this no future thing. You know, after this book, which is now published in France, I published a book which is called After the Apocalypse, which is just published in English recently. And it's also a quite depressing book. Unlike Poetry from the Future, which is, I would say, a quite hopeful book, the other one is even more depressing. And the main point is that the apocalypse already happened. But the apocalypse in its original Greek meaning, which means revelation, the unveiling of something. So the end of the world didn't happen yet, but the revelation about the end of the world happened. And your question is right, you know, how to find any kind of hope or I wouldn't call it optimism. In this book, which you have in your hands, I talk about hope without optimism, which is a concept Terry Eagleton originally coined, because I think optimism is very naive. You know, optimism can also be part of the problem. In the same way, pessimism is part of the problem. I'm kind of fighting for a third position, which is hope without optimism, which means that we are hopeful towards something, but we are not naive that things will get better. I think things will actually get worse. And then also what we need instead of hope, I think, is determination. Determination in the sense of commitment, determination in the sense that any person who was affected by the pandemic, for instance, during the last year, even if you were privileged and you were, you know, working remotely and so on, even if you were not an essential worker, even if you were not black in the United States, even if you were not living in Palestine, I think each person who was affected by the pandemic realized that this cannot go on. You know, each person realized that there are some things in life which are really essential. Nurses, doctors, teachers, friends, family. And I think many people had this kind of personal apocalypse in the sense of revelation, saying, I don't want to live like this anymore. Now, of course, I know very well, because I participated in many social movements, from Occupy Wall Street to the World Social Forum to the OHI referendum in Greece and so on, that very quickly after people realize something deeper about themselves and society, after a while they retreat, after a while they go back, because it is very difficult to be confronted with all these apocalyptic images or reality every day. I mean, it's quite difficult. It's becoming a psychopathology. You know, that's why there is this term doom scrolling. People, you know, probably it happens to you as well, Flo. Before you go to sleep, you just continue scrolling on your Twitter or any social media, just looking at all these devastating news from across the world. And very often it can be very, very depressing. Very often it can lead also to a sort of psychopathology, which is a reason why I speak about the importance of technology and in which way we should realize what kind of machinic enslavement is happening now, in which way the pandemic accelerated the digitalization of the world. You know, this constant Zoomification. I'm on Zoom now. I can see myself on Zoom, which I quite hate. You know, it's even fucking with your brain, leading to more narcissism. Lacan would talk about the mirror stage, but now we have constant mirror stage, which was a phase supposedly to overreach by children, you know, just a stage for children. But I think now, you know, I don't know how it is for you, but I see myself now, and that's not normal to see yourself all the day. I would rather be on the stage and see other people in front. And I think, yeah, we have to think deeply about what kind of effects this is leaving, not just on work, you know, what kind of working conditions we will have, you know, the employer will have more opportunity to exploit you, but also what kind of effects it is leaving on emotions, on children, on education, on critical thought. You know, this is now a public event, but this platform we are using now, and I'm not now criticizing it, saying you are hypocritical, I'm hypocritical as well, but maybe we don't find any other way. But this platform we are using now is owned by a Silicon Valley company, and we are pretending it's a public space. And I think that's what we are losing. We are losing our public space. We are losing our critical thought. And if you have a pandemic, then you very quickly have a state of exception and all these kind of excuses to even get rid of more freedoms, which just a few years ago we considered for fundamental, but we are already losing them. And I'm afraid people are not even aware that they are losing them, but they actually think they are free. That's the problem.
And how do we get out from this very sad perspective, I must say? Because you say, okay, let's be optimistic but not naive, if I understood you well. Being not naive, you believe in a sort of collapse, right, of the society. You speak, you write in your book a lot about this idea of collapsology and of how we can deal with the collapse of some part of our world. So, I mean, how can you how can you change the world if you just have this discourse of, okay, everything is going to collapse, but I assure you everything is going to be fine? First question. Second, what's the point where you can make things basculate in the way you want the world to be? I mean, you write in your book about what you call poésie du futur, about what you call worldwide movement of liberation. What is it? What do you mean by this movement?
Well, the very term poetry from the future is, of course, borrowed from Karl Marx, who said that the new social revolution cannot draw its poetry from the past in the sense of being inspired by the past, but it has to draw its poetry from the future. To put it more simple, I think a big problem of many on the left or on the green side or both is that very often they're inspired by ideas. And I'm not saying we shouldn't be inspired by the past. I'm the first one who can always find unfulfilled potentials in the past, including the guerrilla resistance movement and anti-fascist struggle. But the point is how to reinvent our own future and how to draw our poetry from the future. I would say a lot of problems, movements, political parties in France, in the UK, in Germany, very often come with quasi-radical ideas. But if you dig deeper into it, basically it's simple social democracy, or even with the Green New Deal, very often it means just continuing the system under green color, without really questioning the deep fundamental system, which is actually using now even ecology in order to accumulate more profit. Just look at the Elon Musk, Tesla cars, or Germany exporting all the diesel cars to the Balkans, where we now have very polluted air. So you can imagine that in Berlin, in Paris, people will have self-driving cars. Everyone will be green, eating vegan food and so on. But then you will have other parts of the world where the Green New Deal didn't arrive yet. So when I speak about a global planetary liberation movement, I think I'm speaking about the necessity for different struggles to connect. Of course, I'm not the first one to speak about it. You had the first international, the second international, and I don't know how many internationals. One of my biggest influences is, of course, the non-aligned movement, which was founded by Tito, Nehru, and Nasser after the Bandung conference. And then the non-aligned movement was really an important movement which showed how states during the Cold War, which were not part either of the United States bloc or the Soviet bloc, cooperated together, fighting for peace, but also having economical exchange. For instance, Yugoslav architects were building in Africa and the other way around. And we don't have anything similar today. Of course, we had at the beginning of, after Seattle, at the beginning of the 2000s, we had the World Social Forum, which was, I think, the last biggest attempt. It still exists, but unfortunately, it's in a sort of disintegration, I would say. But it was the last big attempt to gather different forces around the world, from the trade unionist movements, feminist, indigenous movements, political parties, even governments, to gather them together around the same goal. Of course, that also didn't succeed, but it left a lot of influence on other movements. And if you just look at the results of elections in Peru these days, if you look at what's happening in Argentina, if you look at the big solidarity movement with Palestine, I would say that, well, there is hope. You can see that people are, look at the Black Lives Matter movement, how massive it was. Of course, there is still racism, structural violence in the United States, but these movements change something. And I'm speaking to you from Zagreb. Very recently we had a very big victory, the first one since the collapse of Yugoslavia, the first one since the last 3 decades, of a green left coalition which took over the governance of the capital city of Croatia, Zagreb. And I think that's very important, this sort of municipalism is very important because I think people are still too much relying on the fetishism of the state, while we should definitely, and that's the point of my, I'm not a collapsologist, but that's the point of my apocalypticism, if you want, you know, that I'm not saying everything is shit and we should just kill ourselves because, you know, it doesn't make sense to live. I'm saying the apocalypse already happened. The end of the world is already in a way pre-programmed. If you look at the rising extinction, which is happening every day, if you look at irreversible processes which are already happening, like melting of the Arctic, or this big iceberg, A74 is the name, which was just, you know, it's the biggest iceberg in the world now. I think 40 times or 70 times big as Paris, which is now will be floating around for 2 years. And this is irreversible. But what I'm saying, maybe, you know, the nation state as such is not an answer. Although we can see that the nation state is coming back. Just look at Viktor Orban, Poland, you know, nationalism, populism in France, it's coming back everywhere. But I think we should not just be thinking in the direction, not just municipalism, but bioregionalism, for instance, or some sort of autonomous zones, of which I were critical in my this book, which you have in France now. But I think we need a combination of really building something very concrete, whether that means gardening or permaculture or changing the conditions how you work or relate to other people, maybe building small collectives which would be able to work with bigger collectives outside of the control of the state. I know that sounds very anarchist, but I'm not ashamed of my anarchist past and I'm not ashamed of my anarchist future. But I think this, in a combination with radical internationalism, might be a way out, which means building your sort of heterotopia anywhere you can, which includes some sort of autonomy, included solar panels, solar power, permaculture, but also cooperating with people, and then at the same time to be part of an internationalist movement which exists already today. And it's not just what's happening in Peru now or Colombia, you know, millions of people protesting in Colombia. I'm also speaking about the Progressive International, which we formed 1 year ago, which is gathering more and more forces with the idea to really kind of provide an infrastructure, a platform. You know, speaking from, and then I shut up, speaking from the experience from Zagreb, you can see that in order to come to power in a city like Zagreb, you really needed 15 years of work, 15 years of talking to people, 15 years of organizing, a lot of patience, a lot of organization. You know, a revolution won't happen overnight. You need to be organized. And I think the same goes for the apocalypse. We need to be organized, and then let's be happy even if none of these predictions happens. And we will gain something in our lives if we start living like that. I don't know, does that sound a bit too romantic or...
No, I think that what you say sounds...
Non, je pense que ce que vous dites semble un peu anarchiste, comme vous l'avez dit, l'idée de construire des îles d'alternatives à travers le monde, même si c'est cadré au sein d'un mouvement international. Mais comment est-ce que vous pouvez vous attendre à avoir un impact ? On donne un exemple. Mais ce qui change notre vie, pour être cynique, comme les...
social media and blah blah, this changed our life much more than any political movement or anything like that. So you have to own infrastructure if you want to change really our life, I believe. And you have infrastructure is also confounding with the states, and the nation states. The nation is not only about populism. It's also about social security, for example, and some kind of identity that allows you to shape a democracy. So I think that there is here a debate not only on how we can, think about alternative narrative. I think that your model is your diagnosis is very valid, but then how you can implement those narratives so that they become true. And if I'm not mistaken, you're a member of DM25, right? Which is a European movement created by Yanis Varoufakis, the former Minister of Economy for Greece. So can you tell us what you intend to do with this DM25 movement, where you are right now, which program do you suggest for Europe?
Of course, but I'd love to first come back to what you said about the nation state and how it, if I understood you right, how in a way, and I agree here fully, how in a way it provides this kind of identity or even security to a certain degree. But you, of course, know Benedict Anderson's famous name for the nation state. He called it an imagined community. And it was always an imagined community, which, of course, it's an imagined community with the power of the police and army and the central banks. I would put it like that. And then you have the identity in the sense that you feel French, maybe I feel Croatian, or whatever. And although I think this is, of course, coming back, you could have seen it with Donald Trump, America first, you can see it with Viktor Orban, you can see it with Le Pen. I would say that this is a very anachronistic idea, and nation states, they exist maybe for 200 years. There are, of course, those which were called by Helmut Plessner the late nation states who came late to this, like ex-Yugoslavia, for instance. After the 90s, you have a few new nation states which are now again going back to nationalism. Just look at Janez Janša in Slovenia. But I think it's a concept from the past, which doesn't mean that we are not returning to nation states. Unfortunately, yes. Unfortunately, I see the future of Europe as an even bigger fortress of Europe, where less and less people who were born in these countries were actually be born. Just look at the recent statistics of demography in Europe. It's a continent which is dying out. It's a continent which is growing old. And while if you look at Nigeria and India and the numbers of rising population in other parts of the world, you can just imagine what will happen in a few years, and it's already happening. No one speaks about the refugee crisis in Bosnia currently, but you have seen the pictures from Spain, for instance, where the army was really literally kicking the refugees back into the sea. And we will have more and more problems as the climate crisis deteriorates even more. Just take Bangladesh and rising sea levels. You will have tens of millions of people who will try to find refuge in Europe, in the European Union, to be more precise. And what's the answer then? Is the nation state an answer? I'm afraid not, because you have it already today. If you have €500,000, you can buy citizenship, in Spain or in Greece. And this is not a normal situation, while even during the pandemic, care workers from ex-Yugoslavia, from other countries were either, going to work to Austria or Germany, and then they had to return to their countries, or poor migrants from Africa were picking asparagus so that rich Germans could eat asparagus every day. That's the situation. And I think this is going to get worse. Of course, those who are privileged will stick to their identity, because the national identity will provide them security. So I can fully understand them. But what I would love to see instead of that is an idea which a Japanese philosopher, Kojin Karatani, outlined a few years ago in a book which is called Isonomia, which I think is I would suggest it to everyone here in the room. I can see it's called Isonomia, and it's about the pre-Socratic philosophers saying that, this model of democracy, and maybe I'm now coming to DM, and we'll try to answer your question. At least I see DM. There is this fetishism of Athenian democracy, which is quite well spread in liberal thought, I would say. in the sense that Athenian democracy is this example. Democracy was born in Athens. We should return there, and all Europe should turn into this kind of Athenian democracy. But Kojin Karatani, and you don't need Karatani in order to show it, shows that in order to have democracy in Athens, not only that you didn't give the rights to vote to slaves, foreigners, and women, but at the same time it was based on expansion of the Greek Empire. It was based on imperialism. It was based on exclusion. It was based on a class war. And that's the reason why you had democracy in Athens. Unlike that, before Socrates, those philosophers like Thales, Anaximander, Diogenes, and many others, you had a system which was already cosmopolitan. You had a system which was already, in a way, that's why he talks, this is the concept of isonomia, which was already going beyond this concept of democracy, which is today especially necessarily connected to the nation state. So only if you are a citizen of a certain nation state, you have citizenship rights, If you're not, go back to your country and come back when there is asparagus, so you can pick it for those who have citizenship right, to be a bit cynical. So I think we have to go beyond this concept of the nation state. And that was the origin of the idea of DiEM25, Democracy in Europe movement, that instead of just being focused on particular nation states, we need to build something as a European demos, something where all people of Europe, whether they're part of the periphery or the center of the European Union, should have a citizenship right, who could decide together through citizen assemblies, through some sorts of direct democracy. We were even suggesting lottery, which is not really famous today, the sortition system, that you don't necessarily need just direct democracy, but also can do it through sortition, which is an idea from ancient Greece, of course. I could speak for hours about DiEM now. The most important thing is that we finally have a political party in Greece. We entered the parliament in Greece with Meta25. We have a program for Europe of the 2020s, which is not just a Green New Deal, which I would say is, of course, much more radical than the Green Deal by the European Commission, and it's actually very critical of it. But it's also a vision of post-capitalism, which entails also very concrete answers, solutions, what could be done tomorrow morning in Europe, actually using the existing institutions in order to radically transform Europe. But I'll stop here. I could talk more about it. Yep.
No, but that's very interesting, this movement that you're trying to build through Europe. So are you going to create little political party in each European state?
It depends. We already have a political party in Germany. We were running, actually, this idiot here on the screen and the other idiot. We call ourselves Idiot 1 and Idiot 2. And the first idiot is me, actually, and the second one is Yanis Varoufakis. We were running for elections, for European elections in Germany, actually, which I quite like as an idea because we subverted the very, in a way, what I said before, which is a theory, how to create a European demos, and how me, as someone from Croatia, is very affected by the kind of policies Macron or Angela Merkel have, which is the reason maybe I should also vote for Macron or for Angela Merkel. I know many French wouldn't love that someone from the Balkans votes for the French president, but I think the French president or the German Council has a lot of power on the periphery of the European Union. Our lives depend on that, in a way, and always did. There is this connection between it. So me and Yanis were running in Germany because we found this blind spot in German law. I hope they will not change it, so maybe we can run again. I have no idea, although I would probably not do it again. I'm tired of that. But we find a little blind spot in the law that if you apply your residence in Germany, like we applied in Berlin, you can actually run for European elections there. So we were running with our German party, a Croatian, a Greek, an Austrian, a Polish person in Germany. And that was the basic idea of this transnational democracy, we're trying to build. But if you ask me, no, I don't think that our idea is to build a party in each particular country, because in some countries you already have existing parties which are to some degree similar to the principles, ideas we have. Our biggest, to say, effort, but also problem at the same time, but also biggest challenge is how to bring to peace these two perspectives. One perspective is let's say, vertical, which means representative politics, which means running for elections, and the other one is more horizontal, in the sense of, DM is at the same time a movement, but it also has political parties, and we are trying, how to combine that, because if you look at certain social movements which were created in Europe, from Podemos to movements in France and other movements, very, very often the movements basically transformed into a political party, and the movement was lost. And I think that's a big problem, and that's a big challenge for every social movement, not to just become another political party.
What would be your narrative for Europe in the post-pandemic era? According to you, what would be this narrative that could really, embody progress and brighten a little bit our future?
Yeah, I would say it's certainly not the narrative by the European establishment or by the populists, who also have a narrative which seems to be much more successful during these years, precisely going back to the national identity and protecting our way of life. But I think also the European establishment is also creating more and more problems by the continued indebtment, austerity measures, neoliberalism, and so on. So my narrative would be much closer to what I can see on the stage there, these animals around. I quite like this narrative. Although it also reminds me of this Netflix series, I don't know if you watched it, Tribes of Europe, which was actually filmed in Croatia. They were using these anti-fascist monuments. Did you watch it or not yet?
No, I didn't. What is it about?
I mean, it makes sense to watch it. The first 2 or 3 episodes are really cool. Later, it's a bit, it's set in Europe 2070. It's a science fiction series. European Union collapsed. Everything collapsed. And now you have tribes all around Europe. There is one tribe which is governing Berlin. There are other tribes which are here in Croatia, although it's not called Croatia, and so on. And basically, it also looks a bit similar to the kind of narrative of the European lab, to these nature animals. They're coming back while humans are just leading a civil war. I'm not saying we should go there. I'm just saying that the series is interesting how it kind of imagines a possible future of Europe. And I think we are certainly going this kind of direction, whether it will be a civil war or different tribes or whatever. And instead of that, I think we definitely need a pan-European narrative, a narrative which is transnational, a narrative which would say that you can flourish in your own local community, and you should really cherish your own local community. You should make it better in every way, from transport, agriculture, to the air you breathe, and so on. But at the same time, this idea of Europe is a very important idea. The idea of Europe, which is an idea which goes beyond the nation state. I think in a situation where everyone is going back to the nation state, from Britain, who had Brexit, to Orban, who has his own little heterotopia, to put it like that, in Hungary, to Janez Janša, and so on. I think in this kind of situation, the narrative of pan-Europeanism is more important than ever. And I would even include, Russia, Ukraine, Turkey. I mean, this is all part of Europe. We should also be avoiding this new Cold War, which is happening now, on the one hand against China, on the other hand against Russia. I think that's a very, very dangerous situation, which is not benefiting Europe, really. So in that sense, we also need this to go beyond Europe itself, which means that in the end, we need the narrative of internationalism, which is, in the end, I'm again coming back to the design of the 20th anniversary of the European Lab. Congratulations again. Which is the narrative of something which we would call planetary. This, when I see you on stage with these nice flowers and the beer, it reminds me of something which is planetary, because planetary in the sense that it's not just humans, it's not just humans who should protect other humans. We should protect other species. We should protect the biosphere. There is no one more sad than me when I still see the satellites of Elon Musk on the sky. you know, and I've seen it the other day, you know, Starlink, 70 of them or something like that. And Jeff Bezos going to space next month.
That's
you know,
crazy.
That's really crazy, and it's really worrying because those people don't represent the planet. Those people are the richest on the planet, and that's why they can go to space. But they're definitely not the people whom I would send to space to speak to an alien. You know, to speak to an alien, you need a linguist, you need a philosopher, you need someone who cares about animals. You know, you need someone who cares about children. You need someone who can speak on different levels of. You know, you've seen this movie Arrival. You know, probably the aliens will
Premier
speak
contact in French, it's called. Well, there is this linguist that try to enter in discussion with an alien. Yes.
Yeah, and you know, you need such people, and not what businessmen who made a career on selling cars or selling books. You know, nothing bad in selling books, but if you can use your local bookstore. So yes, to conclude, I would love to see this planetary narrative that we go beyond our nations, our identities, but also that we go beyond our anthropocentrism. You know, as if the humans are those who are very special, although from the perspective of the history or the future of the universe, we are just a little spark, which might leave big traces in the geology, but it will be forgotten. So in that sense, I think we need to open our perspective to the planetary narrative, to the narrative which takes into account millions of years, the biosphere, including the semiosphere, other species, not just humans. And then, of course, this perspective definitely includes anti-capitalism. You know, it must. There is no planetary perspective without realizing that the expansion, exploitation, and extraction of global capitalism is leading us to an irreversible change and is leading to extinction.
And what would be the strategy to implement such a narrative of like one planet ecology? If I'm trying to, you know, shorten.
I mean, use everything you can. That would be my strategy. I mean, as Mao Zedong said, you know, I'm not a Maoist, but I can quote him: "Let thousands of flowers flourish." You know, from Fridays for Future to Extinction Rebellion, DiEM25, Black Lives Matter, permaculture, poetry, art. I think we need all of that in order to create this kind of narrative. And I think this narrative is already being created. Just look at the influence of the children's movement, which they had in shaping this narrative in a way that we do live on the same planet and that we don't have any other planet. And if we will have another planet in 100 years, it will probably be a planet owned by Silicon Valley dudes. So it's also not a future to aspire to. So I would say I don't have a simple strategy. I mean, no one has. I would say the most important thing is to build locally as much as you can, not to wait for the day after, not to wait for the revolution, and then I will change how I behave towards my partner or my children or my friends or the lady in the local grocery. Do it already today, because maybe there is no tomorrow. And then at the same time, connect on the international level. I think that is crucial. Or connect to similar experiences which you are trying to create in your own life. And I think this is, you know, a lot of patience, organization, openness, humbleness, friendship, love. I think that's something we should be talking about, because the nationalists usually use the politics of fear. You know, we need, again, I mean, we didn't speak about love a lot today, but that's something we can do next time.
What do you want to say about love as a conclusion, as a positive touch?
Well, I think that's the thing which keeps the planet running. You know, maybe it's money on the one hand, but on the other hand, it's love. And you've seen it with the pandemic, how important it is. And when I'm speaking about love, I'm not speaking about romantic love. As beautiful as romantic love usually is, you know, it's very exciting. A lot of dopamines, serotonins, and everything is kicking in your head. You feel like you are on a drug or whatever. I mean, it's beautiful to fall in love. But I'm talking about something more, which is a sort of radical love in the sense of opening the space for the other and trying to, as Arthur Rimbaud said, love has to be reinvented. And we have to reinvent it every day. And I think during the pandemic, I mean, at least me, I don't know, other people probably as well, I was trying to reinvent my relationship with my parents in a way to be here to help as much as I can, but also to understand them better. The same goes for your partner. You know, it's not something which is given. I think we constantly have to reinvent the love relationship. And I think we have to broaden the love. You know, to broaden it not towards humans we don't know, but also to broaden it towards animals. I'm not saying this because I'm a vegetarian for 22 years, and I'm never speaking really about it. I'm not this kind of fascist vegetarian who will, you know, kick you in your head if you're eating meat in front of me. But I'm saying just we have to broaden this perspective and bring love. Now I will sound as a hippie, I'm sorry, but we have to bring love also to other parts, you know, to gardening, to animals, to others, and this kind of love which is not the privatization of the other, which very often happens. And you mentioned technology, you're fully right that this is the biggest revolution happening, which is also leaving effects on the way we form relationships, you know, just look at Tinder, Grindr, but not just this, social networks, in which way narcissism is becoming the new normal and people cannot even fall in love anymore, but decide to fall in love with the mirror. You know, they see through the eyes of the other person. And this is not love. I'm talking about some other sorts of love, which were theorized, of course. I mean, Alain Badiou was talking about it in France, Alexandra Kollontai 100 years ago, the October Revolution, but also the 68 movement to a certain degree, because it was kind of commodified in the end and capitalism co-opted all, you know, you want all these sorts of love, here it is. And 40, 50 years after 68, you have Tinder. You know, it became a free market. If you don't love, you know, if you don't like the other person, no worry, there is another product, you can find another one. And love became commodified. I think we have to fight this commodification of love, and to be aware that love is something much more than just falling in love, that love is something much more than romantic love. And that love is also very often something much more than just love towards one person. But it has to be something love towards our planet.
Thank you, Srec. Thank you very much. And I mean, we hope that you would come to France soon to visit us.
I miss France. I miss cheese. I miss wine. I miss French music. I miss the French language. I haven't been to France for 2 years. So I hope very first time I can make it, I will come.
And have a nice trip in the Vis Island then, because I understand that you're going there soon.
Yeah, soon. Then you will not see me anymore. I'm going offline. And I wish this to everyone there. I mean, I think that's very important that we get a kind of not exit, we cannot escape technology, but we need we need a rest. I think this year has been so fucking difficult for everyone, for some people, of course, much more. And really this constant zoomification of life is very dangerous, I think. You know, I'm not a technophobia and I'm not talking against technology. So I wish to you and to everyone to have a real setting you have on the stage now with all these animals in real life. Not with all. Some of them are dangerous. Yeah.
Thank you.
And thanks a lot for the conversation. Yeah, see you soon.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
thakathu netyala linjenjenje ndenzwe nguwe obelikhaya ulihluzile sazintlaba zahlukane kwabhuza impukane satsho saphila ngomuncwane mna ndayiginya irhaqi njalo ngaphakathi kwenyama namathambo ndibethelwa luvalo ndakuziva ezo zikhalo yaqhuba indlala zahleka intshaba kwathetha ukhanya kwavela ubumnyama ndagcwala inkohlakalo ngaphakathi abazinxoxo mpikiswano iincike ezimxino abathandaza befundisi bangenene nabangamamenemene olova impilo yabo isesezikoneni okubherha imali nokutya bayicela ezitratweni bambi batya emigqomeni sithokotoko sobumnyama kweli lizwe lamanyala siyakuvuleka iingcango zentilongo mhla kwakhala ixilongo
Hey guys, welcome back to my channel. It's me, Nice. Hi. So guys, I've actually noticed that my following has gotten like super diverse alignment. I got something super special for all my Karens and all my Beckys in different area codes. Yo, I've actually partnered up with Ethnicify and they're this new app which is like super into like traditional makeup, Wakanda, whatever. Download the app, choose your face. I'm thinking I'm gonna go for like a more neutral look first. Babes, this is like super authentic. I mean, it's just crazy. Look at that detail. I really feel like I'm right in Africa. And like, I'm not even sure which tribe this is.
Le ndawo ndihleli kuyo ndirhaxiwe ngamanzi esiziba ndiwujongile umphefumlo wami engafuni uphuma de ndizibone ndisutywa kukufa ndinxibiseni ixhosi kubele ndifunjathisa umnamatho esandleni ngoba umkhono wencamazana undanele elami ithongo alivumanga kulamathongo abandamkelanga ngoba intsimbi bendingazinxibanga ebusweni ndingachokozanga umpekapesheya ndingaphethanga kumhlaba mampondo ndinganqazelanga kwimvuma kufa ndiguqile kwiminyanya nxengxezile ndonile ubumna ndibuvezile zikhululene ezi zinto zindifaneli kwaye azindoneli ndixoleleni ngoba
that we actually partnered up again. We have something a little different, a little nappy, a little kinky, and this time it's next level. Guys, we're doing hair filters. Download the app, put her to your face, and choose your hairstyle. I mean, you could go from like braids to like traditional attire hand. Like there's so much range. Literally took 2 seconds and braids take like hours. I'm just so happy you can do this guilt-free, stress-free. Thank you so much to Ethnicify for creating such a dope app. Like, subscribe, show your friends, show your mama. Good seeing you guys. Bye.
I realize that when I'm dancing, there's something within me when I'm dancing, like expressing how I feel, or like, yeah, my body is responding to what I'm feeling.
I can express myself however I want to. It actually defines who I am.
I'm a person who expresses myself in different ways. I'm in a different world, a different zone, different emotions. So when I dance, I feel like I'm speaking.
That's what I was feeling at that moment.
Through dancing, I'm able to speak
I'm
what I
hoping
want
to
to
go
speak.
far. That's what I was feeling at that moment. My body can say it all, like how I feel through dance. Yeah, that's what I discovered, that when I feel something, I express it through dance.
Wat de rest, my roses is dat expressed het voor mij dat ik speel schoon.
My name is Abiwe Dulani and I'm 23 years and I'm part of Indonesian dance students.
I live in Kailija.
My name is
J section.
And I'm 21 years old.
My name is Nosip Hiwo. My surname is Moshilimani. I am 22 years old.
Yabuna yaqhawuka lambeleko yobubele kwamhlakunene iyavutshwa lambizi biphekiwe zonke izinto ngokuzibhencekile kudyakalasha amaqhinga phelile ngcwaba lenyaniso ladityelwa ngomquba yeza lophilisa intloko kayinsa sona isihlahla samavambane sathezwa ngamavila ndihlatywa ngumhlabangula ndithwelisa uxanduva ngalo mbhalo wokugula ndisakwazi ukulala ngoba ndihlutshwa ngamaphupha ndibhala nimamele ndihleka nintyontyele nakulila ndithuthuzele nakuphelelwa ngumlilo eziko niye nindibize ndikhwezele ndivuthele kube chosi kubele ila bhekile ivuzayo ila mpepha iqumayo namagqirha nxhentselo mama bandisilela amaxheko andithungele imbongi zindibongela banenimba bayizele kuphithizele njengasesikweni kuxhelo yakungakhali bixheliwe nazonke inkonde ezijongana kaloku icamaqwa livumanga yangale nto bendingayithethanga.
I've always wanted to become a dancer.
Dans kan beskryf as liefde.
I found myself coming back to
dat gepaard met klomdange. Respect, humbleness, the love that you give to people, the love that people give to you, and that's how dance is just connecting you and the world.
I just went with the flow. That's what I was feeling at that moment.
My name is Srec Horvat. I'm a philosopher and also co-founder of DiEM25, Democracy in Europe movement. The major challenges we will face in the very near future, in 10 or 20 years, like climate change or the climate crisis, sea levels rising and so on, will actually require more and more international cooperation and transnational cooperation. So I think that the current state of the European Union belongs to history. Unfortunately, if we are not ready to act, it will become a future. And DiEM25, the Democracy in Europe movement, was founded precisely out of this idea that we need to cooperate, to connect on a transnational, pan-European level, that we need a Green New Deal all across Europe, which means not only a green but a just transition towards a sustainable future, which would get rid of the very dangerous, I would say, concept of growth and progress. Given the current situation of Europe, but also the world today, I think we have only two possible directions. One direction is the acceleration of the current processes, which means further xenophobia, further retreats to the nation state, further protection of the wealth which Europe basically accumulated through centuries. And if we go in that direction, that also means that the climate crisis will accelerate. And if that accelerates, and the current scientific data is saying us that this is accelerating, we will witness a spiral of violence because the wealthier nations will, as it is happening already, will try to protect themselves. We can see that already all across Europe during the last years with the refugee crisis. But because of climate crisis, it could become even worse because we might be faced by hundreds of millions of refugees. So this is one direction. What is the other direction? The other direction is obviously to get out of this direction and to accelerate a different change. And the different change means that if Europe wants to survive at all, we need to radically transform the system. So that means that some pure cosmetic changes, will not be enough, that we really need a structural change. I think there are many inspiring people in Europe today. While I would say even that Fridays for Future are a kind of cultural figures today, even Extinction Rebellion, because they succeeded to become something which is not only attractive to young people and to those who care about the change, but they also become a sort of part of culture. I think that today you have the children's protests, Greta, Fridays for Future, Extinction Rebellion becoming part of the cultural landscape. This is what I would say among the movements and so on, among the people. I would say there are so many great cultural figures who are fighting for a different Europe that it's impossible to name them. We always have to be aware of what Brecht was showing and also historical materialism, that in order to have one genius, you need the shoulders of many others who are actually helping you to become a giant. So there is no giant without other giants, if you want to put it in this metaphor.
Canal 180 is a media platform focused on culture and creativity. We spent many years talking about artists, content producers, a new generation of creators. We were occupying a position that was left from mainstream media to have the perspectives of the youth, the independents, the do-it-yourself, the rebels or the outsiders. A few years ago, we started working with Artifarty and We Are Europe, searching for the new activists of European culture. At the moment, I think it was a super interesting project for both. I don't know if especially for us, but it allows us in the very important social and political moments to research about an European perspective of artists and creators through societal topics. What I mean is, for many years, artists were a little bit detached from the social political environment. And I think when we did this series about the new activists of European culture, that we built this European perspective and put artists and thinkers and creators and philosophers and journalists talking about the topics that should be in the European agenda. Now we are giving artists and creators an opportunity or a platform to express themselves into causes and into ideas that are, I think, one of the most important roles or issues or outcomes that we could take from the artistic production. The biggest challenge is to be independent, because understanding the context is a huge topic, and understanding how things work is a huge challenge per se. But having the journalists with the media platforms on top of the journalists to have this sense of responsibility of the consequence of their work and this responsibility to finding the stories. Recently in the Media Academy, an event that we had like Thomas Gordon from Days Media, that was like, in the similar question, he was answering like, if you don't have a point of view, you die. And I don't want to go into this idea of a very polarized world that you are with or against, but in some way you have to take some decisions on the ideas and the values that you should stand for. And journalism, despite their neutrality and understanding also, in our case, in the relationship with art and with the creators, their role in society and their power in society.
J'avais 22 ans à l'époque, j'avais l'impression qu'on était soumis à un régime de pouvoir dont on n'était pas vraiment conscient, dont on ne comprenait pas comment il fonctionnait. Et que ce régime était un régime de contrôle et pas un régime disciplinaire, donc que le problème était moins l'armée, la police, que des systèmes de contrôle qui se mettaient en place beaucoup plus sournois. Et du coup, j'ai fait mon premier livre de science-fiction pour essayer de révéler, de faire monter cette compréhension du contrôle et de se dire, bon, comment on peut échapper à ça, comment on peut se révolter contre un système beaucoup plus doux, beaucoup plus insidieux. Je m'appelle Alain Damasio, je suis écrivain de science-fiction, mais aussi scénariste pour le jeu vidéo, les séries télé, les séries radio, et aussi maintenant un petit peu performeur sur scène de mes propres textes. Voilà, donc je fais pas mal de choses. L'histoire, elle est toute simple, hein. C'est un groupe révolutionnaire dans ce monde-là. Et donc, ce mouvement révolutionnaire, la Volt, il lutte contre cette société de contrôle. Et donc, ce groupe essaye de faire prendre conscience aux gens qu'il faut sortir de ce régime, quoi, et créer à la fin des communautés justement dans la zone du dehors, en dehors du cercle de la ville. Ce livre-là en particulier, il est beaucoup inspiré de Foucault et des analyses de Foucault sur notamment le panoptique, c'est-à-dire la façon dont on a créé un système architectural qui permet de regarder tous les prisonniers sans que les prisonniers sachent qu'ils sont regardés. Donc, ce principe d'avoir une surveillance qui n'est pas réciproque. Si tu veux, en science-fiction, il y a une grande habitude de pratique qui est de faire des livres dystopiques dans lesquels on va essayer de mettre en scène le pire de ce qui arrive, de ce qui est en train de pousser, comme ça. On lance des alertes, on dit, voilà, attention, si on pousse ce régime de la traçabilité, voilà vers quoi on va arriver, attention. Si on pousse l'ultralibéralisme, on va arriver à des villes qui seront entièrement privatisées, dans lesquelles il y aura des forfaits premium, privilèges, standards. Et donc tu pousses, tu crées comme ça des dystopies qui font peur, en ayant l'espoir que ça crée un effet d'alerte, que ça crée une réaction forte. Voilà, ça c'est un peu la logique dystopique. Alors tu peux rajouter là-dessus évidemment le réchauffement climatique, les migrants climatiques, des guerres pour empêcher les migrants de se déplacer, une réaction vraiment d'extrême droite très radicale, très xénophobe, avec justement ce repli identitaire extrêmement fort de l'Europe et des pays européens par rapport au Sud. Et va regarder la politique migratoire que fait la France en ce moment. Enfin, tu vois, c'est tout sauf une politique d'ouverture, quoi. On est là à dire il faut 30 000, seulement accepter 30 000 migrants par an. Un coup, je m'étais amusé à compter, ça fait une personne sur 7 000. Tu vois, c'est comme si tu avais une pièce avec 7 000 personnes et une personne demande à rentrer dans la pièce pour voir le spectacle avec toi. Et toi, tu fais oulala, au secours, tu vois. Même le Brexit, etc. Enfin, toutes ces choses-là sont une catastrophe pour la circulation, pour l'hybridation, pour le métissage. Et donc, enfin, si tu veux, voilà, l'utopie, ça serait que tout ça se réouvre et qu'à nouveau, on soit dans une logique d'hospitalité, d'accueil, d'écoute, et pas dans une logique d'hostilité. C'est-à-dire qu'on revienne à cette confiance en l'autre.
My name is Stratis Voyagis. I'm a filmmaker, photographer, and anthropologist. I work also as a part of a team that runs the Caravan Project, which is a travelogue, a road trip in Greece that started before 6 years, traveling around Greece and documenting inspiring personal stories. Our main focus is the stories of people and how these stories can be translated into a vehicle for social change. We see that the values that Euro is supposed to represent, which was like values of solidarity, values of coexistence, values of civil society and power of the state, in order to stand close to the weak and offer opportunities for the majority, is under a stake now, is under a risk. We're trying to see how these values will be nourished in the work that we do through simple people, marginalized people, that usually they don't have voice, they're not represented, and how we can go work with them and give them the tools to find their own kind of voice through the processes that we co-create together. I hope that Europe will act like this, will act as a solitary body, you know, as a unified body that are inspired by the same values that Europe was founded. What people should do, not only here but everywhere now, it's like to formulate their own kind of networks, you know, to belong to a group, to try to build something in common, you know, because we need that, you know, we need to resist through the networks that we're building, you know, and everybody nowadays should be an activist, should be an artist, should be a scientist, should be a researcher, you know, because it's a scary times. So we have to be together. We have to formulate groups, because the power has a way, or the banks, or the neoliberal system that we're living, they have much stronger ways to put us aside, you know. And so we have to resist and formulate our own kind of networks. And this is a great chance to meet people and work together and form partnerships from this place that we are now.
Bienvenue.
So welcome everybody for the next part of European Lab. We're going to have a conversation here with David Chais, who we have given carte blanche to this year. The theme is the battle of narratives around issues of democracy, the challenges to democracy. We do realize that in Europe there are a lot of nationalist narratives which are proving powerful, populist. Yesterday we had speakers from Hungary, for example, who talked about the power of these nationalist narratives conveyed by Viktor Orban and facing a lack of imagination on the part of the European Union, which produces a lot of boredom in its discourse and is struggling to inspire people. And this question of narratives is central to one of the recent works by David Chais called Slow Democracy, which calls for counter narratives also based on the power of the nations, the protective power of the nation, and also on ecological issues. So we wanted to allow David Chais to put out some invitations. He'll also be publishing a book soon, this autumn, and I'll hand over to him to moderate this first discussion. Thank you, Anne-Caroline, for the invitation and for the choice of this theme on the battle of narratives, of alternative narratives. We wanted to provide a response on this theme by thinking about a new French and European narrative, if such a thing is possible. And for this first roundtable, I'm delighted to have here, first of all, Nathalie Noguered. You have been a journalist, you're still a journalist for that matter. You headed Le Monde, you're an editorialist at The Guardian, and you have had a quite impressive international career. You're familiar with the Central and Eastern European countries, with Russia, and also the English-speaking world. You have even lived in London and in Canada, unless I'm mistaken. So we will talk with you about the question of the crisis of narratives in the context of Brexit. And also with us, but remotely, I can't yet see them, but I'm sure they will be appearing any minute now on the screen, Giuliano da Empoli, who I'm also delighted to welcome here, who could almost have been here with us if there hadn't been a mechanical breakdown, but he is with us remotely. So Giuliano, you're a writer, essayist. You have written many publications reflecting on policy and politics. You also have been in politics. You were deputy mayor for culture in Florence and senior advisor to Matteo Renzi when he was Italian prime minister. Your books now are translated all over the world. Your latest book was Les Ingénieurs du Chaos, devoted to the, I would almost call it the technique of how to do a coup d'etat, but let's call it the populist techniques. And thank you for being with us here today. And then we're also with Mathieu Lefebvre, who I'm also delighted to be welcoming here today. Mathieu, you have been a diplomat in international organizations. You've worked at the UN, the World Bank, and a few years ago you founded an NGO called More in Common, based on the idea that Western democracies in particular were more and more divided, polarized, and that this polarization was becoming an obstacle. This crisis of democracy was becoming an obstacle to public action. I'm delighted to have you here with us today. We'll be talking about More in Common in a moment. Your obsession also is how to come up with a collective positive narrative. But I'd perhaps like to begin by questioning Giuliano da Empoli. We get the impression that over the last 30 or 40 years, Europe has been, and its countries have been somewhat sluggish. Something has broken. The dynamic of the process of growth has slowed down. That ultimately, since the end of the post-war boom, we're struggling to come up with a positive narrative. In the 1980s, we thought that positive narrative might be through the construction of Europe. And since the end of the 90s, we've been going from disappointment to disappointment. So perhaps to begin by reviewing the situation, how do you see this sort of sloth, this sluggishness we are in? How can this great narrative that we managed to put together after the Second World War, has it broken down? I wanted to ask you about this because you have studied politics a lot in the different European countries, and you perhaps have a broader view of this. Thank you, David. Thank you to European Lab for this invitation to be here. I was almost with you today, but I'll be there next year, I promise. I think that what you're talking about in terms of Europe, what you're saying is quite visible. Even if you look at the history of the last year or so, what can we see? You have a divide, a fracture, a gap between the practical, concrete achievements and the narrative and the symbolic dimension. So if you look at Europe over the past year, you see progress, considerable progress that has been made. For the first time, we've talked about a Hamiltonian moment, this break with the taboo of a common balance sheet with this big recovery plan, which is perhaps the beginning of something more, which will be coming later. You even with the recent vaccination campaign, the idea that all the European countries, instead of each competing with each other madly to get their hands on the vaccines, should succeed in coming to an agreement and doing that all together, even if the Union didn't have the powers in health at the beginning of the crisis. And then the Green Deal, which provides prospects for growth and for civilization, I would almost say, for the coming decades on our continent. And all of these are concrete, real achievements. But in terms of the narrative and the symbolism, what has been the perception of the past year among most European citizens? In my opinion, they've seen very little of this. These things make some pretty slides in a PowerPoint to be presented to the Council when they're approving the different texts. And at the end, there can be a nice press conference where everybody talks about this. They can have a nice photograph taken, and they have the impression they've done the job they had to. But none of this, or very little of this, ever reaches the European public. And many surveys do tell us that in several European countries, and notably my country, Italy, in the past year, the European feelings have declined because people saw the mess when the COVID crisis erupted, the borders closing. After that, they saw incidents in terms of foreign policy, like the images with Mrs. von der Leyen was not even allowed to sit down in Turkey. I think that struck many people, and a lot of criticisms and a certain amount of confusion surrounding the vaccines. So in a year where Europe has progressed in an extraordinary manner, it actually manages to produce a work of art, a masterpiece, giving the impression that Europe is declining or just stable. And today in Italy, if the situation is saved, it's only because we're getting such a large part of the recovery plan that it's almost as if they're giving a bribe to Italy, and we have to like Europe because we're going to get so much money out of it. But we do see that there is very little attention being paid and very little desire for this narrative of Europe, and that is, I think, a problem from the very origins of the European project. We have always imagined that the narratives, the emotion, the identity, the roots were something that divided Europeans rather than uniting them. And so we have sought to construct this sort of neutral identity neutral construction with as little conflict as possible, where we think only in terms of laws, legislation and texts. It's as if we were asking people to feel enthusiastic about the discussions at the Council of State in France. So I would say almost as you were saying, having said that, the narrative in a way came naturally after the Second World War, with everyone wanting to make sure that that never happened again. So that provided impetus for a phase where people who were in power, who had experienced that war, and were they knew that the details of European construction were in fact a great historic project. So when the technical side didn't work, they would force things through because they were thinking in terms of the historic project, like with Kohl and Mitterrand, who were probably one of the last examples of that way of thinking and working. But obviously all of that has run out of steam quite naturally, and nobody has really wanted to make the effort to produce an identity that might be positive, that might elicit enthusiasm, emotion and narratives surrounding European construction, until the moment when, and Caroline was talking about that in her introduction, where other people in another level were reactivating the thrilling narratives of identity against Europe, and in the last few years, they have been almost the only people speaking about Europe in an exciting way. The people like Orban, like Philippe de Villiers, inventing spy stories about Europe, where everybody is an American spy and corrupt, or like, to some extent, the Matteo Salvinis and people like that. So I think that even before we ask ourselves the question of why are we not managing to construct a genuine European narrative that interests people, we have to ask ourselves why we're not even trying to do it. Thank you for that very interesting introduction. I'll now turn to Nathalie. What do you agree with what Giuliano Dampoli just said? Do you think it is possible to construct a positive, energetic European narrative with as much passion in it as the national narratives? And you, with your experience of British society and Brexit, do you see a fit between the national narrative and the European narrative? What is your view of all this? I wonder, and I love discussing with Giuliano, and I encourage you to read the analysis he published in Le Grand Continent about how to re-enchant, to capture, to come up with a cultural New Deal, and how to put enchantment back into our perceptions of this complex continent and the neighbours around us on that continent. And in that text, he suggested the idea of rediscovering ourselves, our own continent. And when we talk about a great narrative, I'm not convinced myself that there has always been a single narrative about Europe. And I think, in fact, there have been changes, shifts in the narrative that perhaps after the Second World War, it is true. There were people, political leaders, hugely inspired political leaders who launched this project, but it also corresponded to very practical, material considerations, very immediate considerations. How can we produce coal? How can we produce steel together? How can we reconstruct the continent after the war? It wasn't just never again. It was how to rebuild our economies and to reconstruct a human space. And this very concrete vision of the construction of a common whole is something this is something I've rediscovered. It's not something that's abstract or inspired. It's really a question of doing practical things, and I rediscovered this when I went to the UK in 2014, 2015, where I find myself plunged into the public debate in the UK revolving around Europe, but also the writings by historians and analysts from Britain, and Tony Judd notably, who in 1996 published a book called The Grand Illusion, and you can find it in French. It has been translated, and that book I really encourage anybody who has heard the discourse in France about European construction to see how the narratives can vary around the European project. And I think I agree entirely with the idea which Giuliano wrote, which is to propose a rediscovery of ourselves and to multiply our views of each other, because I grew up and I was educated largely in France, and I was surrounded by a certain discourse about Europe. But when you change countries, change region, the things are seen and felt differently, and within countries even there are differences. And so what I see is fragmentation of these narratives and of the perceptives even within our society, and Mathieu studies this closely. And I would say that perhaps to put a bit of nuance into the notion you've both mentioned of a total loss of any positive notion here. I was a student and started working in journalism not long after the fall of the Berlin Wall. That might seem a very long time ago now. There's a whole generation which has grown up since which isn't familiar with that. But that reunification of Europeans who for 40 years after the Second World War had been separated by the Iron Curtain, that reunification remains a huge gift offered to us by history. And contrary to what many say to us in France, it is an accomplishment, a major accomplishment of the European project. There are other factors involved, of course, but many young people pre-COVID had the possibility to travel to Prague or to discover or to meet people who come from the parts of Europe which we could not go to for 40 years. And I think that there is a huge amount of beauty in that. And I think we really need to know each other better. In Europe, we don't know each other very well. There are a lot of misunderstandings, and that lack of knowledge of each other opens up a gap for demagogues who say anything that's outside our national borders is potentially a threat. And there are plenty of people like that with the rise of this sort of discourse. Chauvinistic, nationalistic discourse, which is very dangerous. A study came out just today from a think tank explaining how perceptions of Europe have been damaged by the COVID crisis, but at the same time, ultimately, nobody really wants to leave the European project or to break it. Brexit is a sort of singular occurrence, very singular occurrence. It's interesting. And after those two presentations, we're now going to continue our conversation. Natalie, you talked about a fragmentation of the narratives. And Mathieu, with more in common, this is something you look at closely. In a comparative view, you study a number of democracies in crisis. And how does this fragmentation happen? Is it due to social and economic divergences, or is it caused by divergences in our imagination, a loss of belief in that common destiny? That's my first question for Mathieu. And even if we do manage to write that great narrative together again, as Giuliano said we should, even if we do manage to put together that European Marabaratra, will we manage to touch a majority of the population, or ultimately is this only going to be received well by a small, educated minority? Laurent Goudé, who is with us here at the forum, wrote an epic poem about Europe, but how many people have read it? So that's what I'm getting at here in my first questions. Thank you very much, David, and I'm delighted to be with you. It's a huge regret that I can't be with you, because whenever we have had conversations with David, Giuliano and Natalie and the other people who are in the room today, it's always given me something which I'm missing at the moment, which is the energy to continue this work, this effort, because my starting point, informed by the current situation, by the past and by the future, is why do we need a narrative? It's because it's better than the current national discourse that we have in France today, which is stifling and dangerous. Personally, I just want to reach beyond that. We need to protect ourselves into something greater, bigger than that, and that's the importance of this narrative. But David's questions involve the understanding of the field we're working in and the tactics of it. How can we understand our audience who wants to hear this narrative? That's the work of More in Common. So to present us very quickly, we are a think tank. We work in Europe and in the US, using tools from psychology to understand the psychological orientation of people in relation to populism, the fragmentation of society and polarization. So we have some quite precise analysis tools. And to address the question of the narrative and how we project into the future, we need to know what our starting point is. And we look at that with a new view from today to see what can be possible in the future. And I think that one of the characteristics of the situation today is the fragmentation in this narrative or conversation, which is a fact. That is the way it is. If we just talk about social media, and I think social media do have a massive influence on the national conversation, on politics and policy, on the media. Many of the new media are reliant on the social media to find their readers, and therefore they propose fragmented narratives. I think this fragmentation is a fact we have to live with, that we need to understand, but perhaps to contribute to the conversation, perhaps what I could provide is an analysis of where we stand today and where public opinion stands today in Europe, and why we have come up with this question of how we find a new narrative, and also how we propose some avenues to see how we can work towards a narrative that does excite the public and a much broader public. So to keep it very simply, we find that in our Western democracies, there are three groups of people. You can see our studies on internet if you want. There are 20% of people who are very open, and it's these who are the people who are very much in France attached to their European identity. I note that these are the only people who are very or only attached to a European identity. For the others, the European identity doesn't necessarily mean much. It's not that they're against it, but they don't really think much about it. So these 20% of open people, there's a closed group with a very marked opinion on Europe and very negative opinion, and then there's 60% in the middle. And it's these 60% of people in the middle that we need to look at for a moment, because they hear the suffocating national conversation which I suffer from. That's the result of the 20% of the very open people shouting at the 20% of closed people, and vice versa, who dominate the national conversation where a narrative should take shape. And one of the reasons why we're lacking narrative is that the production of the narratives no longer involves a majority of people in a country like France. So it is always useful to remember this, but 80% of tweets that are published on Twitter, obviously Twitter is not France, It's not live, but it is an indicator. 80% of the tweets published on Twitter are published by 2% of the web users in a country like France. They really dominate the national conversation, but they're only a very small number of people. And although it is true that in a country like France, the fragmentation does exist, notably on the question of identity. For example, if we take the question of the memory of France, which has been a central subject, it is a subject which divides. Should France be looking into the darker pages of its history or not? It's a question which divides people. And there are also signs of a desire for unity, as in all the countries in Europe. So there is a genuine appetite to try to write a story together, which might not be as evident when we say, do you think we do still form a whole, or are our divisions too great? People say yes, we still want to advance together, to move forward together as a national community, and like other circles of belonging. Europe perhaps means less to a large majority of people. That's where the bubble effects come into play. You have the impression that European identity exists in the head of many people, but I'm not really sure that's the case. They're not against, but they're not really for. But they do want to say us, we. And the question that comes up is, and that's why we look into this question of the narrative, is why are we going to say we? What are we wanting to do together? And that's why I think this conversation about narratives is essential, because it's this will to project into the future, into tomorrow, and which people are lacking today. There is also the question, I'll perhaps say this, there's the question not only of the narrative and the content of that narrative, the story of us, as the Anglo-Saxons say, but who is going to tell that story? And there's a problem of story, of narrative. There's a lack of narrative, of story. And there's a lack of storyteller, the person who is going to tell that story, because there are a lot of people putting out messages from the elite or from other political groups who are no longer being heard by a majority of people. So there's a problem of what we're saying and who is saying it, and that's also very important. But I'll stop in a moment, is the elements of the narrative that people want. And just to give you 3 ideas, and then I will stop so we can have a conversation. The first thing is the notion of being a hero in a book. I don't know, like, if some of you, like me, people want to have a narrative that takes them on board, but they want to have a real role in that narrative. This notion of agency, they want to play a role. We see this on the climate question, where people in France or Germany want not only to recycle because it's for the planet, but also I'm happy to recycle my yogurt pots because it gives me something to do. It gives me a role in the narrative, and that is essential. I don't just want a narrative that I read and that's all. It's not really going to work. The second thing.
So secondly, they want to have a story or a narrative that's positive, that describes without too many technicalities or public policies the end of the story. What will my happy life be in your new story? Don't talk to me about the institutions, the technical changes, the intermediate stages. Start by describing the end to me. What will my life be like? How will my life and my children's life be happy after this narrative, after this story? So they want to read the last page of the book. And the third thing, and I think that's a more general element, rather than look at the narrative through a thematic approach, the environment, health, purchasing power, I think we need to take on the new codes of storytelling. That is to go where there is energy. We're working on a project where we're looking at businesses, music festivals, what's positive what's taking place that's positive on Instagram. So go to look where the energy and the joy is. And I think that's even true after COVID. People are going to want to move towards energy and joy, and not necessarily to a specific theme, and we need to embody it, and we need to learn from these sources of joy. And I agree with Nathalie saying that that energy exists across Europe, but we're not telling the story of Europe well enough. It's boring, and people are not being absorbed by it. And I'd just like to talk about an observation that comes from our studies in Europe. When we ask people, do you think that in order to get out of the COVID crisis, we're going to have to remember that we have to invent a new world? And that brings us back to the story. And 65% of Europeans say yes. The COVID crisis reminds us that we have to make changes to our system, positive changes. They want to look at the world after, and it's not just elites and people on Twitter, it's most people, even in the middle, the average French person. But if we ask people, do you think these changes will come? Do you believe that the system will bring these changes? Then Europeans, 70% of them say no. So there's a real gap in hope. The Europeans want to see a new world, the world after, but they don't believe it's going to happen. And it's in this gap that we have to bring our positive narrative, our positive story. Thank you, Mathieu. You're bringing me the food for thought for the questions for Giuliano and Nathalie, the why, the who, and the how. So starting with Giuliano, on the why, the goals, the objectives. Mathieu talked about ecology, but we'd have to look precisely what we put in that idea. A narrative just based on selective waste sorting or driving an electric car is not a very exciting one. And today we're seeing narratives from the extreme right that can be negative, but they're full of energy. They're talking about civil wars, the war of civilization, finding our roots, finding our power, becoming ourselves again. So we see that there are civilizationist narratives that can be based in fantasy, that can be false, that can be dangerous. Those are value judgments, though, but the energy is there. You said earlier the stimulus plan. We did lots of positive things in Europe this year, but the billions of euros, the civil liberties, will that be enough to provide an equivalent energy that will be able to erase or overcome the tales or the narrative of the extreme right? Secondly, Mathieu said that Europeans feel very strongly about their European identity in a very narrow sphere, but there are 60% of the people that feel vaguely European, but they're not as attached to it as to their nation. So how can we get that European attachment to improve? How can we attach it to our national attachment? And then I have lots of questions for Nathalie. Thank you. Those are very easy questions. I'll be able to answer them in just 2 or 3 minutes.
Je crois que, premièrement, ce qu'on voit, c'est que...
So what we're seeing is that it's more difficult to present a positive narrative compared with a negative narrative. And that's the reason for which we're surrounded by the negative visions of the future. It's not just the apocalyptic scenarios of replacement or nationalist or nationalist populist messages. It's everywhere in the movies and books. What works the most are stories with a negative future. And there's a simple reason for that that's linked to the nature of the human brain. We grew up in the savannah, and when you're in situations of risk, then when you're in danger, we have to evaluate the negative messages, the message of danger. Our brain is trained to overreact to a negative message, to a negative prospect of fear, of danger. Because from an evolutionary standpoint, we need to behave this way. And so we have more difficulty in general at all levels of producing and attracting people's attention to positive stories. But we don't need to stay on this point for too long. It's true that English journalists, when they tell you about something that they're doing, they write an expression called full disclosure. They say, I'm going to talk about a topic, a company, and I have to tell you that I'm a member of the board of this company and that I work with these people. So for full disclosure, with Mathieu and I are working on the beginnings of the drafting of positive narratives and positive federating visions for the future that can counter this mismatch, this unphasing that Mathieu was talking about with respect to people's expectations in our post-COVID phase and the feeling that they have that there are no narratives that meet their expectations. We've started with the idea that we wanted to look at examples of positive narratives, positive stories that create energy, that can that can suck people into them. They can be environmental movements, Fridays for Future, or Sunrise in the US, and lots of other examples. They can be more civic operations. There's an example in Switzerland, a very interesting one, and other ones in Brazil. We're not strictly limited to the European dimension because we're not working exclusively on a European narrative. There are also festivals, artistic performances that can capture people's attention. And what we see is that if you try to propose a positive narrative, you need what I call indicators. We need factors that reinforce your narrative. Mathieu talked about some of them. He talked about the importance of the role that each of us can play in the transformation. There are others, but there's one, in my opinion, that's very linked to European Lab and the experience of European Lab, and that's the festive, happy side. We often forget that side when we talk about populists, nationalist populists. We often think that they're angry people that are there focusing on their anger. There is that component, obviously, that's present. But there's also, if you study nationalist, populist movements from the inside, you see that there's a very festive, happy component, very federating, a lot stronger than what we could imagine from the outside. And I find it quite striking to remember that Marc Bloch attributes in part the failure of French society and European society at the beginning of the 1940s and the end of the 1930s to the fact that we didn't sufficiently organize enough parties, enough festivals, enough moments where people met up. We didn't really focus on people's enthusiasm and collective enthusiasm. Recent research was done on those who are left by the wayside, a part of the population amongst the least engaged in the public sphere, and they have a desire for connection through these festivals, through personal relations is very strong. And I don't think we need to underscore that within the framework of European labs, because and the organizers of Les Nuits Sonores, because you're very aware of that. And to come back to the European narrative, and David, you talked about this briefly in your introduction, there's the theme of our roots that's very strong. And we see that the most effective movements today against nationalism and populism are those that can take over the idea of our roots. In Switzerland, a movement claims against the Swiss populace. It's Blanquer. It's a very important movement in Switzerland. They want to be patriotic, anti-immigrant, etc. And they claim the real Swissness. They've managed to reframe the dialogue by saying that Swiss roots, Swiss values are represented by us. And the German Greens are another interesting case, and we'll see how the elections go in September, but they're doing well in the polls so far. They're trying to get out of their image of the urban young people. They're saying that they have traditional values, partly living in nature, establishing a different relationship with nature. And of course, that comes back to our roots, values, and traditions. And we shouldn't be afraid of talking that way. And my last point on this topic of roots, I was struck in a recent debate by what Van Middelaar was saying, who's a huge expert on European affairs. And he said, and this was on the day of celebrating the 71st anniversary of the European community. And he said, if we want to rebuild an interesting narrative for Europe, we must firstly say that Europe isn't 71 years old. We have to be honest about that. Europe is a lot older than that. And if we try simply to say that Europe's only 71 years old, because that's when we decided to unite and construct Europe, we'll never manage to find something deep and interesting. Of course, that complicates things, because if we go back further in history, we also have all of the darkest moments of European history, the most conflictual aspects. There were wars, racism, colonialism, a lot of very dark experiences, but there are also the overcoming of those experiences. And so once again, since we're talking about the European narrative, the intensification, taking into account our roots, is going to be fundamental. Thank you, Giuliano, and I'm going to turn to Nathalie. Mathieu asked the question why. Giuliano has started to give us some elements, but it also asked the question of who, and I would say how also. How can we bring forward new narratives when a bigger number of people have become illegitimate, the traditional message givers that are politicians, journalists, those who have made narratives their profession. So in the moment of crisis of representation in general, and not just political representation, how can we talk about the real? Laurent Jean-Pierre in France said that the Yellow Jacket crisis is a crisis of representation at the political level, but it's also a crisis of representation at a metaphysical level. We say that it's impossible to have discussions on politics or a narrative on politics because it never corresponds to my daily life. The second question, Mathieu talked about it earlier, the public debate is in shreds. The media are increasingly dependent on algorithms of social media, Twitter, etc., for their own economic model. So we're really closing ourselves off in silos and cognitive bubbles. So let's suppose that we can find the right messages and the right objects. Will we have the right people to give it the message, the messenger, and the right channels, other than our own little communities of like-minded people who are spontaneously waiting for these positive narratives? When I think of the European project, I see lots of different stages. Often when we talk about Europe, we imagine a bloc of countries that have always, and institutions that have always been there. And for 70 years, that's not true. It evolved over time and reacted to different political and international contexts. I think we have to bear in mind this idea of change, of evolution, of fluidity to a certain manner of the European project, of our European reality. And Mathieu said there's the 20% on one hand and 20% at the opposite extreme and 60% in the middle who really don't know, who are perhaps indifferent about a lot of topics. And I think that in moderation, the absence of extreme passion in these 60%, there's a real richness. Pierre Asner, I think, wrote a book on passion, the period of passion, his last book. And he warned us against passion. Here we're talking about narratives or stories that carry everyone and bring us all in the same direction. That will never exist. And let's be careful about an overdose of passion. We need to counter the passion of nationalist populists with our own passion. I would think about that twice. Yes, we need positive energy and positive thinking, but I don't think passion against passion is the solution. I hesitate on that. Having said that, Giuliano mentioned Marc Bloch. In Marc Bloch's book, he talks about the media. There are 2 or 3 pages on the media, not very many. He talks about media in the 1930s. And what does he say? He talks about the connection between politicians and media at that time. And he says that those public actors were trying to get their crowds to vibrate like a musical instrument, that the crowds weren't thinking anymore. We were getting them to vibrate for something or against something, and we forgot that sometimes you have to calm things down a bit, give the real facts calmly, explain things, describe things, and that questions are complex and simple answers never work. For and against never works. And I think we need to look at Europe as it is, which it's a very complex continent. There's a beauty in this complexity, and we often say that devil is in the details. And I think in Europe, the beauty is in the details. That comes back to all of the cultural dimensions. Our richness, our wealth, is in all of our multitude of differences, including the nations. The nations are the diversity of Europe, and this diversity is the wealth of Europe, our richness. It's a continent where we've managed to build something. We talked about Bloreur and the Swiss, this movement against the populace, saying, hey guys, you say that you're the big defenders, the big patriots in Switzerland, but it's us. Why? Because we're basing ourselves on our constitution. Switzerland was built on a constitution. We work in this way. We have different languages, different cultures, different territories, and we have a constitution, and that's what makes us proud. And I think that we can inspire ourselves from that. To think about Europe today, and I think a very good expression is to say that in Europe, we have principles. I don't want to talk about values because you open up too many doors, things that can touch beliefs and religion. No, I think more of principles. The principles of Europe that we have, our heritage of these last 70 years, is in the Charter of the Fundamental Rights. That's not only talking about human rights, but social rights. And this document was adopted 20 years ago. And I think that, like the young Switzerland who are fighting against the nationalists and populists in Switzerland, saying, we're proud of our constitution because it says that we have certain rights, and it protects our liberty and our possibilities. So how can we make our life a beautiful life? It depends on our freedom and our laws. We have that in Europe. There are some democracies elsewhere, but in Europe we have a combination of things that we find in our charter. It should be part of the arsenal that we have in TED. We should be talking about it in our schools, in our high schools. And this charter says more than simply democracy and human rights. It talks about social rights, and we can add to that a very great role for all of us in Europe, and that is to participate, all of us together, in the preservation of the planet, and to do it in our continent, in Europe, and then also to play a role beyond that throughout the world. And I find that's a really great idea. I was talking with my stepdaughters who are 20 and 21, and I said I was going to come and talk about the great European narratives, and I asked them, what is the European narrative for you? And it wasn't easy for them to answer because there's a lot of confusion. When we talked, they came up with two ideas. Europe would be great if it got rid of poverty in Europe, and it helped to eradicate poverty elsewhere, and the environment, our ability to live in a dignified way in an environment that we respect. And those two things don't come from me. They come from my 20-year-olds, and I think that those two ideas are two great ideas because there's so much that we can do. And once again, to celebrate, Juliana, you were talking about celebrations. We need to celebrate these millions of details and our differences because that is the specificity of Europe, the fact that we have succeeded, and to have all of these differences grow within us and to allow them to cohabitate. And I'll finish with one point. I was never the correspondent of a newspaper in Brussels, and I respect the work of those journalists who follow the European organizations. They're so complex, very few people understand them. But I think that in the media, we've limited ourselves to that narrative of the different stages within the institutions. And I think that the media has a growing mission, and I think people here are thinking about that now, that we need to be the vehicle, the place where human stories can be told, the human stories of this continent. So we all have experiences in our lives that go beyond the borders of our country, that link us together. We have an ancestor that comes from another region of Europe. Perhaps we've lived somewhere else for a while. And I think that those narratives, those Real stories of Europe are not talked about enough and not celebrated enough. And I think we need to celebrate that. We need to feel connected to each other. We're a continent where there's a lot of mixing. We need to celebrate that. And I think that that could be an answer to those who want to feed fear and the closing of borders.
So we're running out of time, but I did want to ask you about what you thought constitutional patriotism, which is often seen as being nothing but constitutional patriotism, and can this lead to discussions of rights? But I wanted to ask Mathieu, as we have just 3 minutes left, and Giuliano for that matter, for a quick conclusion on the initiative which you briefly mentioned that you are conducting on the battle of narratives. What are you going to be doing over the next few months? What is your schedule? Because at the European Lab here, we will be following you very closely. If Mathieu, you would like to say something? I'll let Emiliano present that as a team who is steering that initiative with us. Just to say that we're going to need a lot of allies, will lots of support, but I'll let Giuliano tell you what we're planning for the coming weeks. Thank you. In fact, I'm in a psychologically awkward situation there because I am stuck on a mountain here to put the finishing touches to our first report to be published at the end of June in a few months' time. The project is called NSC. It comes from a quotation, an apocryphal quotation from Saint-Exupéry, who says, if you want to take people on a journey, don't show them how you make the parts of the ship, but show them the horizon and the infinity of the horizon. So I am quite terrified at the idea of being on this trip. At the end of June, we'll be proposing a first stopover to stick with the metaphor of explorers. It's a little bit as if we were arriving on the coast, not of America, but of the Azores. So we have just left the shore and we will have a first stopping place, which will be very participatory. We will be issuing a text, a newsletter, there'll be podcasts, things like that, a whole series of things, all the things we're doing today. So I'm obviously a bit older, but I am trying to learn how to communicate in today's world. But we will be trying to launch hypotheses or assumptions. Some of these will be a little provocative because we do think that the energy. Natalie is right. I agree about this. We need to be serene in the face of the national populists. Often the strategies that work are those of calm, the sort of Biden approach. But to generate energy around a new narrative, I think we are going to need to address a lot of different points of view on the basis of some provocative starting assumptions, but I can't tell you anything more for the moment, and I do invite you, if you are interested, from the very last days of June to go to we'll have a website dedicated to this undertaking, and from there on we'll be able to begin this dialogue together. So you're inviting us to the Azores at the end of June. That sounds interesting. It's not the worst time of year to go there, for that matter. Thank you to all three of you for taking part in this first discussion on these new narratives. Nathalie, Giuliano, Mathieu, thank you. I'm sure we'll see you again very soon, and we will invite you back, I'm sure, to talk about the work that you are doing here at the European Lab, because we are very interested in all that. And in a few minutes' time, after the mandatory break, we'll be moving on to a second panel discussion with three more speakers on European models in this context of reassertion of the geopolitical powers like China and the US. So we'll be continuing our journey this afternoon. Thank you very much.
I realize that when I'm dancing, there's something within me when I'm dancing, like expressing how I feel, or like, yeah, my body is responding to what I'm feeling.
I can express myself however I want to.
It actually defines who I am.
I'm a person who expresses myself in different ways. I'm in a different world, a different zone, different emotions. So when I dance, I feel like I'm speaking.
That's what I was feeling at that moment.
Through dancing, I'm able to speak
I'm
what I
hoping
want
to
to
go
speak.
far. That's what I was feeling at that moment. My body can say it all, like how I feel through dance. Yeah, that's what I discovered, that when I feel something, I express it through dance.
Wat de rest, maar hoe ze is, hoe dat express het voor mij dat ik speel schoen.
My name is weare-europe, and I'm 23 years, and I'm part of the dance students.
I live in Kailija.
My name is
J section.
and I'm 21 years old.
My name is Nosip Hiwo. My surname is Moshilemane. I am 22 years old.
Yabuna yaqhawuka lambeleko yobubele kwamhla kunene iyavutshwa lambizi biphekiwe zonke izinto ngokuzibhenxekile kudyakalasha amaqhinga aphelile ngcwaba lenyaniso ladityelwa ngomquba yeza lophilisa intloko kayintsa sona isihlahla samavambane sathezwa ngamavila ndihlatywa ngumhlabangula ndithwelisa uxanduva ngalo mbhalo wokugula ndisakwazi ukulala ngoba ndihlutshwa ngamaphupha ndibhala nimamele ndihleka nintyontyele nakulila ndithuthuzele nakuphelelwa ngumlilo eziko nye nindibize ndikhwezele ndivuthele kube chosi kubele ila bhekile ivuzayo ila mpepha iqumayo namagqirha nxhentselo mama bandisilela amaxhekwa ngele imbongi zinibongela banenimba bayizele kuphithizele njengasesikweni ixhelo yakungakhali bixheliwe nazonke inkonde ezijongana kaloku icamaqwa livumanga yangalento bendingayithethanga.
I've always wanted to become a dancer.
Dans kan beschrijven als liefde.
I found myself coming back
Dat
to
kan
dancing
dat gepaard met
all
klomp
these kind of
respect, humbleness, the love that you give to people, the love that people give to you, and that's how dance is just connecting you and the world.
I just went with the flow. That's what I was feeling at that moment.
My name is Srec Horvat. I'm a philosopher and also co-founder of DiEM25, Democracy in Europe movement. The major challenges we will face in the very near future, in 10 or 20 years, like climate change or the climate crisis, sea levels rising and so on, will actually require more and more international cooperation and transnational cooperation. So I think that the current state of the European Union belongs to history. Unfortunately, if we are not ready to act, it will become a future. And DiEM25, the Democracy in Europe movement, was founded precisely out of this idea that we need to cooperate, to connect on a transnational, pan-European level, that we need a Green New Deal all across Europe, which means not only a green but a just transition towards a sustainable future, which would get rid of the very dangerous, I would say, concept of growth and progress. Given the current situation of Europe, but also the world today, I think we have only two possible directions. One direction is the acceleration of the current processes, which means further xenophobia, further retreats to the nation state, further protection of the wealth which Europe basically accumulated through centuries. And if we go in that direction, that also means that the climate crisis will accelerate. And if that accelerates, and the current scientific data is saying us that this is accelerating, we will witness a spiral of violence because the wealthier nations will, as it is happening already, will try to protect themselves. We can see that already all across Europe during the last years with the refugee crisis. But because of climate crisis, it could become even worse because we might be faced by hundreds of millions of refugees. So this is one direction. What is the other direction? The other direction is obviously to get out of this direction and to accelerate a different change. And the different change means that if Europe wants to survive at all, we need to radically transform the system. So that means that some pure cosmetic changes, will not be enough, that we really need a structural change. I think there are many inspiring people in Europe today. While I would say even that Fridays for Future are a kind of cultural figures today, even Extinction Rebellion, because they succeeded to become something which is not only attractive to young people and to those who care about a change, but they also become a sort of part of culture. I think that today you have the children's protests, Greta, Fridays for Future, Extinction Rebellion becoming part of the cultural landscape. This is what I would say among the movements and so on. Among the people, I would say there are so many great cultural figures who are fighting for a different Europe that it's impossible to name them. We always have to be aware of what Brecht was showing and also historical materialism, that in order to have one genius, you need the shoulders of many others who are actually helping you to become a giant. So there is no giant without other giants, if you want to put it in this metaphor.
Canal 180 is a media platform focused on culture and creativity. We spent many years talking about artists, content producers, a new generation of creators. We were occupying a position that was left from mainstream media to have the perspectives of the youth, the independents, the do-it-yourself, the rebels or the outsiders. Few years ago, we started working with Artifarty and We Are Europe, searching for the new activists of European culture. At the moment, I think it was a super interesting project for both. I don't know if especially for us, but it allowed us in the very important social and political moments to research about an European perspective of artists and creators through societal topics. What I mean is, for many years, artists were a little bit detached from the social political environment. And I think when we did this series about the new activists of European culture, that we built this European perspective and put artists and thinkers and creators and philosophers and journalists talking about the topics that should be in the European agenda. Now we are giving artists and creators an opportunity or a platform to express themselves into causes and into ideas that are, I think, one of the most important roles or issues or outcomes that we could take from the artistic production. The biggest challenge is to be independent, because understanding the context is a huge topic, and understanding how things work is a huge challenge per se. But having the journalists with the media platforms on top of the journalists to have this sense of responsibility of the consequence of their work and this responsibility to finding the stories. Recently in the Media Academy, an event that we had like Thomas Gordon from Days Media, that was like, in the similar question, he was answering like, if you don't have a point of view, you die. And I don't want to go into this idea of a very polarized world that you are with or against, but in some way you have to take some decisions on the ideas and the values that you should stand for. And journalism, despite their neutrality and understanding also, in our case, in the relationship with art and with the creators, their role in society and their power in society.
J'avais 22 ans à l'époque, j'avais l'impression qu'on était soumis à un régime de pouvoir dont on n'était pas vraiment conscient, dont on ne comprenait pas comment il fonctionnait. Et que ce régime était un régime de contrôle et pas un régime disciplinaire, donc que le problème était moins l'armée, la police, que des systèmes de contrôle qui se mettaient en place beaucoup plus sournois. Et du coup, j'ai fait mon premier livre de science-fiction pour essayer de révéler, de faire monter cette compréhension du contrôle et de se dire, bon, comment on peut échapper à ça, comment on peut se révolter contre un système beaucoup plus doux, beaucoup plus insidieux. Je m'appelle Alain Damasio, je suis écrivain de science-fiction, mais aussi scénariste pour le jeu vidéo, les séries télé, les séries radio, et aussi maintenant un petit peu performeur sur scène de mes propres textes. Voilà, donc je fais pas mal de choses. L'histoire, elle est toute simple, hein. C'est un groupe révolutionnaire dans ce monde-là. Et donc, ce mouvement révolutionnaire, la Volt, il lutte contre cette société de contrôle. Et donc, ce groupe essaye de faire prendre conscience aux gens qu'il faut sortir de ce régime, quoi, et créer à la fin des communautés justement dans la zone du dehors, en dehors du cercle de il est beaucoup inspiré de Foucault et des analyses de Foucault sur notamment le panoptique, c'est-à-dire la façon dont on a créé un système architectural qui permet de regarder tous les prisonniers sans que les prisonniers sachent qu'ils sont regardés. Donc, ce principe d'avoir une surveillance qui n'est pas réciproque. Si tu veux, en science-fiction, il y a une grande habitude de pratique qui est de faire des livres dystopiques dans lesquels on va essayer de mettre en scène le pire de ce qui arrive, de ce qui est en train de pousser, comme ça. On lance des alertes, on dit, voilà, attention, si on pousse ce régime de la traçabilité, voilà vers quoi on va arriver, attention. Si on pousse l'ultralibéralisme, on va arriver à des villes qui seront entièrement privatisées, dans lesquelles il y aura des forfaits premium, privilèges, standards. Et donc tu pousses, tu crées comme ça des dystopies qui font peur, en ayant l'espoir que ça crée un effet d'alerte, que ça crée une réaction forte. Voilà, ça c'est un peu...
Et là, il faut un projet qui est génial. Giuliano et Mathieu.
J'ai rien compris ce qu'il a expliqué par contre, Giuliano.
Ouais, on y va. Et bien c'est parti. Mais...
Okay then, so hello everybody. If I resume the conversation, I imagine that will bring the spectators back in who seem to have disappeared. So welcome for this second roundtable on new narratives with a remote participant, Primavera De Filippi, who is a specialist in digital technologies and blockchain at the CNRS, who also teaches at Harvard, and who is very familiar with these questions of digital governance and commons, who we will be discussing with later. On my right, Chloe Riedel, who is a senior civil servant, and who is familiar with European questions for having worked on these subjects and also for having written a lot about this. And also Shaheen Valley. And apparently, if you have a white Volkswagen Golf which is badly parked, you need to remove it. So Shaheen Valley is with me, who is an economist, who advisor to the President of the European Council of Europe, sorry, and works in a German think tank, VDGAP. I won't try to say that in German. It's a think tank that is specialized in international relations and dealing with international questions, so different views of this crisis of the European model and its possible renaissance. I would have liked to begin with a question to Shaheen Valley. Shaheen, we talk a lot today about capitalism, American US capitalism, which is very clearly identified with the GAFA, the giga firms which have this huge market economic and political power today. We're talking increasingly about Chinese-style production methods, like Robert Boyer mentioned, this economic system based on a mix between the power of the Communist Party and also free initiative, which is based on close surveillance and exploitation of data. But when we talk about European capitalism, sort of like a question mark there. We don't really know what it is. A lot of company leaders and trade unionists complain that we're influencing the respective influences of the Chinese and American models. Would you agree? I would say it is quite fair to say that there's no such thing as a real European capitalism if you're talking about it in the way you talk about Chinese or American capitalism. There isn't a structure there producing coherent or collinear economic effects. So that's quite true, but that's because there are still national.
Fondation de la Golfe Blanche EF 819 YT est prié de déplacer son véhicule de toute urgence. Merci.
So we'll hope that whoever it is removes their car. So there we see European capitalism at work, because there are still national capitalisms which remain relatively well established. There's this notion of national champions, which is perceived as very attractive in France, and which, in my opinion, is one of the reasons for the absence of a European capitalism, the fact that many member states are still trying to organize an economic fabric for the primary purpose of preserving or increasing their national economic interests. So I would say the weakness or absence of European models is also linked with the relative strength of the national models. There is a form of French capitalism, there is a form of German capitalism, and apart from a few exceptions, there aren't many transnational forms of capitalism, except perhaps for Airbus. So relatively few examples like this. There have been several missed opportunities to create that space. We can talk about that perhaps when we talk about the question of production of standards, the GSM standard, which was central to mobile telephones, the European standard, and there were European telecommunications giants like Ericsson and Nokia who were swept aside because Europe didn't manage to establish that standard as an asset of its capitalism. And there have been missed opportunities for mergers between France and Deutsche Telekom, which could have produced digital or telecommunications giants for reasons mainly due to perceptions of diverging economic interests between the member states, which meant this didn't work out. You're talking at the same time about standards, about telecoms operators who have more or less disappeared in the worldwide competition. If I turn now to Primavera de Filippi, a specialist in new technologies and blockchain, this is a very good case study, I would say, to reflect on the European model. Does the lack of specifically European governance of these technologies, is it due to the absence of a European equivalent of the GAFAM? An absence of these big companies with the market power, or is it a broader, more structural issue of a lack of reflection on normative standards of what European standards should be? I think that in terms of the reflection, the thinking that's going on, I think there's probably more thinking going on in Europe than in the US, at least, regarding how this infrastructure should be governed. The European Commission is very closely involved in these questions. For me, the problem is more one of the way in which we try to regulate this transnational network, which is internet, via the operators, the intermediaries, which means we regulate those operators in order to then regulate the uses made of their platforms. And therefore, necessarily, if we don't have the control over those operators, it becomes much more difficult. So although there are several things which have been done at European level, the problem, obviously, is that these operators have reached a scale which escapes even the control of the US government. We have the GAFAM, which have started inventing their own rules. We've seen that with Facebook, etc. So I think there is the question of the reflecting on the sort of regulations that we want to implement, and then the question of how we can enforce those regulations, and obviously that involves the operators, and having operators at a European level would enable us to enforce the rules much more easily, and having always to have the rules enforced by existing operators who are outside European jurisdiction is much more complicated. So I think the concern is not so much one of the thinking. European is taking part also in the work being done on questions at the international forums, but we are missing that central focus, as nearly all the internet traffic goes via either the US and the GAFAM or through the Chinese ecosystem. And in Europe, we don't have that, which means that we cannot directly apply or experiment with regulations on our own operators. Would you like to say, if I could just add something regarding the norms, the standards, and the relationship the Europeans have with standard production? We have an ambiguous relationship. At the same time, we are aware of the fact that normative powers in Europe are important in defining a European identity and our capacity for economic projection. And at the same time, we don't quite accept the idea of using our normative power to impose our power, to use it as an instrument with extraterritorial reach, and to accept the tensions that go with the idea of implementing our normative power. Two recent examples are quite evocative in this respect. There was the Volkswagen scandal regarding the emissions of CO2 of vehicles. Europe was very proud to present itself as a worldwide model in ecological transition and clean vehicles, and in reality was incapable of detecting the misleading mechanisms being used by European car makers. And in the end, it took the US regulator, in fact, to step in and have European companies convicted for breaches of rules the Europeans themselves had decided on. A second example, to what Natalie said about European leadership in climate issues, which could be a dimension of our identity, on the question of green finance, etc. Once again, the Europeans had 5 years during the Trump period when those subjects were entirely deserted, left to one side, neglected by the US administration, on which only Europe is the only normative power to establish norms. And when you see the conclusions of Saturday's G7 meeting, we see that in fact all the European normative effort has been set aside in favor of an agreement which seems to me inferior and presented by the UK, which proposes greater transparency but really leaves it very much up to the market. So I think that Europeans have this ambiguous relationship with the standards, the norms, which we need to reflect on. I agree with what was said about the fact that we think a lot about the norms, but we don't perhaps push it through to the logical conclusion of the process. When you have those norms, sometimes you have to impose them on other people, and in that case you have to accept that enforcement of the standard is almost as important as production of the norm. Before we come back to Primavera, would you agree with this, that the Europeans are good at producing these norms or standards but have more difficulty enforcing them or backing them up by the self-definition? Does that also apply in new technologies in particular? Yes. It's more difficult. I don't know if it's a lack of determination. The will is there to enforce the standards. In digital technologies, we have the GDPR, which is being enforced. So there is a desire, I think, to apply the standards. Having said that, the difficulty is that these are often norms or standards which remain very much protectionist in their inspiration. So if we want to prevent actors from breaching the rights of our citizens rather than seeking those norms in the standards and promoting European norms and trying to expand them beyond the scope of Europe. I think there is the traditional legal standard which is protective, and I think that in digital technologies the European Commission is striving to enforce its rules. And then there is the creation of norms or standards, technical standards, and there obviously Europe does have a big role to play, which isn't being exploited at the moment, at least not to the full. So Chloe, I turn to you. Would you agree with this feeling that Europe has difficulty defining its own model in opposition to an American model under which it has often been influenced by, and a rising Chinese model? And what could, to bring us on to the second part of our conversation, what could the components be for such a political or economic model? I agree entirely with the analysis that Europe is not managing to adopt and to project its own model because it didn't have to do so for many years, because the model of capitalism is adopted after the Second World War, which was derived from Anglo-Saxon capitalism, came from the world order after the Second World War, inherited from the United States and also from a certain European model. So it didn't have to impose its model and think about it, because ultimately it was a model which an expanding global model. But now that Europe is setting back into a more defensive position because on its markets there are predatory logics which are no longer just in the eastern or poorer countries, but also in the countries in Germany, which is seeing predatory practices by Chinese companies. There was Cooper, which was bought out by a Chinese firm, which shocked public opinion in Germany. So the whole of the European market is facing this predatory aggression, faced with giants asserting their powers and who aren't always very friendly towards Europe. Europe, it is true, therefore has to impose its own model and defend it, promote it, preserve it. But it has difficulty defining it, quite simply because it can't come to an agreement on a model to replace the current absence or vacuum of model. What we see in the European treaties is a sort of hybrid between the German style and Anglo-Saxon capitalism, in which France is relatively absent. If we think about the model of French capitalism based on a lot of state intervention in the economy, which with monopolies in public services, this model has been assaulted by the European treaties. So it's difficult to come to an agreement on what a European model, capitalist model, actually means, whereas China does this quite simply. They call it characteristic Chinese socialism, with a very clear compromise with a strong state, which confuses the state, merges the state and the party, with control over the economy, which guarantees people prosperity, and in return there is very little individual freedom, or none at all. So that is the Chinese compromise. The American compromise is going to be a free market, but with intervention by the state in the economy when they have to defend US companies, with state funding for the big American companies, extraterritorial reach of the US laws, and no welfare protection. That's the US model. What might the European model be? I think that when you have tried for quite a number of years now to define what a European model might be. We've often talked about identity with the question of what does it mean to be European. These were very rich debates around the constitutional treaty in 2004 when we were talking about the Christian origins of Europe. You have George Steiner in 2005 who published a book defining ways to identify European strategies, but in a very abstract way, nothing that could drive a political project, which was talking about our awareness of our own contingency, so criteria which could in no way make it possible to fertilize a European political project. So I think we have to reach back to our history. In the last panel, I don't know who it was, but said Europe isn't 70 years old, it's in fact much older, and we have to look at the specific value systems of Europeans and Europe. And when we ask ourselves that question in a historic perspective, we come up with the question of what distinguishes us from the rest of the world. Political liberalism. It doesn't distinguish us from the US, but it does from the Arab countries and China. The welfare state, the social state, the UK, which shares a lot of things with the US, much more than any European country, is profoundly European because of its social welfare model. And it's absurd that Brexit should have been focused on the funding of the NHS because the welfare state is a European invention and the European social states were constructed roughly at the same time and in a dialogue with each other. So we have to rehabilitate this idea that Europe is a social market economy, and from that political liberalism and the importance of the welfare social state, that leads to a certain political ecology, which is one of the drivers of European power for the 21st century, because that political ecology, this whole movement of thought, was born in Europe, is strong in Europe. It's in Europe that we have the most climate organizations, climate NGOs. It's in Europe that Greta Thunberg was born, who's now inspiring the whole world. So we have a lot of things to say in Europe about ecology, and I think that's also an important component of this. So with ecology, political liberalism and the welfare state, and we can refound our treaties around that. Shaheen, you said earlier that there was no such thing as European capitalism because there's French capitalism, German-style nationalism, Scandinavian nationalism. If we look to the future, what might be the salient characteristics of any such European capitalism, if it should be called capitalism? Is it not a social market economy or a mixed economy? So how would you define this new European capitalism? And then I'll ask Primavera the same question, but regarding the issues of governance. It's not easy because we are experiencing a moment of very profound intellectual and political renewal. What Chloe said about ultimately the transatlantic consensus on the economic model is quite true. That transatlantic consensus has its roots in the Bretton Woods organizations. In Europe, we lived with the idea that we didn't have to think too much about the economic model because it was there for us. There was an interesting paper after the 2008 crisis. You're familiar with the idea of the Washington consensus, and I'm going to caricature it a bit. The neoliberal consensus imposed and spread by the Bretton Woods institutions, and notably the IMF and the World Bank. And a paper after 2008 said it's a crisis of neoliberalism, and precisely when the US is criticizing themselves of the impact of neoliberalism on American policy and economics, the Europeans aren't. And there was a paper by a researcher at the LSE saying that Brussels is saving the Washington consensus. So what I observe for the moment is there is a lot more movement, a lot more going on intellectually in the US to redefine a new US capitalism. The current debates in the US around corporate taxation, around the idea of a tax on assets and on wealth. There isn't yet a constructed political project for this or a legislative framework, but a very strong intellectual debate However, in Europe, I have the impression that that debate hasn't really taken place, or at the moment isn't yet taking place, and that we're still clinging to the economic framework that shaped Europe and in which our treaties are based, with relatively little reflecting on a new taxation of assets to try to act on inequalities and poverty, as Nathalie Nougaret said earlier. So I think that when there should be debate both at national and transnational levels, that's not taking place. So that is my regret. And what I would tend to say formally is that Chloe is perhaps right when she says that for these debates to take place, we need to have a debate about our constitution, our treaties. Ultimately, a lot of this intellectual consensus is based on our legal political framework, and in order to dare to have these debates, we need to have a constitutional debate, and that constitutional debate we had after 2005, which aborted for the reasons we know. But I continue to think that we need to have a new debate of this kind, and we can't make major progress on the definition of a European model if we don't have that profound discussion about a new treaty or a new framework.
So, Primavera, you work a lot on the questions of governance and institutions. Is Europe the place to develop the new model of governance that would be inspired by new technologies or not? And if yes, which ones? I'll start with the first one. The second's more complicated. I think that this comes back to the economic approach. In China, we're seeing a very interventionist approach on the economy and an authoritarian government that applies very strict rules. And compared with the United States, where they have a more laissez-faire attitude and they'll only intervene to make sure that the market can operate properly. The state will intervene less and leaves more room for private intervention. And I think Europe, it's in a more complicated situation. It's interesting to see how these two approaches are appreciated in both countries, even though they're pointing fingers at each other. The Chinese prefer a system with a government that intervenes and that will ensure the prosperity of the country and not leave the citizens dying in the streets, whilst the Americans would prefer to have a system that's completely managed by the market rather than having direct state intervention, even if the market doesn't necessarily protect everyone with education, even with education and social security. So they point fingers at each other and they're happy with their systems, and Europe's in the middle. They point their fingers in both directions, and so we're obliged to find an intermediate mechanism. We're seeing a market economy that works well, with sufficient intervention to ensure our social security. And I think that the advantage of the European system is that it's still a fragmented one with a strong national identities that can be interconnected. And for me, the European model identifies not how we can strengthen Europe in a federal manner, but rather how we can decentralize and how Europe can be a platform that will integrate and recognize the existing interdependencies at an economic and social and political level. If there's innovation in governance that could come from Europe and inspire other countries in the world. It would be that, how we can create a government that supports and that helps existing actors to interconnect, to support each other, and to emancipate themselves, if possible, without imposing too many restrictions or strong interventions, to not limit the autonomy of member countries, but that will not leave everything up to the markets, that will take care of some and not others. So I don't think it's a compromise. It's not where we place ourselves between laissez-faire and interventionists. It's how we get out of that compromise, and how, with this vision of interdependence, can we build a system that is much more resilient, much stronger, and that will really help the autonomy of the countries rather than suffocate them. Is that it's not possible in the current European institutional framework today. We have the worst of both systems. We have the feeling that we have a huge bureaucracy in Brussels that suffocates us, and there's a real lack of political power because the last word always comes to the nation states. So I'm not asking you to invent a constitution here right now, but how can we operationalize what you're saying? This idea of this Europe as a decentralized platform that can use its fragmentation to become a strength. There's the political question that's quite complicated. That's the big problem today, is that it's difficult to experiment because we don't know if the member states will like our proposed experiment. Then there's my own personal bias. Can technological innovations create political innovations? And I think that there are things that can be done to take advantage of these new technologies and to not just use them like the American model with surveillance, or the Chinese model with their model. So how can we use the new technologies at the service of our institutions? And I'm obliged to talk about it. It's my obsession. Can we create infrastructure that will allow us to share information, to coordinate certain activities between the member states without having to create an authority, a supranational organization that will integrate and recover some powers to allow coordination? So for me, the challenge today is to try to understand how the coordination could be set up, or this integration be set up, without having to strengthen the political structure, but rather to show that there are obvious benefits in cooperation between the member states and in the interconnection and interdependency. The fact that we're participating in shared infrastructure will not reduce their political power. They will benefit from the interconnection. So that's a very interesting idea. It would be to reinforce Europe by playing on its decentralization through cooperation and interdependence infrastructure between the member states. So we'd also be in a system where the European Commission wouldn't exist anymore, and everything would play out in a decentralized way between the member states. Shahin, what do you think about that? I find it fascinating intellectually, but I don't see how it could become operational. And perhaps I'm a little bit old in my thinking, or maybe just too old. There are things that the state does that cannot be involved in this cooperation on a platform. The strength of law has to be imposed, and for this to happen, there has to be a legal framework that does not have a horizontal structure, it has a vertical structure. And we talked about that a bit earlier. Let's take the example of the European Charter of Fundamental Rights, which today, instead of, since we don't have a real constitution, the chapter in a constitution that would describe our fundamental rights. And this is defended by the European courts to protect the privacy of European citizens. There was a recent case in Europe because the Council of State decided that the French intelligence services could continue to collect data massively, and the European Court of Justice said that this was illegal, and the actions of the French intelligence organization was against the European Charter of Fundamental Rights. So what you described earlier, to have relationships between member states of cooperation, can no longer come into play. There's a certain vertical nature that has to be imposed. There's a legal structure, a hierarchy that must be in place. And I don't see how we can get away from that in the economy. I see that there are lots of cases in which the system of horizontal platforms can work. In the system that I imagine when I think of power in France, I think our government is too central and too vertical, and I'd be in favor of what was just described, to have a more horizontal and regional system. But I think that some prerogatives can only be organized by a state and a legal framework and a political structure that has a certain central nature. And I don't know how we can get away from that. And even if it sounds a bit stodgy, I can't imagine a better system than a federal system to organize this, because this is the system that makes it possible to organize the central aspects of the state and the strength of the state for their actions, and makes it possible to decentralize some power for things that can be decentralized. Primavera?
Je n'essaye pas d'argumenter qu'il faut éliminer toute institution centralisée.
I'm not saying we're trying to get rid of all centralized institutions. I'm to say that we should try to identify the elements that we want to share and that we want to delegate. There's the notion of subsidiarity in law, where we have a centralized body that will delegate information to smaller entities that are more able to make decisions. That's the idea behind a federation. And then there's the idea of subsidiarity. It's the opposite. So there are entities, small entities, that are there to coordinate for better governance between us. And we don't have enough ability ourselves to manage that. So we need to send information up for that. And theoretically, we'll end up at the same point, because we'll be bottom up and top down. We'll be in the smallest entity that will be able to make decisions by integrating the externalities. But in practice, if we start from the top, we'll stay too high, and if we start from the bottom, we'll stay too low. So today, in our vision of subsidiarity, are we really at the right place, or are there elements? And I'm not trying to eliminate the upper structure, but perhaps there are elements that we could bring lower down. There was a time where we couldn't, because we didn't have the technological infrastructure necessary. Now we have new tools, so couldn't we make it possible to delegate things further down? So to connect to the level that we would have if we started from the bottom and we moved up. So if we start from the bottom, we might not have coordination that is sufficient. We might not have the right governance because there'll be a desire to not bring power up to higher levels. So the two systems will never find the most efficient model. My proposal here is if we want Europe to be an inspiring model for the rest of the world, we're living in an interconnected and interdependent world. So do we want to have this vision of a global government that will coordinate everything, that will be very effective and optimized, but with the problems of governance that would go with that excessive centralization? Or do we want to have a fragmented system, disconnected system, where we can create borders because we want to stay independent, and that's also negative. And so how do we maximize the integration? How do we integrate the system that's the most interconnected as possible, that recognizes the benefits of the interdependence which is necessary? But we have to manage this interdependence properly. If it becomes a form of dependence, it won't be accepted. While if we manage to create a model that allows countries to maintain their autonomy and yet participate in a larger system, in that case, we could have a model that would inspire questions of global governance. So Chloe, on the question of model between Europe of nations, federal Europe, and a more decentralized Europe, what's your opinion? I think we need to go beyond this debate that seems from last century, with on one side the federalists and the other side intergovernmentalists. We've seen that Europe can be something else, more than just a cooperation between nation states and a federal model that they've never been able to develop. So I think we need to think of Europe in its profound originality, which is a political group that gets nations to cooperate. I understand the attraction of a federal model, and there are binational federal states, Belgium, Canada, and other federal models across the world. And I see why that's attractive to have to enforce a common discipline. But a federal model always involves a vertical nature in the fact that the federal constitution must be higher than the constitutions of the states that are federated. And in Europe, that wouldn't be acceptable. And we see this with the Karlsruhe Court jurisprudence. We're not prepared to accept that national constitutions, even if in case law this is the case, they want national constitutions to be sovereign in the end. So we have to invent a model that is for Europe, that shows our real originality, and it has to be part of the new European narrative, the new Europe that we need to invent. When we go back to the origins of European construction, just after the Second World War, we had an idea of Europe based on Jean Monnet's that's based on three things. Firstly, a narrative, a raison d'être. At the time, it was peace, prosperity. It was also based on a prospect, a federal European Union, and a method of progressive integration of administrations and markets. This new idea of Europe is not there. We have peace between France and Germany, but we don't have prosperity. The prospect of a federation is off the table, and the method of progressive integration has disappeared because there's no reason to do it the way things are currently. And if we go back to these three pillars, we need to propose a raison d'être, a reason for existing, which could be the preservation of a European model based on three components. Secondly, an outlook, a prospect for the future, a political Europe with a new organization, a new market. And thirdly, a method. And that would lead us to think about what could bring us to tip into this new idea of Europe, this new era in Europe of the 21st century. And I think that this tipping point, that was the creation of the European Community of Steel and Coal in the 50s, we need to think of the same type of tipping agent, because the CECA had been the symbol of the European idea. We are taking war resources to make peace. We create a federal organization because the SECA worked in a federal way, and it symbolized progressive integration. So I think we need to think about what strong political initiative we can take that would tip us into this, that would symbolize this new European idea that we're aspiring to. So what type of initiative could this require? I don't have an answer to that. But in what Chloé's just said, where I agree with Chloé, is that we're not a federation today, and wanting to impose a federal model today would mean wanting to impose a model for which our institutions are not prepared. Nevertheless, the federal model had and continues to have a virtue, which is to define a horizon, an aspiration, and a lot of European projects. For me, the federal model has to stay a goal, because without that heading, we won't be able to hold the architecture of the European construction. We have a dysfunctional democracy in Europe. We have a dysfunctional market in Europe. We have a legal framework that is dysfunctional in Europe for the reasons that Chloé talked about earlier, this constant dialogue between constitutional judges to produce supranational constitutional standards. And I think for me, the only way of accepting this series of dysfunctions is to say that it's a step along this journey. If we say that this is the stationary position, we can't continue the construction. We can say to Europeans, we have a democracy that you're attached to, but yet doesn't work well, and it won't work any better in future. And I don't think any of us could say that. That's why I hold on to this idea, the ideal of a federation, of a legal and political structure organized in a federal framework with the supranational constitution, because I think it's the only way that we're going to achieve this. Even if it takes a century, it's the only way to say to Europeans, what we're living through right now, which is not ideal, is worth it, because we're trying to reach our ideal. If we give that up and we don't propose anything else, I don't have anything better to propose. And in what I've heard today, I haven't heard any intellectually satisfying solutions that I could put into operational terms. If we say that to Europeans, we're going to produce a feeling of rejection. We have no horizon and no project for today to sell. So the big danger of the criticism, which I hear, and it's not unfounded, about federalism, but in my opinion, the critique doesn't propose an alternative, or else we have to assume and say, if we're not moving towards a federal Europe, let's accept to everyone take our toys and go home. The integrated market that we built can only function with the federal Europe. Let's accept to say that the single currency that we've built can only work with the infrastructure of a state, the legal and political structure that goes with it. And in that case, let's draw our conclusions. People who say, I've had this debate with Chloé often, who say we'll never have a federal Europe, they have to, in that case, say, well, we shouldn't have the single market that we have today or the single currency we have today, because those are elements of a federation. The fact that we have this shared currency is, and to print money is the privilege of the state. So Primavera, what do you think? China has come up with And he is saying we have the model of the nation states and the federal model. And both depend on the vertical nature, because a federal structure would be the same construction as a national structure, but at a bigger level. So what do you think? Do you think that this is something that can be overcome? And if we can overcome it, how can we get Europeans to move towards something else? What can you propose? How can it become operational? And what about the cultural dimension? What can we head towards? I don't know if I have a complete answer. For me, I think we could have a very well-built federal system that would work better than our current system, and we could create a federal system that would be worse than our current system. For me, the question is, what doesn't work today? And are there contingencies and externalities that we need to manage that are independent of the structure of Europe, of whether we have a centralized federal government or not? So for me, that's not the question. I think that the current political form of Europe is quite interesting in the fact that it's an intermediate structure. I'm not sure that federalism is the only solution. I'm not saying that it would be a bad solution, but I don't know if focusing only on this political structure will really solve the problems that Europe is encountering today. Are they problems of such different types that if we could address them correctly, we could maintain the current structure and have a single market that works just as well? So I have the feeling, I'm not criticizing, let's try, it's not working today, so if we do something federal, it might work better. But is that just an excuse to not delve more deeply into the real problems? What are the real problems? Why isn't it working? There are lots of reasons. It's not just the current political format of Europe. Let's try to solve these problems first. And if it turns out that a good way of solving the problem is to adopt a federal structure, let's design this federal structure in a way that it will solve the problems. But just saying that we're going to adopt a federal model will solve all the problems, I don't think that's the solution. It could be quite risky, and it could blind us to underlying problems that we won't have solved. So the problem that you're talking about, I put in this way. We need Europe to protect us from the rest of the world, except that within Europe, we want to stay free and maintain our democracies that are at a national scale. So we have a problem that might seem impossible to solve. So we want Europe to serve us from the outside, and we want to stay as free as possible inside. It's possible to achieve that, but I'm not sure if it's agreeing to a constitution with the smallest common denominator, a federal constitution, that will allow us to solve this problem. I'm convinced that it's not the case. And when you say, Shaim, that federation gives a prospect for the future, it's true. But I think that it's mostly administrative and organizational. A federal union, for what political program? Why do it? So we could replace this idea that was a mobilizing idea with another idea for the future, Europe that preserves the pillars of the organizational structure of European countries and our European way of living. I've thought of a system with a double lock where we have a market that we would maintain as European, because that's our strength in globalization. We maintain that European level for the markets that will allow us to export our standards to the rest of the world and protect our standards. So we agree on minimum European standards, which is already true for a certain number of cases. But within the market, we don't prevent those who want to adapt more ambitious standards for the environment and for the social protection. We should not prevent them. Most of these things are defined by the market today, so we have to allow states that want to go further on the social or environmental level to do so without being penalized by the market. If they want to build their own standards, that's the life of democracy. So there has to be reciprocity or borders within Europe with a system of the double locks that will allow us to keep our collective power with respect to the outside world, but also our freedom within the group. So we're almost at the end of this very interesting discussion. I want to ask each of you, in 3 words, what would be the European model for the 21st century as you recognize it? Primavera?
In 3 words? Impossible. I'm cheating. It's a model. Decentralized, institutional, interconnected model. Right, that gives us a subject for a future discussion. And we don't know what institutional means here, so that will be interesting. Although she has already explained what she means by institutional, but that will be a subject for a future. And Shane, your 3 words? For me, it would be a model that is green, fair, within the meaning of social justice, and democratic. That should be the 3 foundations. I would agree with Shane, so just to add something, I will say that it must be a model that is protective, fundamentally European and democratic. In that case, thank you to all 3 of you for taking part in this round table. We have a question. You can ask your question if you want, but he needs a microphone. So thank you. It really was most interesting. I really appreciated in the previous debate what Mrs. Nougaret said, and this gives us an idea of the big narratives in which I don't believe personally. But having said that, I'm astonished that you didn't talk, given the history of Europe, which is a history which, in my opinion, is fundamentally motivated by the world, by openness to the world, by what we call cosmopolitanism in the 18th century. I don't understand that you don't take this as a parameter, a fundamental parameter of Europe. China holds its place by the fact that it has a very self-centered vision. China, by its cultural origins, considers that it is the center of the world, and that the rest of the world is something which just forms concentric circles and might become a part of it. But it's not cosmopolitan. Cosmopolitanism is accepting the world and hoping that the fragmentation of the world may give rise to dialogue. The United States is something else again. So the European model is cosmopolitan, so why not include that in your projects? Europe can't be made if it doesn't accept the fact that it is acting for the world, for itself. That's all very well to protect Europeans. That, in my opinion, is much too conservative. The Europeans have always, in their history, even if they are afraid of it, always looked outwards, projected outwards internationally, worldwide. Thank you. Would anything like to answer? Yeah. You are right. It's a fascinating issue we didn't talk about, which I think was more for the subject of the first panel discussion rather than this one. I have several explanations which might not be right, but I think we have a problem with our relationship with the rest of the world, because the key moments in the relations between Europe and the rest of the world have been violent. The Crusades, imperialism, slavery, colonization. And you are right in saying that we have made these moments which do embody ideas other than violence, seizing the property and the bodies of people. We have also made these moments of projection of values, but we do have difficulty dissociating this, the dark side, from the lighter side of our relationship with the rest of the world. And that, for me, is one of the problems, but where I think you're right, is that it's an essential component of defining a calm, serene European identity. All the malaise in European identity is due to the fact that we are incapable of digesting this complex history we have with the rest of the world, and therefore producing a European identity which is at peace with the rest of the world and with the heirs of the relationships we had previously with the rest of the world. And I think that big difficulty is one of the fundamental issues in this malaise of identity in Europe. As long as we think that European identity is just our Christian roots, I think we're going to have a problem. As long as we don't accept to say out loud that European identity has a huge international contribution, also a huge Jewish contribution. Today, we act as if the only contribution of the Jewish identity to European identity was the Shoah, especially in Eastern Europe. As we often discuss with Nathalie, with this sort of fantasy they have of their pure white Christian history, when in fact there's a birthplace of this Yiddish and Jewish culture, even though they have exterminated it. Thank you, in any case, for coming and for following us online as well in large numbers, and we'll see you again very soon to continue working on the construction of new narratives, notably European narratives. Thank you. Okay, welcome to all of you for this final debate of the day, of the second day of European Lab, this 10th forum. The general theme is the battle of the narratives, and on this theme it seemed essential to us that we should talk about the question of the climate emergency. Although obviously there are not a lot of other emergencies that demand our attention today, but this is a particularly important one, and many activists are noting that we've made a lot of progress on awareness of the disastrous situation we're in, and yet despite that there is genuine difficulty changing paradigm, changing the way we live in a sufficiently radical way to have an impact and to stop this disaster. So a lot of activists are thinking about how they should act, the narratives they can use, in search of narratives that are sufficiently engaging and mobilizing to elicit engagement, commitment, action. And we have therefore invited a certain number of people who Barnaby is going to be presenting. I'd like to thank all of you and also point out that the Mayor of Lyon, Grégory Doucet, is with us this evening to follow this debate as a witness to listen to this, and after our discussion we will invite him to speak and to react in terms of what the authorities are doing and how we can devise a mobilizing narrative on climate and how that might be able to inspire somebody who is leading a large local authority. And I'll hand over to Barnaby Banquetin, who's a journalist at Society and in many other journals, the role of moderating the debate. Thank you very much, and Caroline. Delighted to see you all here. Thank you for being here in person. I was going to give a short introduction, but I think Anne-Caroline has done my job for me. She's presented the context, and therefore, to conclude that quick introduction, to be a bit more positive, I did want to read a short extract from an interview given by Alain Damasio to the Le Monde this weekend. For those who don't know him, he is an important author of science fiction in France who thinks about all these questions of the narrative, and what he says, quoting him, the great narrative of progress with modernity, with nature as our decor and a resource to be exploited, that narrative is running out of steam, moving towards an ideal of society driven by technological innovation and with comfort as our horizon, has reached the point where it becomes impossible. However, the notion of progress remains relevant for me in its ameliorative dimension, the desire for improvement through political combat, and the fact that we cannot settle for the current state of the world, which must be transformed. And to think through this, we need imagination to guide us. And I think that provides a useful opening for the debate today. What should these imaginary points be to drive us, and what narratives can we use to elicit commitment and action, and also what tools and mediation means can we use? That's what we'll be discussing with our guests today, who I will present quickly before we have more details. So I'll begin at the end. On my right, we have Camille de Toledo. On his left, Neige Flocon and Thelma Dumont, who are high school students from Lyon. And on my right, Flore Vasseur. And a little later, we will have a Sami artist by video conference also. I don't know if he can see us for the moment. He can. So an interesting panel. You each work in your own way, in different ways, in different places, on creating and sharing narratives. Flore Vasseur will begin with you. So I'll introduce you. You are a journalist, filmmaker, writer, and through your work you have long questioned stories, narratives, and the way we tell them. For some 15 years, you have had a number of recurring themes like finance, digital technologies, which reveal an obsession with a certain collapse of our system, which you want to track and to highlight. Turning the spotlight on those who want to change the world. In recent years, you have paid particular attention to free internet, its whistleblowers, with a documentary film, Meeting Snowden, and an investigation, Aaron Schwartz, the hacker and computer prodigy who ended up committing suicide in 2013, and you present him in your latest book, Ce qui reste de nos rêves, and in September you'll be bringing out a new film, Bigger Than Us, where you meet dozens of young people committed to repairing the planet, asking difficult questions, suing states, and coming up with solutions to combat climate change. I think we have a short teaser here as an avant-premiere, and we'll show that before we move on to the discussion. And if we could perhaps turn the lighting down a little bit, that's perfect. Plastic pollution in Indonesia. A generation is rising to act. "18 years old, Lebanon, educating refugees." Memory Banda, 22 years old, Malawi, combating for girls' rights. Mary Finn, 22 years old, Greece, providing support to refugees, rescuing refugees. "19 years old, USA, climate emergency." Renee Silva, 25 years old, Brazil, freedom of expression. Winnie Tushabe, 25 years old, Uganda, food security.
Bien, merci beaucoup.
So thank you very much, and well done. Thank you also for the volume level. I'd never heard that so loud. I really enjoyed that. So, Flore, why this film, and what did you learn there? What new forms of mobilization, what narratives did you discover in the field? Present the people you met and how you met them. I'll try to keep this short. This film is the logical follow-up to my work so far. I started writing after the 11th of September. I was in New York, and I was really shocked by what had happened. I wanted to understand what was going on. So from book to different types of media, I tried to understand what was going on, and for my mental health, I needed to get in touch with those who were actually acting. Actors, business people, artists. I started telling their stories. Then this figure of the activist attracted me. I began working on these people, doing documentaries, articles. Where I went furthest was when I met Edward Snowden in Moscow. That was a very big experience for me. And I always wanted people to understand what I was seeing. And what I saw was people who were standing up for other people. So with meeting Snowden, I went around France showing the film in venues everywhere. I was exhausted by the end of it, and lots of people were saying it's wonderful, but you understand, I will never be Edward Snowden, because the guy has a sort of moral and mental power. He's a samurai. We're not all like that. But what I think is important is the trigger. What is it that brings change, which means we drop everything we're doing to commit in favor of other people. So I'd had enough of hearing people saying, but you understand, I'm not Edward Snowden. And that was limiting me in my work, so I decided to stop doing it. Not only is it not very profitable, but it's not actually serving a purpose because I want to have an impact. And then after a discussion with my son, who said I'd never done any films about pollution, I'd looked into corruption in politics, democracy, the big subjects, I'd completely left the environment to one side, which I thought had been addressed millions of times, and I also saw that it wasn't changing anything or very little. So I thought it's not a subject for me. And then my son said to me very clearly when he was 7, so I said, okay, right, I'll go and make a film about pollution. At the time I met Melati, who's the main character in the film, who was 16 at the time, who was in Bali, which is a nice place, which obviously, and who was trying to stop the distribution of plastic bags on the island. So she said, I thought that's a really good story to tell my son. So I went to make this little film, and then I can go back to my big subjects. So I went there, and really I was overwhelmed. Her and her daughter, 16 years old, had understood everything, and everything I'd been hearing from adults activists, white men of 50 years or more. Here I saw embodied in 2 magnificent young girls. So I made the film. And after that, I started hearing people saying it was difficult there to say that I can't do that because we have all been children. So I think I realized that there was something which was touching a nerve. We are afraid of change. As adults, we have lots of obstacles. We're pre-programmed for a lot of things in a way that perhaps later generations are not in many cases. So what I'm saying is that there was something, for me, there is something of a narrative there that can perhaps overcome the obstacles we have inside us. We see in the teaser, there's not just the young girls in Bali, there are others all over the world. How did you choose? What do they all have in common? What's the common denominator between them? I wanted to, obviously, it's a movie, so I really wanted to do something special. I thought perhaps this will be the only cinema movie I make. So I thought the environment is a symptom of what's happening to us. They talk about climate, but there are other things. What's happening with climate is the same thing that's happening on democracy, the same thing on inequalities. Everything is intimately linked together. So I didn't just want to stay with the question of the climate. So when I worked on Melati, I found that so wonderful that as a journalist, I thought I'll try and get some information to see if she's alone. This was well before Greta. This is in 2016. And when I looked around, I found the Mohammads and others. People who've started doing this at 13 years old and no one ever talks about them. My job is to tell stories, to stage them, to turn the spotlight on them. So I thought this was a wonderful story to tell. So why choose to tell it through film? You say it's your first movie in cinemas. You've done a lot of journalistic investigations. There's a real change there. But I'm working on other things, and it's, for me, they're all poets. There are people, all of them, who are very precise in their combats. They're alone. They have a lot of inner power. What they all have is also a very spiritual strength, although they use different words to describe that spirituality. That's why it's also called Bigger Than Us. But I've forgotten what your question was now. So why did you go from investigation as a journalist to a movie? That's a big leap and a change of tone, a change of register. I think a movie is, I love books, but when it's a movie that will be in cinemas. The film presents a narrative. It's a collective experience. Something happens. And I don't think we've ever needed this as much as we do now. We've had 15, 18 months where we've all been locked up at home. There's been no collective experiences. This is the first time I've been with lots of people, the first time I've been in a conference for I don't know how long. So I'm feeling a bit overwhelmed here. I apologize. Sort of seeing real people. And this is something we've all missed so much. So I think if we want to unite people, we need to share experiences. And the movies, for me, it's a dream. The beauty of the images, the music. You said something quite striking there. You had the impression that none of these efforts were really useful anymore. The mobilization on the climate in recent years has been based on scientific facts, which are incontrovertible, which have marked public opinion. And you have the impression that you've done this work, but ultimately it doesn't really have the same impact it used to. Precisely because here I'm going to quote one of my characters because they do talk about this. They themselves have been, one of them is 19 and he started when he was 6. 2/3 of his life he has spent with a microphone in demonstrations, suing the state, combating the oil industry, receiving death threats. These aren't people who sell lemonade after school. It's a real combat, and they are constantly questioned about their impact. They all have that from anybody who has a message to get across, whether they're a writer or an activist, is always going to ask themselves the question of what the point is. For him, it's a way of constructing himself and perhaps saving his skin, but is it triggering something in other people? And he said to me, it's true, we have all the statistics, we have all the information, we see all the images, and yet people are doing nothing. Because the main narrative today is that we are separated from each other. That, for example, the climate does not concern us. That this is something that will happen in X years' time, and it doesn't really touch us in our hearts, in our day-to-day life now. And so he talks about something very ancient, which is this disconnect from nature and from other people and from time. And this is exactly what we are experiencing, and the situation, the system doesn't necessarily want us to restore that connection with nature, with time, with each other. It prefers us to be distracted, but a real connection. Is there a history, a story that can someone else's experience really touch me? And for that, there is nothing quite like the movies. That's where that is possible. So there is a need to really captivate, to move people. I'd say more. What I found quite magic in what I experienced with these people, I don't know if you see that on the screen, is that we really went to places which are extremely broken, where society has collapsed, where people are in a state of dilapidation, where the population has been abandoned. 80% of the film is outside the Western world because 80% of today's young people are not in the Western world. Our children, don't represent much compared to everything that's going on around the world, but that gives us a responsibility when we are on this side of the fence. And what I found very surprising is that I thought I would make a film about people who get up very early in the hope that the adults... I never thought I'd make a feel-good movie. I hope it is one, perhaps, but it's not really my style. But we go to places which are more damaged than the places we live in, and we see people who are perhaps in a better state than we are. And these young people are ahead of the curve. They've understood things that we're just beginning to grasp, and it's a sort of reversal which I love, because who is speaking today? Who is putting out the messages? What are the narratives we're hearing? And here we can reverse this, notably Winnie, who is a farmer out in the wild in Uganda, who explains why we're here and about the capitalist system in 2 sentences. And that's what I love. I think our role as people who write and who speak is to reverse that and to go and find these people who are unknown, people who are so magnificent because, in fact, they're unspoilt by the media machine, media training, who are going to get an authentic message across because it's just direct, without any filters or mediation. So what I wanted was to show people who are acting, people who are achieving fulfillment through action. And surprisingly, it's a film with a lot of joy. You make a film about a collapsed society and you end up with a film about joy. And that's the choice that we have to make. So we've noted the date, 22nd of September. Thank you very much. So we also are lucky enough to have young people with us from Lyon. Thank you very much for being here. So Neige Floucan and Thelma Dumont, you are both high school students in your final year for Neige and in your second last year at high school, and you're both active members of Youth for Climate for about 2 years now. I think you said earlier you started 2 years ago. When Greta put out her call, I joined directly, and for me it was I've been with it about 2 years. We can imagine that most people are familiar with Youth for Climate, but it costs us nothing to take the time. Could you explain how you ended up here and what is Youth for Climate? What is this organization? Youth for Climate is a movement created by the call for Greta Thunberg, from Greta Thunberg in 2018 with the march on the 15th of March. She got together about 10,000 people in Lyon. After that, we continued mobilizing, extending the scope of our action. We still organize marches, but now we also do civil disobedience actions and other activities. Civil disobedience, die-ins, all the sorts of different sorts of actions. You even called for your high schools to be closed or to organize lockouts. So to raise awareness of the climate and social issues, we're also for feminism, anti-capitalism, or for LGBTQ+. We're not just here to talk about climate justice, but for social justice, so ecology and social issues. It's an international movement, I think. The international organization is Fridays for Future, if you'll excuse my accent, and Youth for Climate in French, if we can say that. So you individually, what is it that struck you? What was it? What was the event? What was the trigger, whatever it was, that made you want to take part in this movement 2 years ago, one after the other, if you like? For me, when I think about why I engaged, I remember something that struck me a lot, which was that I am lucky enough to have a house in the country where I go a lot, and I always go and look at the fields all day long. And when I learned that that could disappear, that the beauty I enjoy, I admire so much, could disappear, I thought to myself, it's not possible that I should allow that happen. But why was it you understood it might disappear? I saw that there was drought and other problems, and I didn't want to let that happen because I love this place. I love the animals that are there. And so I answered Greta's call, and from one event to another, I took part, and I haven't stopped since. And for you, Thelma? For me, it was more my parents. My father has always been very aware of climate issues, and he took me on marches, climate marches. And then when I went to high school, there was a group of Youth for Climate which got me involved, and I also have been at it ever since. You were looking for a commitment and engagement as well. And we talked about your parents. How do they react? I imagine they're happy to see you committed if they pass that on to you themselves. Neige, for example, how are your parents reacting to this new commitment? They're very open. I didn't have much difficulty getting the permission to take part in events or actions, as long as they knew what the risks were, and as long as they knew that I was aware of those risks, they let me do that. And even at home, I managed to set things up to have a bigger impact.
such as the compost initiative that's working very well, that we work on every day. What risks could you take for the ecology? The risk is a strong word. Sometimes when you do civil disobedience, we risk legal problems, but we take that into account before we go. We know what we're risking, but we do that. We decide which risk we're prepared to take. If it's blocking a company, for instance, we could risk a lot. There's some legal risks. Have you blocked companies before? Youth for Climate has already done that.
Et vous-même, on a le droit de vous poser la question ou c'est secret?
Moi, non. Moi non plus.
You've not done that? No, I haven't. And do you warn your parents that you're doing that type of action, risky action? My parents are always aware of what I'm doing, and they know the risks that I'm taking. And I've already told them, if I'm arrested by the police, you need to call this number. They always know what I'm doing, because I say that it's not possible to do something if they're not informed. So I always told them. So civil disobedience, legal risks, that's not the same thing. But your parents are very empathetic to your commitment, yes? And that's not the case of all the kids around you? What about with your friends? Do you have debates on this? Not everybody has the same feelings that you do. It's complicated to try to get everyone to understand, to get them to open their eyes about what they're consuming, what they're buying. So you don't necessarily have to go to McDonald's, you don't have to go to Kiabi and all those shops. I don't want to impose anything on them. I'm just trying to get them to open up their horizons a bit. I'm an activist, and lots of activists are in my group of friends. I don't want people accusing me of trying to impose my ideas, though. People come to the marches, and then they don't do anything else. It's interesting the words that you use, and that when people are hesitant, they say that you're trying to impose ideas on them. What do you say when you're trying to plead with people? Well, are you vegetarians? I haven't been able to be completely vegetarian, but I would like to be. I'm a flexitarian, but for medical reasons. So when friends tell me that they eat meat and I ask them why, there's a bit of a debate, and then they sometimes tell me I'm trying to impose my ideas.
Vous avez utilisé le terme de besoin.
You use the term need, the need to try to convince your friends. So when you're dealing with people who don't agree with you, what arguments can you use to try to convince them of what you're defending? They can be scientific arguments with the numbers to back them up, or examples. It really depends on the situation. The example of McDonald's that I gave earlier, I try to get them to open up their minds to how the animals are treated before so that we can eat them, and the way that chickens are being raised in the batteries. I try to inform them on things that they don't necessarily know about. I just try to inform them. I don't try to impose anything. I just would like to give them the information to help them make up their minds. Same for me. There's also a question. Flore talked earlier about joy. She said it was a film about joy. Do you use this idea of joy to try to convince people around you? Committing yourself to fighting for the climate is something that's great, and you can meet people, and it can be fun. You can change our lifestyles, and you can find joy. It depends on the message we're trying to get across. If we're trying to talk about hope, yes, then we'll try to surf on that wave and say, that we can change things, and it's by working together and demonstrating in the streets and carrying out these actions. The more we are, the bigger of impact we'll have, and the more we'll be able to change things. Sometimes there are dramatic messages. We need to act now, or it's going to be a disaster on every living being, not just us. It's also animals and plants. And does that work when you're instilling fear in people? Not necessarily, not always. It depends on what we're saying. But if you attack the spectator, they'll start to feel guilty, and it's a solution, but it's not the best solution. You have to do your utmost to get people to open up their minds a bit, change their mindset, open their brains, their eyes, and listen. There can be, you can have hard-hitting messages, but they're not always the solution. You adapt to the people in front of you, yes. I also wanted to understand, we talk about narratives and the choice of messages that we try to get across, but we can also talk about the media. Do you use social media, for instance? And how often and which ones? Is it Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok? So how do you use social media? So we try to reach a young population. A lot of people are on that social media, so we try to do awareness raising on those media. We're mostly active on Instagram, but for a young population, we'll be on Facebook for if we want to reach adults, and Twitter too for all generations. We try to go beyond Youth for Climate France to open up a TikTok account. We're really trying to diversify our actions to try to reach as many people as possible. But social media are really essential for you. You need to communicate on social media. Yes, people need to be able to see what we're doing and how they can change their impact to have a less of an impact. Were you ever victims of violence on social media, difficult messages? Yes. Yes, we've had to manage that. Hate messages, either you ignore them or you block them. We try to find solutions, but it's impossible to debate with people when they just want to impose their hate, so it's not worth it. No, we won't stop. It's not because they want to impose their ideas on us. When their minds are closed, it's sometimes difficult to open them. We try, but sometimes these people are very stubborn and set in their ways, and we're not going to spend our lives to try to convince them. And it incites us to continue. It gives us the fever to continue. A last question. You've mobilized a lot of people around you, and thanks to you, how many people have joined Youth for Climate? I don't think we can say it's thanks to any one of us, but it's thanks to everyone in the movement, everything that we've done little by little. Everyone brings their brick to the edifice. What we want for the future, the more of us there are, the better we'll succeed. We see more people are joining us. They see us at the demonstrations, and they say that they would like to join us. In my high school, they'll say, we do something, and people will say, well, we want to join also.
Merci beaucoup à vous deux. Camille de Toledo.
You wear several hats. You're a writer. You've got a hat on your head right now. A recognized prolific writer. You wrote Taiser la vie nouvelle. But you're not only involved in literature, you're also film videos, you're an artist. And in the last few years, you've come up with a concept and extension of writing. Maybe you can explain that to us. Your last work shows a will to experiment new types of narration, projects that are underway. PRLMNT.
De s'approprier le terme. C'est une pièce de théâtre.
So it's a play that you've written where the European Parliament wanted to automate nature, and so you're meeting young people in Europe in a context where humans and non-humans are on equal footing.
Et puis, le projet en cours, les auditions du Parlement de la Loire.
And the Parliament of the Loire, you imagine the possibility of a system of representation so that a non-human entity, a river, the Loire River, can defend its legal interests. So you'll represent the nature of these works more precisely, and I'm sorry if I didn't present them properly. Can you explain how you adapted your narrative to these more original formats that are more committed and more committing? Thank you.
Je vais peut-être commencer par un peu plus loin. On va penser avec le temps des arbres. Moi, mon père aimait bien les temps longs de l'histoire.
My father liked the long times of history, and the first email I had on January 1, 1994, I was interested in literature. There was a Ubu web where we were getting emails from the Zapatist insurrection. And for me, in the anti-globalization movement, that's the start of the first attempt to reformulate an alternative to what went on after the fall of the Berlin Wall. There was a sequence, the fall of the Berlin Wall, where we saw the affirmation of a single liberal democracy that recognizes in the early 80s, the Thatcher period, that there was no alternative. And then in the 90s, after the Zapatist insurrection, we saw experiments at the edge. And I was filming at the time, and I went, like you did, Flore, to go follow the eco-warriors that were already around London. And this is a memory. It's a memory of our long battle. When I listen to you, I see all of these ideas since January 94 that I've been working on them, and their thoughts and types of narrating the world that are of temperance. They're logical. It's just good, makes good common sense. How to welcome life, nature, how to build worlds that we can live in. And I'm struck since these have always been considered to be transgressive and going against the order of the world. We've been looking at the order of things in the wrong way around. There's an order of things that comes from our democracy in the market, and we know scientifically that it doesn't build a future that we can live in or a present that we can live in. So I did this documentary throughout the 90s, and the tipping point for me was when we felt that we were going to be putting another coin in the flipper. That's when the towers came down in New York. I had gone to Porto Alegre. I'd interviewed the participants. I went to Brazil, and I was filming. We called the movement, they called anti-globalization. That's where Porto Alegre started. And I saw all of these initiatives, all of these very deep ways of trying to convert towards other styles of economy, more collaborative economies that were more respectful of our earth and less destructive for the world. And the logic of our states and the Westphalia that we come back to constantly came back after September 11th. And when we were trying to escape from capitalism, all of those things were just killed off. It took 10 years. It took the revolution in the Arab world, the Arab Spring, and the call of a young girl on the climate for something to be created again after everything stopped after 9/11. And I see this cycle is repeating itself when we see movements of good common sense from our citizens across the world who are proposing possible ways of life. I see that the media or the state is pushing it back, pushing these movements back to the side. They call them as extreme. And it's, for me, it's it's turning temperance into extremism that I can't understand, that I have to meditate on. So yes, the powers are trying to discredit what your message. But at Greta, at that time, her call, why did it work? And why did it strike public opinion so much and have such an impact? And it really did a lot of awareness raising. I can't answer that. It's this spectacular part of the fight that doesn't really interest me. I'm going to tell you, I'll answer your first question. The way I understand how I can't understand why we're talking about good common sense being a radical idea. That's the concern that we have. For me, the claims, my daughter is in Fridays for Future in Berlin, and all these young people are asking for is temperance, which should be at the heart of our society. But we're pushing them into civil disobedience to get their message across. With the Parlement du Loir, I'd like to talk about an important event in the history of these common worlds that we're trying to maintain, defend, rebuild. It's the legal personalization of the Manganewi River in New Zealand. It's a law. So the center of gravity changed. It was the law, so it could be defended by the police, a law. You're not against it, you're for a law. And that's what came back into my ideas. How can we rewrite the laws? How can we write new laws for the future so that the world order is organized around this common world, this common good? And the New Zealand law really interested me. It started from the Maori tribes along the river, and it was the New Zealand Parliament that said, we weren't able to defend this river, Magawi, us, the state. Order, the law and order. We were not able to defend the Mangawi River. However, we recognize that there are guardians along the riverbanks and who are better qualified than us, the state, to represent the river. So we're seeing a real change in law. So we have this state, a general interest against private companies. And in some countries, things are really dysfunctional with the power of lobbyists. But we have three actors: the state, company interests, who have an interest in what they call the progress, the developmentalism, where they want to just create capital. And the person, the legal person that is nature. And it was Montesquieu lesson 1. We realize that there's something missing in the balance of power. The state has always been focused on development, so has never protected the earth properly. And we have the proof with the Anthropocene period. Companies are not guardians of the earth either, even if they're saying that they're becoming green, but they still have to report to their shareholders, and the rules are difficult to change for them. So with these two meta-human hubris that are companies and the state, what do we have? We have what is associated with land, and land doesn't have the law to defend it. And what we're seeing is a tipping point in law now, where we have a third generation of law, the law of the land, that can establish in our law this third power, this counter power that is the earth. And some people like Flore, like you, will be the guardians of it. And they'll no longer be rejected into illegal action because they can become the Maori tribes of that river. In our developed world, we're going to have to find the equivalents. And that seems, again, moderation. It's a counter power, a counterweight. So we can have the voice of the ecosystems, of the environments to say to the state, that's enough. Your reasoning stops here. Or to say to companies, your reasoning stops here. Not to say we're only defending the land and there's nothing allowed. But in order to find balance, we need to defend what is non-human, defend in the non-human injustice, and that's why we started the Parliament of the Loire that aims at recognizing the Loire as a legal entity, as an independent legal person, independent of the state and independent of the private interests. But having said that, that has existed for the Rhone and other European ecosystems, and it's spreading. We could say that the law is often the result of capital and organizations in place. So it's there to limit the adversary. So in the path that's described by the different legal specialists that we auditioned for this project, it's really interesting. They say that the acceleration of capitalism goes back in time, the first industrial revolutions, but at the end of the 19th century, when we authorized that shareholders groups have access to a legal structure. In France, it's a legal person. Companies can be a legal person. Companies are different from the physical people linked to them, so they became a meta subject with meta rights, and then that gave them incredible rights with respect to human life and terrestrial life. So environmental lawyers who are participating in this debate on the question follow the following logic. These incredible rights that they have to this legal fiction that gave rights to companies has now produced effects. And we're scientifically living with the effects of the acceleration of the rights of capital over the rights of land. And states today are no longer able to impose the common goods or common good facing these companies. So they say, what happens if we change one parameter, one element in the balance of power, and we create legal entities for ecosystems so that even one day they'll be able to claim revenue. They'll be able to benefit from the work. So what's the law done for the electricity industry? The nature feeds the hydropower plants. What rights are paid to the Loire River for the work that it's doing? None. So we've created objects without rights and subjects without rights that don't have the means to defend themselves. So we have associations, NGOs, and citizens' movements that are extremely precarious, that vary according to each person's personal objectives. But if we had a legal entity for these bodies, we would stabilize the law, where there would be a possibility for these legal entities to say, We can pay for lawyers. We can represent non-human interests. And since we humans are very talented in creating fictions, parliamentary fiction, the fiction of representation, trade unions are fictions, companies fictions, nation states are based on fictions. So we're going to add a fiction to the world that says, okay, we'll create legal entities, elements of nature that will be able to dialogue, interrupt, oppose, go before the courts, etc. And in the Loire Parliament, we're hoping that one day we'll be able to collect revenue for the work taken by humans. So the Atrato River in Colombia, they're wetlands that are attacking the state of Florida on May 1st, on Labor Day. It's the Wangan in India, the Ganges and the Yamuna that were on the point of doing it, and then the case law did not allow it. And many ecosystems, like animal life and plant life, that will have access to the right to have a voice in this plural ecosystem and the balance of power that includes land elements. Thank you. That was really interesting. I've got lots of questions to ask, but it reminds me of what Baptiste Morisot defends with the trade union delegate for living entities, and that brings us to a very interesting topic that we're seeing more and more in public opinion. It's the question of living, to go beyond this Occidental fiction, nature against culture, and the experience that you're talking about contributes to getting rid of this duality. And we're lucky to be able to talk to Sami Mati Eku, who's an artist. So I'm hoping he can see us. So thank you, Mati, for being with us. And I wanted to make a transition. Can you hear us, Mati?
Yes, yes. Bon, très bien. La connexion se fait. Je faisais cette transition.
So I was talking about living things because I think it's also an important thing, part of your work. You can introduce yourself, but you've done a lot of different things. You work on different mediums, photography, sound, installations, video, texts. What do you get out of mixing all these different formats, and what do you do more precisely with these different forms, mediums? And just for the audience, Mati is going to speak in English, I think. So just for the audience, you have headsets at your disposal to have a translation into French so that everybody understands what Mati is explaining. Over to you, Mati.
Hi. So if I understood your question correct, of course, working with many different medias, it gives much more possibilities to address different kind of questions. And because I also like to write and I like to talk, I like to do artist talks and so on. So together with that, with working with images, with moving image, and I also I like to work with multi-channel video installations and spatial video installations. So that's just, of course, to create more kind of like interesting entry points to the kind of topics or questions that I'm trying to address.
Pardon. Et donc, est-ce que vous pouvez nous dire exactement?
And could you tell us precisely what sort of subjects you're interested in? What is the focus of your work? What is it you're trying to define in your relationship with the living world?
I'm really interested in the concept of nature, an idea of nature, and image of nature, and how this of course has a lot to do with relationship to nature, and this kind of like if nature is something exterior or interior, if we are part of nature, if nature is something out there, if the human cultures are separated from nature or not, and this kind of this is interesting way to look into nature policies that are of course like affecting both the societies, but also like indigenous cultures and so on. And it's really interesting to try to understand how this kind of what does it mean? What does it mean when the Nordic nation states, for example, they, on the other hand, they, if there's like a economical interest, then suddenly there is no limit to how much nature can be always destroyed permanently. But then again, if we are considered indigenous people and we live in a reindeer herding, with the reindeer herding culture, so our lifestyle is much more regulated than, you know, if a mining company destroys a whole ecosystem, they just make a lot of money. But if we kill one wolf that has killed a lot of our reindeer, then, you know, I would have to go to prison and so on and so on. So that these kind of, I'm really interested in this kind of like ideological motives behind this kind of what I like to call like nation states schizophrenic nature relationship, that the indigenous cultures are often like squeezed in between this kind of either the sort of exploiting all natural resources or protecting the nature as an image, as an idea, as an image where the indigenous cultures often cannot fit in.
Et donc concrètement, comment?
And so in very practical terms, how do you portray, how do you represent this approach to nature? What does your work, how does your work express this? How does it portray this?
So I don't know. By combining, I use also quite a lot of like interviews, storytelling, narratives that are like, I interview elders from the Sami communities, for example, and I let them speak, and I let them speak for sometimes very long time, where I'm like, sometimes the question is kind of addressed very indirectly. We're like a little bit going around it, but maybe then it becomes like indirectly clear at some point that why this contradiction is so strange.
C'est presque une forme à vous écouter de.
Listening to you, it's almost like you're creating an archive, you're collecting narratives, you're collecting stories of these people directly.
My latest work, which is going to be also installed next week in Harstad here in northern Norway, I will exhibit it again. It's called The Archives of Matti Aikio and the Image and Idea of Nature, and why the self-determination of indigenous peoples is so crucial to all of us. So yes, I'm also constantly like collecting. It's also a bit like an archive that takes different shapes and different forms and different constellations.
Alors, merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Matti. Stay with us. I'm sorry, we have a timer here in front of us and I'm running out of time. So please stay with us. Perhaps there will be some more questions for you later and we can continue our discussion. As we said, we're lucky enough also to have with us in the room here the mayor of Lyon, Grégory Doucet. And we have asked him to give his point of view on these discussions, perhaps to understand how these narratives and these new narratives can perhaps inspire public action as a mayor of a city.
Merci.
Thank you. If you allow me to take off my mask. Camille, if I can call you that. I like sitting next, it's nice to sit next to him because I was very touched by the different references you made, talking about things which have inspired you. I think we've perhaps, I don't know if we're about the same age, perhaps. Yeah, so we're a very similar age, and we have similar inspirations, similar key moments in our personal histories. But you talked a lot about the question of law and that river in New Zealand and the recognition of a New Zealand river as a legal entity is a key moment for me and extremely significant. I don't think we realize quite how much yet. And I liked the reference you made to commercial law and to common sense. And when you stop for a moment, we realize that a company, which is a legal entity, exists, has rights, can do a huge number of things, can sue people, but the living things, living beings, things that I can touch, things that I can eat, don't have that legal status. A company has no material shape as such. It's a conception of the mind. The only physical presence of a chair is the officers, the accounts, but a company is nothing tangible. I studied in a business school, so I'm very aware of these things, but this is something that marked me very early on. There's a sort of gap here. There's something which is wrong. We don't acknowledge the real existence and the rights of something that exists. So when you talked about common sense, I found that very striking. Things that exist. That's just the way it is. And because it exists, we should give them rights in the same way that we have rights. So I just wanted to make a quick personal digression. You asked me what springs to mind listening to this, but although the question of law to me is of crucial importance, and also a quick word for Marie Toussaint, who is an ecologist and a member of the European Parliament, who was here 2 years ago. So Marie, she may be watching us, so hello if you're there. But the question of law for me is not just something to be explored intellectually or artistically, as Camille said earlier. For me, it is an absolute necessity. We absolutely must make progress on this. But I want to also come back to the images we saw from Flore. Something that touched me a lot is that I went to Manila in the Philippines in 2001, just after the collapse of the Smoking Mountain, which was a mountain of waste in the Tondo district, where hundreds of people had died under a pile of waste on which they were working. I saw that. I saw people in the slums. I went there to see people living in that district. And for me, it was a huge revelation to see the extent. That's mountains of plastic waste. I've never seen so many flies in my life. There wasn't a space anywhere where you didn't have flies. And I said to myself, how can people live with total dignity, smiling all day long on a mountain of waste? And for me, there was Captain Marcos, and there was that which were my inspirations. I'm going on too long, aren't I? But as a political actor, what narratives can you construct from these personal experiences? If I'm talking about this, it's because the images in your film reminded me of what I saw at the time, 20 years ago. And for me, it was the beginning of a sort of eco-anxiety. And I said, it's really not possible to live like that. So before that, I had been working a little bit with Greenpeace, but for me, that was a big trigger. And in fact, I realize that today this eco-anxiety has become something that's relatively general and widespread in the population. It's great what you're doing, Neige and Thelma, to have the enthusiasm to fight against this. But as Camille said, for the moment, it is still too much seen as an alternative, and it shouldn't be seen. And also it creates, as a politician, it also creates a sort of neoliberal reaction, an ultra-authoritarian reaction, morning through to night with the elections at the moment. People talk to us about security in a world where it's true there is insecurity. But the insecurity at the bottom of my building is intolerable. But we have to remember that in relation to the violence into which the world is slipping, it's really nothing. Little by little, we are losing the things that we enable us to earn our living. It's not just... It really is bigger than us. It really is something very important. And your political adversaries talk about this all day long. I don't want to... So, sort of very dogmatic. When you were talking about dogmatic views, that's something I hear in municipal council meetings day after day. But how do you transform that image of ecology, which is increasingly being instrumentalized? But how do you transform that image to if I could talk about what we were saying about insecurity and security in our local communities, it's because one of the challenges is to reconcile all of this in narratives which are very positive and which make people want to do things. And I say this very clearly. I have huge expectations of the artistic and cultural world because I think it's partly, there are other stakeholders who have a role to play, obviously, but it's through artistic creation that we are going to manage to switch on lights and to see that we can perhaps see our world differently through art. And I am struck, and in a city like Lyon, which is with a very rich artistic and cultural life, which I find remarkable, to see the extent to which there are initiatives being taken to show things like what Flore and Camille are doing, to show things from different perspectives. And this is switching on lights which will perhaps really enlighten us on these subjects and enable us to move forwards together. What we need is some new references, new narratives, but we also need to not forget that we also have a history which we need to be able to build on. We need to be able to say something new while drawing on our past. Personally, as someone who has just lived in Lyon for 12 years, I have been struck by the lack of recognition of our two rivers, which in fact tell the whole history, the whole story of the city, the Saône and the Rhône rivers. It's through them that we can understand what the city is. And if we don't restore that connection with our river, we can't move forwards towards a new narrative. We mustn't forget this. We also need to have our roots, to have that history, and we don't have that, we won't have the future either. Your adversaries are going to say that you're like the Amish people, or with their oil lamps, or what can you oppose? What can you say in response to that? When you talk about this narrative, what is it? I'm not here to answer. Sometimes I have to answer my opponents because we have to play the political game. But personally, my aim is to tell narratives that are different. And when I'm just answering my political adversaries or the Ministry for Agriculture, saying what I should or should not do, I'm not creating narratives. However, if I explain that, yes, we have to reduce our meat consumption, there I'm actually coming up with a narrative. Obviously, I have to take it further, but what's important for me today, to go a bit further on the subject, is it's not, we don't just want to say it's not good to eat meat because it's not good for the planet. It's also because if I eat less meat, I might eat better meat, local meat, and restore my local connection with the rural world around me. And I am restoring my roots. It's good for my health, it's good for the economy. So we constantly need to succeed in coming up with these stories, perhaps not new stories, or telling the same stories in a new way based on our roots and our past. And just one last quick word. In everything I heard that stimulated me a lot, there's one thing I would like to say, which is that we have a huge challenge as regards these narratives. Two huge challenges. The first is how we link this narrative in with our day-to-day life. That's why I also have to be able to talk about security or insecurity in our districts, because otherwise people are going to think I'm not connected to reality. I need to know what's going on in the streets. But above all, this narrative must not just be the narrative of a book we were happy to read, we've put on our shelf. It's a really good book. It's different from other books. We need narratives which actually establish norms. We need to transform our daily life and the way we live. That's what we're talking about. And we need to reverse the scale of norms, the norms and standards which are totally abnormal, that give more rights to a company which isn't real or tangible, rather than to a plant, an animal, or even a human being. I remind you that goods travel around the planet more easily than people, and that is not acceptable ultimately. So we need to have norms. We need to make sure that the alternatives, and what Camille said earlier is true, the alternative, today's alternative, has to be the norm tomorrow. And to come back to what you said about law, the law in our human societies is one of the best drivers for transforming considerations into norms, intellectual considerations into norms. Money, for example, is a norm. Money doesn't exist. I can announce to you, say money doesn't really exist. It's just a convention among us that says that this has a value and this has more value, measured in money. So we've created norms which are all fictional and which are our way of viewing the, but if we change our norms and change the law, at that point we can change our ways of life much more massively, and that's what is at stake today. I am a mayor. I'm not a legislator. I'm not in parliament. I'm not drafting laws. But if we are going to get these norms to change together, we also have to talk about our daily life, as I try to, but we also need to have the artists like you can switch on those lights and guide us, show us a way collectively to change those norms and lead the battle locally and internationally, because law also is international. So we've heard all those different things today, which are very interesting. I'm sorry, it's always very frustrating to conclude when we still have a lot of things to say, and I'm sure you also have lots of questions to ask. But as we've just said, the law is the law. I'm going to be obliged to stop. But I imagine everyone will be staying and you can ask them any questions that you have face to face. And please come and ask them. I'm sorry that we couldn't hand over to you for your questions. And thank you for your attention, and see you again soon.
Merci.
Thank you. Thank you, Barnabé. It's true that it was difficult to fit all of that in. Thank you to Matti, especially, for joining us remotely. We can continue our discussions here in Lyon, and I'd like to inform you that online we're going to continue with the recording of the conversation between Camille de Toledo and Camille Louis, which was held yesterday in the investigations chamber, which is the plastic installation which Camille created in partnership with the Book Festival and with Artifarty. That is a conversation that was very subtle, intelligent, so I suggest that you go and listen to that. It was also very moving, and Camille will be talks there about a certain number of things which he mentioned today in this debate. Thank you to all of you, and for those of you online, please do follow that conversation with Camille.
À Hôtel 71, au cœur de cette chambre d'enquête conçue par l'auteur et artiste Camille de Toledo, en compagnie de Camille Louis, philosophe et dramaturge. Moi, je suis Anne-Caroline Jombaud, directrice du pôle idée d'Artifarty, l'association qui organise notamment les forums European Lab et dont les équipes travaillent dans ce magnifique lieu, Hôtel 71, aux côtés d'autres résidents, dont l'école urbaine de Lyon. Je suis particulièrement heureuse et émue, je crois, comme plusieurs personnes de l'équipe d'Artifarty ce soir, pour plusieurs raisons. D'abord parce que c'est les 10 ans du European Lab et que c'est toujours doux et heureux de partager ces moments avec des visages amis, avec des compagnons de route. Et l'un comme l'autre, vous avez accompagné European Lab à de nombreuses reprises. Camille Louis, parce qu'en tant que philosophe et activiste, tu nous as accompagnés à Bruxelles, à Paris, à Lyon. Et tu fais partie de ces figures effectivement qui allient l'engagement de façon très concrète et la réflexion, la théorie. Et c'est aussi une des marques de fabrique de European Lab, d'essayer d'articuler effectivement réflexion et action, voilà, la pensée et aussi l'expérimentation. Et puis Camille de Toledo, parce que la première fois qu'on t'a invité à un forum, il y a 3 ans, je crois, c'était simplement pour faire connaissance, parce qu'on avait l'intuition qu'on pourrait faire des choses ensemble. Donc la première fois, on t'a invité simplement à partager des moments avec nous, sans forcément intervenir. Finalement, tu l'avais fait au débeauté. Et ça correspondait aussi pour toi à un retour à Lyon, donc à un moment qui, je pense, a une coïncidence qui fait aussi le lien d'une certaine façon avec ton dernier livre, Ta vie, sa vie nouvelle, qui opère un retour aussi à la fois sur ta famille, ce qui a motivé aussi ton départ pour Berlin. Et c'est aussi ce qui a été le point de départ d'une résidence de création qu'on a imaginée avec la fête du livre de Bron et l'école urbaine de Lyon. On a ensemble uni nos forces, qui nous a permis de partir sur un projet plus ambitieux que si on l'avait fait chacun dans notre coin. Et puis surtout, je pense, de t'accompagner dans les différentes facettes de ton œuvre et dans tes multiples talents, puisque Yann Nicole, qui est présent avec Thibaut à la fête du livre de Bron, t'accompagnait déjà depuis plusieurs années à l'endroit de la littérature, qui est quand même le cœur du réacteur, qui est la matrice. Mais la question de l'anthropocène, par exemple, de l'attention au vivant, traverse toute ton œuvre. Et c'est vrai qu'à ce titre, l'école urbaine de Lyon avait été très attentif aussi à ton travail et désireux de t'accompagner dans cette dimension. Et puis nous, du côté du European Lab, c'est vrai qu'on défend peut-être, on questionne les formes de l'engagement. On est sur une dimension plus politique. On a ouvertement, effectivement, comme notre nom l'indique, un horizon européen. Et c'est vrai qu'à la fois sur l'Europe, dont tu parles magnifiquement, tu t'es engagé aussi sur la question de la traduction comme langue de l'Europe. Tu vis à Berlin. Voilà, tu as vraiment cet horizon aussi en partage avec nous. Et puis tu es quelqu'un aussi qui est engagé. Alors on en discutera aussi parce que les formes évoluent. Mais tu as souvent été aux côtés des migrants, par exemple, ou d'engagement collectif que tu as partagé. Il manque un autre aspect, mais peut-être dans tout ce que j'ai tracé aussi, qui est la dimension plastique, puisque tu es aussi un artiste plasticien. Alors on le sait moins en France, puisque tu as eu une grande exposition, mais en Allemagne, c'était à Leipzig. Et on voit du coup à travers cette œuvre, cette installation, un petit peu toutes ces dimensions qui interviennent, puisque vous voyez effectivement sur l'œuvre, sur les panneaux qui se déploient derrière Camille, à la fois la dimension de la généalogie familiale qu'on retrouve dans Thésée, sa vie nouvelle, une quête intime, mais aussi une enquête historique. On voit des champignons atomiques d'Hiroshima, on voit des photos des camps, voilà, la grande histoire avec une grande H et la petite histoire plus intime et familiale. Tout cela s'entrelace. Et sur la dimension plastique, c'est vrai que c'est un aspect qui est intéressant, parce que on pourrait peut-être considérer d'une certaine façon que tu es du côté de la littérature exposée, en tout cas du déploiement plastique d'une œuvre littéraire, ce qui est assez singulier. Cette installation le montre bien. Et pour ceux qui ont eu en plus la chance de lire le dernier livre de Camille, Thésée, sa vie nouvelle, ils comprennent assez vite que il y a de saisissants échos entre cette œuvre littéraire et l'installation. J'ai déjà été beaucoup trop longue, mais ça me permettait déjà de refaire un petit peu le retour sur la genèse de cette résidence. Et je vais peut-être... alors je ne sais pas si tu peux simplement réagir à ce que j'ai dit de la résidence, de la façon dont elle s'est déployée et de ce à quoi elle aboutit. Juste un petit mot, puisqu'après on va partir sur des sujets, on va reprendre le fil des conversations qui ont eu lieu depuis plus d'un an dans le cadre de la résidence. C'est un autre volet de la résidence de création. Il y a eu effectivement la réalisation de cette œuvre plastique que tu as complétée à chacune de tes venues, mais il y a aussi eu un séminaire ouvert et un cycle de conversations qui t'ont permis de questionner le registre de l'enquête à différents niveaux.
Écoute, d'abord merci beaucoup pour cette introduction. Je pense j'y reviendrai en fait, mais oui. Donc, en tout cas simplement pour vous dire que je suis très très heureux que Camille Louis soit là avec nous. Merci beaucoup de ce chemin, parce que c'est un long chemin finalement à travers beaucoup d'épreuves. C'était assez picaresque, il y avait le Covid, il y avait les difficultés à traverser l'Europe, il y avait les trains qui roulaient plus, il y avait les passages de frontières. Donc derrière chaque pièce, chaque geste, c'est tout ça. Et puis il y a aussi un chemin partagé avec des différentes personnalités du monde de l'engagement, des sciences humaines. Donc j'en cite quelques-uns, je vais sans doute en oublier, mais on avait ouvert cette séquence avec Michel Lusseau, qui est ici assez connu, puisqu'il est là au sommet de cette maison que nous occupons là maintenant avec l'école urbaine de Lyon. Puis j'ai eu la chance de m'entretenir avec un historien qui était Hervé Mazurel, et puis il y a eu d'autres conversations avec Frédéric Aïtouati, que Camille Louis connaît bien, et ça c'était à distance. Enfin voilà, donc il y a eu tous ces échanges, ils sont en ligne, on peut les consulter. Ce sont des conversations qui à chaque fois cherchaient à saisir un moment inquiet, de la vie humaine à l'issue d'un siècle XXe qui a beaucoup détruit, et dans un temps au début du XXIe siècle qui tremble aussi pour certaines raisons. Et on se demandait à chaque fois quel était le sens de ce geste d'enquête. Qu'est-ce qu'on cherche quand on se met à enquêter à la fois sur des formes de disparition, sur des crimes du passé, mais aussi sur des disparitions du présent, que ce soit la question migrante qui occupe beaucoup Camille, ou des formes plus écocides de destruction de monde, de climat, de formes de vie animale, etc. Donc voilà, on tournait un peu comme un soleil noir autour de ce temps des enquêtes.
Et on avait d'emblée effectivement prévu que Camille Louis participe à ce cycle de conversation. Ça aurait dû avoir lieu l'année dernière pour European Lab, qui malheureusement a été annulé comme beaucoup d'autres manifestations. Mais avec Camille Louis, tu souhaitais effectivement questionner l'enquête dans un nouveau champ qui s'ouvre peut-être en philosophie, qui est beaucoup plus articulé aussi avec l'action, l'engagement. Et en quelques mots, Camille, parce que je ne t'ai pas suffisamment présentée sans doute, rappeler que tu es philosophe, activiste, dramaturge, co-initiatrice du collectif international Compost. En tant que dramaturge, tu es associé encore à la Bellone à Bruxelles. Tu l'as été au théâtre de Nanterre à l'époque de Philippe Ken, où tu as développé tout un cycle de rencontres intitulé Monde possible, qui va se poursuivre, j'imagine, avec Philippe autrement. Tu as été aussi très présente, et je crois que tu t'apprêtes à résider pour de vrai maintenant en Grèce, à Athènes. Et tu vas sortir prochainement un livre aux éditions du PUF en octobre qui s'appelle La conspiration des enfants, dont tu nous parleras sans doute. Et puis quelques mots sur tes engagements, puisque Camille l'a cité, mais tu l'as été vraiment aussi au moment de Calais, enfin auprès des migrants de Calais, auprès des personnes exilées aussi en Grèce, notamment à l'île de Lesbos et à Athènes. Plus récemment en France, à travers l'association La Casa, qui s'occupait de proposer des logements aux personnes qui n'en avaient pas, en demandant à ceux qui laissaient leur logement pour se confiner à la campagne ou ailleurs, et que cette association se poursuit. Et peut-être une première question, puisque tu étais un peu le sujet qu'on voulait questionner, que tu souhaitais questionner, Camille. Comment s'articulent dans tes travaux effectivement ces deux points, à la fois la théorie et le symbolique, et puis les solidarités concrètes, puisque tu es vraiment engagé à travers toutes ces actions. Est-ce que l'un se nourrit de l'autre? Est-ce que ça se complète? Est-ce que ça se déchire, comme on disait tout à l'heure?
Beaucoup de choses. Merci beaucoup de l'introduction et de l'invitation. Moi aussi, je suis vraiment très contente. Donc, désolée de vous faire part à ce point de notre joie de la réunion, mais bon, vous la comprenez puisqu'on a tous été un peu privés de nos lieux et de nos croisements. Mais c'est vrai que c'est particulièrement émouvant pour moi, en effet, de revoir European Lab pour qui pour lesquels j'ai une énorme estime, vraiment. Et de se trouver dans cette chambre de Camille avec un prénom commun, des prénoms qui se font écho, de frères qui ont le même prénom, de mots qui qui tissent des ponts invisibles entre ton écriture et la mienne et nos manières d'habiter ce monde. C'est très troublant. Donc j'ai passé un temps chargé dans la chambre, et je vous y invite, si vous n'avez pas eu l'occasion d'écouter Camille vous légender par sa voix ce que vous voyez sur les parois. C'est vraiment très précieux comme expérience, puisque je pense qu'il y a une chose, je vais venir à la question, mais elle est liée, c'est en tout cas qui me touche particulièrement, cette capacité à lier l'intime et le collectif, et donc en un sens le politique, et particulièrement avec une question que je ne sais plus si tu l'as dit ou si tu l'as écrite, mais la possibilité de faire l'histoire depuis une blessure. Et qui est à la fois une blessure intime, mais des intimités croisées, parce que je pense que c'est des blessures qui peuvent faire aussi lien entre différentes singularités, mais qui est une blessure du monde qu'on saccage, du monde qu'on piétine, et des formes de vie qu'on piétine tout autant, et comment le chagrin, ou en tout cas l'attention à cette blessure, sans forcément la réparer, la guérir, mais la soigner. Et c'est pas la même chose, guérir et soigner. Prendre soin d'une blessure, c'est aussi créer d'autres soucis pour le monde et l'être au présent, et je crois que on en a beaucoup besoin, y compris dans nos engagements politiques. Et donc ma manière, en effet, à moi de travailler avec ces blessures-là, et en un sens mener l'enquête, puisque je crois que l'action et l'engagement sur les terrains, il part moins d'une idéologie où il faut sauver tel ou tel groupe sujet qu'on identifie comme des groupes sujets, alors que ce sont tous des actrices et des acteurs différents, mais ça part vraiment d'un souci d'enquête au sens de rendre visible et faire l'histoire, ou en tout cas faire remonter les histoires étouffées, et pouvoir aller sur les terrains où, c'est comme anticiper la catastrophe en fait, savoir qu'il y a des terrains où, encore une fois, des groupes sujets, des singularités vont disparaître, et que ce ne sera pas noté, et que ce sera encore moins noté noter que ceux par lesquels on les rendra visibles dans la mémoire, ce sera simplement sous le statut de victime ou de personnes qui ont disparu. Et moi, ce que j'essaie de faire beaucoup auprès des personnes exilées sur ces terrains-là de lutte, c'est d'aller à la rencontre de ces personnes qui ne sont pas simplement des victimes, elles le sont à différents niveaux, mais elles sont aussi des actrices et des acteurs de monde, des résistantes et des résistants, et des gens qui inventent des manières justement à la fois de traverser la mer, mais aussi de traverser les multiples frontières auxquelles ces personnes-là sont soumises une fois qu'elles arrivent ici, qui en fait n'est jamais arrivé nulle part, puisqu'on sait ce que c'est arriver en Europe aujourd'hui pour des personnes venant d'Afghanistan ou d'ailleurs. C'est juste le début d'un nouveau voyage de violence en fait. Et je crois que ce que j'essaie de faire, à la fois en étant là et en les relatant dans les récits que je porte à l'endroit plus de la philosophie, de la dramaturgie, c'est en effet de faire en sorte que l'enquête puisse se mener, y compris quand il n'y a plus de traces. Et ça, c'est vraiment une question que je voulais partager avec toi aussi. À quoi on s'attache quand il n'y a même plus de traces, puisque tout a été balayé, les fameux circulés, il n'y a rien à voir, qui font le devenir de nos mobilisations politiques. À quoi on s'accroche et comment est-ce qu'on soutient? Et c'est vrai que moi, j'ai finalement moins choisi la théorie que le théâtre, mais c'est deux mots intéressants. La théoria, c'est ce qui donne à voir, et le théatron, c'est donner les conditions d'un voir. Et du coup, je crois que d'aller sur les terrains, c'est aussi me donner les conditions de voir un peu plus et un peu plus longtemps que ce qui a été bloqué. Et que finalement, pour rendre visible autrement, enfin plus longtemps et le mettre en partage, c'est des fictions en fait. C'est des dramaturgies beaucoup plus que des essais théoriques, et ça sera en effet l'objet et la forme de ce livre, La conspiration des enfants, qui, alors qu'il devait reprendre ma thèse de docteur en philosophie, est devenu une série, enfin ces 3 mouvements fabulatoires qui suivent des récits d'enfants qui sont des enfants en partie rencontrés sur ces terrains de lutte et en partie fictionnés, au sens où j'ai prolongé ce qui m'était resté d'eux dans les endroits où j'en avais croisé les fantômes en fait. Voilà pour démarrer.
Alors, je ne sais pas, Camille, si tu veux réagir, mais pour peut-être prolonger... Ah oui, si je dis Camille, on va s'en mêler. Hein. Oui, tu veux prendre la parole?
Non, je me signalais par rapport au prénom, l'adresse.
Oui, sur ta présence sur le terrain, sur ta manière d'être sur le terrain, on voit bien qu'il y a aussi des postures, parfois. Enfin, il y a des gens qui se jettent sur les terrains de lutte d'une certaine façon pour en être, et il peut y avoir aussi du trop, voilà. Et toi, tu essayes d'être vraiment, tu le disais, hein, de faire remonter plutôt depuis les plus fragiles, depuis ce qui est abîmé, de le faire entendre, d'essayer de voir ce qui peut tenir à partir de là. Comment tu observes ce terrain de l'engagement, qui est miné de toutes parts aussi?
Je croyais qu'on passait à l'autre, Camille, du coup j'étais... oui, non, c'est important ce que tu rappelles, mais en effet, je suis... parce qu'on en parlait sur à la fois le fait qu'on soit tous les deux des personnes engagées, mais de manière différente, et qu'on a parfois un peu cette binarité, cette caricature de l'activiste comme celui qui est forcément sur le terrain à l'endroit où il faut lever les poings, et alors qu'il y a des tonnes de manières d'être sur le terrain, et que pour y être souvent... j'ai de plus en plus tendance à essayer de travailler la manière la plus juste de prendre part à une lutte, c'est-à-dire de ne pas forcément, en effet, s'y jeter, qui devient une sorte de geste sacrificiel, où finalement les personnes pour lesquelles on prétend s'engager sont de la même manière niées, puisqu'on ne les écoute pas, puisqu'on a déjà prévu de parler pour eux et elles, mais sans eux et elles. Et moi, j'essaie d'être un tout petit peu plus petite, plus humble, et d'aller d'abord à la rencontre des personnes, d'observer comment ces gens-là luttent pour elles et eux-mêmes, et ensuite de faire lien. Et pour moi, c'est vraiment important, cette question de l'alliance, et comment ces personnes-là, qui sont des personnes exilées, qui viennent d'endroits très différents, au final, mais c'est ce que fait très bien Camille aussi sur les parois, comment ça parle de nous, et nous parlons d'eux à d'autres endroits de blessures, de trajectoires, trajectoire amputée, d'impossibilité de rejoindre et en même temps la nécessité de partir. Enfin, toutes ces routes-là, elles sont communes. Et du coup, comment les entendre, comment être à la hauteur de ces voix constamment tues et pas encore plus les recouvrir en prenant les armes pour elles. Et c'est au-delà de la symbolique de ça, c'est très concret. Ça fait simplement que quand des militants veulent aller occuper un lieu en y allant en force, la police arrive et que c'est pas le même devenir pour les personnes qui ont leurs papiers comme moi et les personnes migrantes qui, elles, vont très très mal vivre la suite de cette occupation. Donc c'est des prises de risques et des prises de parole qui sont toujours en surplomb et qui, moi, ne me conviennent pas. Donc j'essaie de faire un petit peu autrement et je pense que c'est important aussi de le dire dans un champ plus large qui est, c'était cette très belle formule de Foucault, Michel Foucault, le philosophe, préfaçant l'édition anglaise de l'Anti-Oedipe et qui disait « Ne pensez pas qu'il faille être triste pour être militant ». Et c'est un peu la même chose. Ne pensez pas qu'il faille être sacrificiel pour agir auprès des personnes fragiles. Ne pensez pas qu'il faille prendre toute la misère du monde pour simplement reconnaître des égaux. Et sortir de ces postures-là, je pense que ça recrée des possibles d'engagement qui ne sont pas si énormes que ça, en fait. C'est parfois juste habiter le monde demande à être auprès de ceux avec lesquels on cohabite et donc demande des engagements. Et voilà, à la fois, j'ai l'impression que ça rouvre des possibles sur l'augmentation du nombre des personnes qui peuvent s'engager à différents niveaux et aussi sortir de cette vision qui fait du mal des deux côtés, tant pour celles et ceux qu'on défend que pour celles et ceux qui se veulent les défenseurs et défenseuses ou les sauveurs. Et je crois que tu en parles très bien de cette posture du sauveur, du mal que peut faire le sauveur. C'était les Grecs justement qui disaient ça, sauvons-nous de nos sauveurs, pour ceux qui voulaient les sauver depuis l'expertise des technocrates, laissez agir les gens depuis les endroits de vie et ne nous sauvez pas, laissez-nous vivre. Peut-être tu peux...
En fait, en écoutant aussi Camille, je me venais l'image de... Je dialoguais récemment avec quelqu'un qui travaille sur les foudroyés, les gens qui ont reçu la foudre. Claire Fercac, qui est une écrivaine avec qui je dialogue aussi, travaille sur les foudroyés et on parlait de la silhouette des arbres qui ont été foudroyés. Et en fait, c'est disons très riche de voir comment la figure de l'arbre se suture ou cherche à la revie après la foudre, quoi. Comment l'endroit qui a été blessé, qui a été foudroyé, en fait, comment la vie se recompose autour de cette nouvelle silhouette. Et dans ma vie qui n'est pas encore très longue, mais simplement, moi j'ai un peu cette même expérience de vie, je le raconte un peu dans Thésée, je le raconte à travers cette installation. Il y a quelque chose qui est une blessure, qui est comme une sorte de foudre qui m'est tombée dessus et qui m'a conduit à opérer un certain nombre de translations, d'opérations, d'être attentif aux fragiles. Vous savez, on est élevé dans des systèmes du fort. L'école organise le fort, les modèles évolutionnistes darwiniens, enfin tels qu'ils ont été récupérés par un certain nombre de modèles économiques, vont organiser également le triomphe des forts. Cette histoire également, un philosophe allemand qui adorait l'histoire, mais voilà, il disait ça, que c'est souvent une histoire qui est écrite par les vainqueurs. La politique est également pensée du point de vue de celles et ceux qui gagnent toujours. Et toujours comme ça, la concurrence, ou l'idée même générale de concurrence qu'on retrouve ici dans cette image comme ça des 30 glorieuses. Tout ce qui est glorifié, c'est toujours autour du triomphe. Et tout ce qui nous rapproche du vivant, en fait, de la vie, en fait, de ce qui veut vivre, en fait, de ce qui... En fait, c'est ce qui est du côté du fragile, donc du côté de l'endroit où l'arbre a pris la foudre. C'est-à-dire que, en fait, et je crois qu'il y a quelque chose d'assez passionnant, et même, je dirais, qui laisse une certaine forme d'espoir dans des temps qui, je dirais, sont toujours sombres, mais qui, particulièrement par certains motifs, aujourd'hui, nous paraissent à nous autres peut-être plus sombres, nous autres qui n'avons pas connu la guerre, ou qui n'avons pas connu des temps très 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 sombres. On a le sentiment que ça se durcit, que quelque chose se durcit. Eh bien, en fait, je trouve que c'est un signe, en quelque sorte, enfin, qui amène un peu de lumière dans cette noirceur. C'est que l'état terrestre, en fait, oblige à retourner la force du côté du fragile, en fait. Tout d'un coup, en fait, c'est comme si on était contraint au nom, en fait, d'une dimension écologique, mais d'une dimension terrestre, d'une condition terrestre, que nous étions en permanence rappelés au fragile de la vie. Et ce qui va dans le sens de la parole de Camille, et dans son engagement aussi, et dans le sens de bien des engagements. C'est ce moment, ce motif, et c'est pour ça que je l'associe à la notion d'enquête, c'est ce moment où tout d'un coup on se met à regarder derrière des grandes histoires du triomphe, des grands récits. Tout d'un coup on se met à dire, tiens, qu'est-ce qui est négligé dans ce grand alphabet, quelle est donc cette écriture du monde qui a oublié tout un tas de formes de vie. Et ça commence par l'inframince, c'est-à-dire l'inframince aujourd'hui qui a changé l'allure du monde pendant 1 an et demi. C'est un inframince, comme disait Marcel Duchamp, il employait ce terme, l'inframince. Mais c'est aussi ce motif de celles et ceux qui nous disent, tiens, c'est curieux, lorsque on prend la route et que l'été, on ne voit plus des moustiques s'écraser sur le pare-brise. Et tout d'un coup, il y a une sorte d'attention à l'inframince, d'attention à quelque chose qui est absolument écrasé depuis toute l'histoire, en fait, d'une certaine histoire, du logos, de l'alphabet, et d'une marche en avant, comme ça. Et ça, voilà, ça c'est ce que j'essayais de saisir avec la chambre d'enquête. C'est pour ça que ça va bien au-delà d'une histoire intime, comme d'ailleurs, je le dis souvent, mais c'est la lecture de Thésée prête parfois à une lecture biographique, mais ça n'est pas une lecture biographique pour moi, et ce n'est pas un travail biographique. C'est simplement d'utiliser un matériau personnel de fragilité qui vient en quelque sorte témoigner pour une bascule des regards, qui vient nous dire, est-ce que nous ne sommes pas toutes et tous contraints de regarder et de rebâtir à partir du fragile du vivant. Et ça va évidemment rejoindre enfin tout un fil, c'est vrai pour moi, d'engagement, qui a été très très vite en fait porté à regarder ce qui est battu, ce qui est détruit, non seulement dans l'histoire, mais dans le contemporain, jusqu'à, voilà, tu mentionnais la question de la traduction, ce que j'ai fait avec le nom de mon frère, Jérôme, ou ce que ma psyché avant moi, avant le langage, mais j'ai été conduit à le penser avec le nom Jérôme, c'était tout d'un coup, tiens, qui est mort, donc j'ai un frère qui a décidé de partir un peu avant l'heure, et donc je pense avec cette mort, je pense avec un suicide, et je pense avec d'autres suicides généalogiques, mais ce que je vais penser à partir de là, c'est le signifiant Jérôme. Et donc je vais organiser quelque chose autour de la figure du traducteur. Et le traducteur, justement, c'est celui qui fait pont entre des mondes, et c'est précisément toujours celui que l'on ignore. C'est souvent d'ailleurs un combat dans la littérature pour que le nom du traducteur apparaisse sur une couverture. Donc là, on retrouve ce motif du visible et de l'invisible. Ce qui va être du côté de la force, c'est ce qui va entrer dans la scène de l'histoire, dans le spectre du visible, et le geste artistique, esthétique, politique, poétique que nous sommes, je crois, collectivement appelés à faire, même si, hélas, il n'est pas fait par les grands cadres, c'est de nous tourner en fait et de repenser la question du bâtir ou du vivre à partir du fragile du monde, quoi, à partir de l'inframince, en disant tiens, dans cette démarche, dans cette silhouette avancée comme ça, qu'est-ce que j'ai oublié dans l'histoire de la confiance, de la force, quand on se félicite par exemple que son enfant soit fort. Moi, j'ai toujours cette attention en eux en disant tiens, oui, mais qu'est-ce que dans cette affirmation, quel est le fragile qu'ils ont laissé de côté? Et donc, c'est comme ça, notamment, que je me suis aussi intéressé à la question du vertige. Pourquoi? Parce que le vertige, en fait, c'est ça. C'est tout d'un coup, on se met à regarder ce qui, dans un élan de hauteur, de prise de confiance, d'appui, ce qui fait chanceler, en fait, ce qui fait tomber. Et en fait, le sujet, en fait, les sujets ascendants que nous sommes toutes et tous depuis l'enfance, sujet parlant, sujet de langage, en fait, ce sont toujours des regards qui vont du côté de ce qui s'affirme. Mais lorsque l'on s'intéresse, par exemple, à des questions migrantes, tout d'un coup, on va se tourner du côté de la langue, de la fragilité de la langue. C'est-à-dire on va se retourner vers des vies qui renoncent ou qui perdent leur attache, leur appui sérieux dans la langue pour arriver dans un théâtre où ils n'ont pas la maîtrise des codes. Et évidemment, ils vont arriver dans un théâtre de force où ils ne maîtriseront pas les codes et où ils seront mis plus ou moins de côté, écartés, parce que le code n'est pas maîtrisé. Donc pour moi, c'est vraiment la petite capsule qui accompagne comme ça cette transformation qui dit tiens, qu'est-ce qui se passe si en fait on se remet à penser le politique aussi du côté du fragile. Voilà. Donc c'est une manière de vous dire un peu le chemin parcouru autour de ce travail et de Thésée. Après, bon, on pourrait continuer.
Parce que sur les formes d'engagement, effectivement, on aurait pu penser dans ton parcours qu'il y avait d'une certaine façon une mise en retrait par rapport à d'autres formes d'engagement dont tu as pu témoigner. Mais donc toi, tu le qualifies comme un changement de regard, enfin regarder derrière, être attentif à l'infra. Mais on sent aussi une déception, en tout cas sur des formes d'engagement qui ne fonctionnent plus ou qui sont même contre-productives.
Bon, en fait, je crois que oui, je vois où tu veux me conduire et ça me permet de vous dire un mot, c'est que quand on a la charge de certaines formes d'art symbolique, il y a toujours un petit procès que l'on se fait qui est de ne pas en faire assez, de ne pas être du côté de la matière, de la pleine matière ou du côté de... bon, alors, pudiquement, je ne veux pas dire ce qu'on continue à faire, puisque c'était des années à Berlin où on a beaucoup à faire, et avec justement celles et ceux qui arrivaient de Syrie ou autres, mais en tout cas, on se dit toujours qu'on n'en fait pas assez. J'ajoute à ça que je viens aussi justement d'une famille où en fait il y avait quand même un certain pouvoir, qui n'était pas seulement symbolique, qui était également matériel, et parmi ces formes de pouvoir, il y avait chez mon père une sorte d'esprit assez messianique, c'est-à-dire on va sauver, quoi. On va sauver, ce discours du sauveur, de sauver le monde, qui prenait pas chez lui une forme violente, mais qui était simplement une soif messianique, comme si, et je crois qu'on a un peu toutes et tous cela en fait, c'est l'idée que nos gestes sont toujours insuffisants. Il y a quelque chose comme ça à l'arrière de l'esprit qui dit non mais c'est pas assez en fait, c'est rien. Finalement, qu'est-ce qu'on a fait? C'est rien, c'est rien, c'est rien, c'est rien. Au nom de cette grande réparation, de ce grand sauvetage. Je crois que c'est très fort en France. Quand on passe le Rhin et qu'on passe de l'Allemagne à la France, on change d'espace public. L'espace public en France, pour moi, est très chargé par cette idée de qui va nous sauver. Il y a quelque chose comme ça, j'allais dire, d'une forme de névrose ou de maladie, en fait, de chercher la grande figure. Nos institutions accélèrent ce genre de choses en disant, tiens, quelle est la personne qui va surgir dans l'espace public et qui va faire que ce pays, etc., va sortir de... Et en fait, c'est toujours des grands motifs, des grands récits. Et je crois que là aussi, il y a un travail vraiment très profond tu parlais de ce terme de soigner, à se soigner à cet endroit-là, à ne pas attendre en fait ce grand geste salvateur, à dire, voilà, il y a quelque chose de petit ou d'inframince, il y a une attention, qui peut changer quelques regards, un peu comme ces gens, des artistes du land art qui tout d'un coup faisaient des gestes un petit geste minimal en mettant un petit pont de bois sur une rivière et qui disaient ça y est, c'est tout ce que j'avais à changer au monde. De plus en plus, je suis sensible à ça en fait, à ces micro-gestes. Et peut-être que justement en travaillant et en préparant cette dialogue, l'image qu'on travaillait, en tout cas qui moi revient souvent en ce moment, c'est l'image d'une grande tapisserie qui est en feu, et puis il y a des petits gestes comme ça de réparation à certains endroits de la tapisserie, et puis il y a ceux qui mettent de l'huile sur les flammes, et il y a celles et ceux qui contemplent le feu en disant regardez, tout périt, et puis il y a jusqu'au bout des petits artisans, et ça inclut pour moi les abeilles. Ça inclut, c'est pas seulement un fait humain, quoi. C'est même en fait grandement un fait non humain, en fait. C'est-à-dire que la vie a une capacité extraordinaire homéostasique. On parle d'homéostasie, d'agir, de réparer, etc. Et nous autres qui sommes des pollinisateurs symboliques, enfin pour moi les êtres humains sont des gens qui écrivent des symboles, qui déplacent des lettres, qui disent tiens si on change ce mot-là, alors ça va changer la manière dont on vit. Eh bien en fait on accompagne ça, enfin en tout cas on essaye, en tout cas, et c'est celles et ceux qui pour moi sont en quelque sorte du côté de la tapisserie qui va m'intéresser. C'est-à-dire que j'ai une façon de me sortir de ce débat de « mais regarde, tu ne fais rien », en me disant « mais regarde, on est assez nombreux, en fait, à faire des petites choses ». Et ça, en fait, ça crée des mondes, quand même. Ça crée des mondes. Je crois qu'il y a Anna Tsing, une anthropologue, nous dit qu'on a, nous autres modernes, on a un grand problème de ce qu'elle appelle la scalability, l'échelle. On a pris l'habitude de regarder le monde à trop grande échelle. En fait, avant nos temps médiatiques, nos temps médiés, on regarde le monde avec des plus petites échelles. Et lorsque l'on regarde les choses avec des plus petites échelles, d'autres formes de lunettes, alors on se met à voir, tiens, qu'il y a quelque chose là qui s'accomplit et qui dessine un monde un peu plus habitable. Voilà. Donc on essaie de travailler un peu à ça. Donc je me guéris un peu je me soigne de ce procès que je fais à moi-même. Après, voilà, bon, oui, par le passé, on m'avait demandé d'écrire une constitution imaginaire quand j'avais 21 ans. C'était déjà la constitution imaginaire, le parti imaginaire. Voilà, bien sûr qu'il y a toujours à l'arrière voilà, quelque chose qui est un grand geste, mais j'ai le sentiment qu'en fait le grand geste, ça appartient à un autre temps historique.
Non, c'est juste parce qu'en écoutant Camille, je me rends encore plus compte pourquoi j'ai écrit avec les enfants, qui justement sont ceux qui sont en dehors du grand et que je me disais en t'écoutant qui est pour moi, enfin, vous l'avez compris aussi, une forme d'engagement justement, de se tenir du côté du fragile, et au sens où l'engagement, c'est un mot un peu valise, mais si on y pense comme ce qui engage, ce qui peut engager d'autres, je trouve que précisément la question des narrations et la question de rendre visible, non simplement qu'il y a des fragiles, mais tout ce qui, comme tu le dis à un moment sur le mur où on voit, tout ce qui aurait pu s'écrire autrement, quelle autre histoire du futur aurait été possible, qu'est-ce qui se serait écrit autrement si on avait regardé et pensé les choses depuis le fragile et depuis justement ce qui n'a pas sauvé. Parce que quand il y a un sauveur, il y a aussi des sacrifiés. Que moi, mon Thésée dans le livre, quand il intervient, c'est aussi parce qu'on parle de Thésée, mais on ne parle jamais de ces 7 jeunes hommes et 7 jeunes filles qui ont été sacrifiés au Minotaure, parce qu'on garde le sauveur et après on fera l'histoire. Et finalement, qu'est-ce qui s'invente et qu'est-ce qui se produit à l'endroit des fragilités de l'histoire, et comment, moi en tout cas, ce que je trouve passionnant, et ça touche à cette question des tapisseries et de comment on fait. Voilà, Natsing parle de dans les ruines. Moi, mes enfants démarrent avec les cendres. Et qu'est-ce qu'on fait avec ça? Ben justement, on fait beaucoup, et notamment dans ces îles grecques dont on ne parle que comme des endroits de mort et où les gens meurent en faisant la grande plainte. Ben, c'est aussi des endroits où, de manière toute petite et toute fragile, des formes de vie s'inventent, et des vraies formes de vie. C'est-à-dire, c'est pas simplement la mort noyée ou la survie dans les camps. Il y a aussi des manières justement de créer des ponts, des relations. Je pensais à une personne en particulier quand tu parlais de la traduction, qui est Mariam, qui est une personne afghane qui, elle, sa lutte principale, c'est de créer une plateforme éducative. Et c'est remarquable ce qu'elle a fait. C'est vraiment un outil génial pour les personnes migrantes, pour qu'elles apprennent les langues, parce que justement la langue est essentielle, c'est-à-dire que ce n'est pas secondaire par rapport à la question de recevoir quelque chose dans son assiette. Pouvoir se raconter, pouvoir mettre les mots sur ce que l'on a traversé ou sur ce que l'on vit, notre capacité à se mettre en histoire, c'est ce qui nous fait tenir en tant que vivant, et pas en tant que soit mort-vivant, soit survivant, mais vivant, au creux et dans l'épaisseur de la vie. Et je trouve que c'est quand on voit la pauvreté dans laquelle nous plonge cette vie du code, cette vie du code, je pense au code pour les migrants qui ne comprennent rien à ce qu'on leur demande de cocher comme case, réduire nos vies à ça, à des codes et des croix, alors que la pluralité des langages fait la pluralité des mondes et du monde commun, non comme un. Et c'est important de se souvenir d'eux, de ces personnes-là, comme des poètes, des autrices et des auteurs, des actrices et des acteurs, et pas simplement comme des êtres à sauver. Voilà. Et juste parce que tu as parlé d'un philosophe allemand, et ça me fait penser à cette chose-là de la pauvreté dans laquelle on plonge toutes nos existences, en fait, pas que les existences migratoires, par l'abandon justement de cette question de la mise en récit ou de quels mots on met pour se raconter. C'est ce que Benjamin disait, je crois que c'est dans Expérience et pauvreté, que la pauvreté de notre époque, c'est d'avoir perdu la faculté de se partager des histoires, de cette nécessité de à la fois la mise en histoire et le partage à plusieurs, et que c'est pas une question secondaire, vraiment. Et voilà, dans les multiples choses que je voulais dire en t'écoutant, il y avait une autre chose qui va me revenir parce qu'elle est partie.
Mais tu as parlé à plusieurs reprises des récits, et c'est vrai que nous, cette année, on avait choisi à European Lab comme thématique la bataille des récits, en disant qu'il y avait quelque chose qui se jouait à cet endroit à plein de niveaux, aussi bien sur un niveau macro, démocratique, en se disant voilà, il faut peut-être contrecarrer des discours extrêmement puissants, nationalistes, très impactants, et pour proposer une diversité de discours qui soit alors peut-être plus divers, qui donne la parole à ceux qui ne l'ont pas, qui soient attentifs à ce qui nous entoure davantage. C'est le cas aussi sur les enjeux climatiques, par exemple, dont on voit que en fait, on a besoin de récits mobilisateurs, en tout cas de récits qui nous permettent de susciter de l'engagement, de déclencher de l'action, parce qu'on a tous une bonne conscience, je pense, de la catastrophe dans laquelle on se trouve, mais pour autant, on n'y change pas grand-chose, ni dans nos modes de vie, ni dans nos manières d'être, pour la plupart d'entre nous. Et donc c'est pour ça qu'on a aussi choisi cette thématique, et qu'on retrouve à la fois effectivement dans ce que tu dis, dans le livre aussi que tu vas sortir, qui consiste à être attentif à ces histoires dont sont porteurs ces enfants qui sont des invisibles, des inaudibles, je ne sais pas, auxquels on n'est pas suffisamment attentif. Camille, toi aussi, tu es en capacité de produire des récits à plein de niveaux. Et sur la question du vivant et du climat, je voulais te questionner quand même sur une modalité d'action ou d'engagement à un niveau symbolique, puisque là, on est à l'échelle de la loi, pour le coup, sur lequel tu te mobilises, puisque à travers notamment les auditions du Parlement de la Loire que tu mènes depuis plusieurs mois et qui vont aboutir aussi à la rédaction d'un livre, tu mènes, en tout cas tu t'engages à être à l'écoute de ceux qui n'ont pas la parole, et pour cause, hein, il s'agit d'éléments de la nature, de non-humains. Est-ce que la loi, enfin l'instrument juridique, est une modalité de transformation pour toi?
En fait, donc ce dont on parle ici, c'est ce qui vient peut-être après justement l'enquête. C'est une fois qu'on a fait le diagnostic de ce qui n'est pas vu, de ce qui n'est pas entendu, de ces ensembles fragiles, de ces zones obscures ou mal éclairées de l'histoire. On va se demander effectivement comment est-ce qu'on arrive à pointer un horizon où ça crée un monde commun. Et en fait, la loi, peut-être que aussi il y a cette dimension que c'est une sorte de bascule de la question du pouvoir à la question de la loi, en fait. Peut-être aussi c'est une déformation, disons, professionnelle, mais moi j'ai étudié plusieurs types de sciences humaines, j'ai fait des études de littérature, mais j'ai également j'ai eu une formation de politiste et de juriste. Et j'ai assez tôt été fasciné par la dimension constituante. Qu'est-ce que c'est en fait de constituer à partir des peuples manquants, en fait, ou des peuples manqués, ou que le présent manque, ou que les médias n'aperçoivent pas. Qu'est-ce que c'est d'arriver à constituer quelque chose, à écrire donc cette écriture de la loi pour qu'il y ait plus de perspectives qui soient... Donc j'avais travaillé en ce sens-là à ce que j'ai appelé les institutions potentielles. J'avais créé, ça c'était le côté un peu grand geste, mais pendant 10 ans j'ai quand même travaillé à penser l'Europe à partir de la traduction. Qu'est-ce que ce serait une communauté politique qui aurait pour langue commune la traduction? Ça donne un monde qui est plus abordable pour celles et ceux qui ne maîtrisent pas le code d'arrivée. C'est-à-dire que si j'arrive avec un autre langage, je suis bienvenu. Je l'ai vu avec mes enfants sur le bac à sable quand on est arrivé à Berlin. Avant la figure de l'autre et le marquage, on mentionne souvent le visage, Lévinas parlait souvent du visage comme autre. Là, c'est la langue comme autre. Et donc je me disais, tiens, quel monde accueillant ou quelle forme d'accueil ça crée si on pense la traduction comme langue commune. Donc tu vois, la chose c'est ça, c'est comment est-ce que j'arrive à réencoder ou à écrire la loi autrement pour que le monde dessiné par cette loi autre soit plus accueillant, soit plus ouvert, voire même pointe un infini. La traduction en fait ça pointe un infini parce qu'il n'y a plus d'autres. C'est-à-dire que tu arrives dans un champ de traduction et quelle que soit ta langue, en fait, tu parles la même langue que toutes et tous les autres, puisqu'il y a traduction comme langue commune. Donc c'était évidemment un impossible, puisqu'on a beaucoup de mal à penser ça. Et là, je le fais avec les éléments les écosystèmes, avec la Loire, mais plus avec la traduction, ou plus exactement toujours dans la lignée et le sillon de la traduction, mais avec vraiment le droit, qui, depuis quelques années, en fait depuis une quinzaine d'années, le droit s'est mis au chevet de celles et ceux qui étaient réputés ne pas parler. C'est-à-dire que quand même, il y a cette extension de la question du langage. On va dire, que veut l'écosystème rivière Whanganui en Nouvelle-Zélande? Que veut le bassin versant de Loire? Que veut le massif alpin? Que veulent les glaciers? Etc., etc. On va se poser la question de cette sorte de perspective autre qui, pour l'instant, n'était pas très bienvenue dans le langage des hommes. Et on va le poser en termes de droit et on va dire, tiens, on va donner le statut de sujet et non plus d'objet à des écosystèmes. Alors ça m'a beaucoup intéressé parce que ça inclut la question de la narration, comment narrer un monde depuis des écosystèmes, donc comment ajouter une perspective. Les écrivains, c'est souvent des gens qui se demandent, tiens, quelle est la perspective de tel personnage. Alors là, on fait rentrer des nouveaux personnages dans le monde. Donc ça, c'est intéressant. Et je crois que peut-être que c'est quand même quelque chose, et je crois que c'est dans l'air. Je vois beaucoup de parlements du Rhône, parlement de la Seine, parlement des choses, à l'origine évidemment de tout ça, en tout cas en philosophie. Enfin voilà, il y a cette dimension parlementaire ou une forme d'inquiétude humaine qui se manifeste positivement par une volonté de réinstituer ou de réécrire les codes de l'habitation. Et ça, c'est joyeux, c'est une perspective joyeuse, c'est aussi une perspective inquiète, mais en tout cas, c'est ce à quoi j'essaye de modestement participer, en disant, tiens, mais quelle loi on peut écrire? Et évidemment, c'est ça qui m'intéresse beaucoup, c'est qu'on passe de la question du pouvoir à la question de la loi, je le disais, et on passe aussi de la question du sauveur à la question collective de sait-on encore, peut-on encore, collectivement, écrire d'autres lois, une autre loi. Et c'est là qu'on a créé ce Parlement de Loire pour discuter, enfin, comment dire, retrouver une école de la loi à venir. Voilà.
Et toi, Camille, en tant que dramaturge, le Parlement, c'est une forme dramaturgique c'est une forme de dramaturgie effectivement qui permet aussi de changer les choses et de faire advenir la parole. Comment tu t'y prends toi en tant que dramaturge justement pour créer les conditions pour faire advenir la parole, la faire entendre? Ou autrice.
C'est grande question, mais je rebondis juste sur une chose de Camille avant parce que elle est très importante et c'est cette question des institutions. On reprend une conversation qu'on a eue précédemment, mais en effet sur le souci à donner à nos institutions et en Grèce, donc là pas forcément du côté du soutien aux personnes migrantes, mais en tout cas dans cette forme de vie que la société grecque a dû s'inventer en parallèle de la mauvaise gouvernance européenne. Eux parlent beaucoup justement d'institutions alternatives au sens où c'est pas simplement, comme on dit souvent, mais les organisations, les associations, etc., elles bricolent pour pallier les manques de l'État. Et eux, ce qu'ils disaient, c'est on n'est pas en train de réparer ce qui est mal fait ou de faire à la place de l'État, on est en train de faire mieux. Et du coup, pour ça veut dire inventer d'autres formes d'école, inventer d'autres formes de partage économique, d'autres formes d'accueil. Et c'est des institutions alternatives qui soutiennent un monde autre qui est en fait véritablement le monde dans lequel on veut vivre. Et c'est pas une forme de privé contre public. C'est par exemple les écoles de ces institutions-là, elles se font en lien avec les enseignants de l'école publique parce que c'est de l'école publique qu'on exige. Et tout est pensé dans ces termes-là. Mais pour qu'on soit à la hauteur de ce qu'on exige, il faut qu'on aille voir ailleurs parce que être dans une permanente démarche de réclame à l'État qui soit a été corrompu, soit est phagocyté par l'Union européenne ne fonctionne pas. Comment est-ce qu'on s'entraîne? C'est pour ça que j'aime bien ce que tu dis, que c'est des écoles en fait, c'est des formes d'entraînement de terrain de sport ou de manière de faire de la gymnastique pour voir autrement et se muscler autrement nos capacités d'écoute et d'observation pour qu'on on le muscle en fait ce monde-là parce que c'est le seul qui est vivable. Qui aujourd'hui a envie véritablement de tenir ce rythme dans lequel on est tous mis, enfin on est tous épuisés, déprimés, malades, enfin juste quand même qu'on se le dise, ça va pas. Les rythmes dans lesquels on est collectivement tenus de se poser pour vivre dans ces sociétés ne vont à personne, alors que ces endroits plus attentifs justement aux fragilités, c'est les seuls qui soutiennent des vies vivables. Donc il faut des institutions pour ça et ça existe. Et peut-être que petit à petit, dans ce maillage des institutions alternatives, il y a une forme de pouvoir qui peut se prendre, sans forcément occuper l'endroit déjà balisé. Voilà, donc, et sur comment rendre visible, c'est compliqué parce que je pense que les choses se réinventent à chaque fois en contexte, mais je sais que ce qui m'importe, c'est justement de ne pas penser que la place de l'auteur, de la dramaturge ou du metteur en scène, c'est encore une fois cet endroit qui donne à voir, mais véritablement toujours de penser comment ouvrir l'écoute, comment ouvrir le regard et comment permettre à chacun d'entendre un tout petit peu mieux ou un tout petit peu différemment ce qui était ressassé par les médias. Où je peux prendre l'exemple là d'une pièce sur laquelle j'ai beaucoup travaillé avec une artiste avec laquelle je crée une école, comme je dis, une école expérimentale à Bruxelles, Léa Drouet, qui est une pièce qui s'appelle Violence, peut-être certains ont vu puisqu'elle est passée en France aussi, qui s'est inspirée qui est partie d'une double histoire, à la fois l'histoire de sa grand-mère juive et qui a survécu au rafle du Val d'Ive et d'une petite fille, Maouda, qui est une petite fille réfugiée qui a été assassinée en Belgique, une petite fille de 2 ans qui a été victime d'un tir policier perdu. Et la tentative, justement, en croisant ces histoires, c'était de laisser la place à chacun de se rendre compte de la fabrication alors que pendant un temps, les passeurs étaient nos héros et sont restés nos héros nationaux, les justes. Et aujourd'hui, les passeurs sont de fait des criminels, alors que les questions migratoires, les questions de traversée nous sont communes. Et comment est-ce qu'on peut recréer des espaces où des histoires apparemment séparées partout peuvent se rencontrer, et comment ces histoires-là sont notre souci et notre matière partagée. Mais je crois qu'encore une fois, plus qu'un discours sûr, c'est vraiment créer des conditions de perception par les moyens qui sont les nôtres au théâtre, qui sont le texte, le visuel, le son, de rendre possible à nouveau des expériences au sens fort de l'expérience et le croisement des hétérogènes. C'est un peu ça que j'essaie de faire souvent.
Alors il nous reste peu de temps, je ne sais pas s'il y a des questions dans la salle, sinon moi j'avais envie de rebondir sur ce que disait, n'hésitez pas à vous manifester, ce que disait Camille sur les institutions, parce que ça me faisait penser à ta pièce, Camille, qui s'appelait Parlement sans les voyelles, notamment le premier volet, qui met en discussion un haut fonctionnaire, il me semble, et un lobbyiste du Parlement européen, et qui, autant que je me souvienne, font constat d'une faillite en fait de l'institution européenne, qui finit par se saborder et imposer. Tu me reprends si je me trompe, hein, mais en tout cas sur cette notion de pouvoir, empêcher en tout cas les hommes d'accéder aux postes de pouvoir, et qui prend pour première loi, qui est dicte comme loi, celle effectivement dite d'autonomisation de la nature, qui met effectivement tous les éléments non humains, naturels, sur un pied d'égalité avec les humains. Et puis le deuxième volet de ta pièce nous emmène 20 ans plus tard, donc 20 ans après que cette loi a été promulguée, dans différents endroits de l'Europe, sans doute qui ressemblent à des ZAD, avec des jeunes qui témoignent de différentes façons d'habiter le monde. dans un contexte où humains et non-humains sont sur un pied d'égalité.
Bon, c'est vrai, bon, on passe faire donc le texte maintenant, parfois on en fait aussi une performance sous le titre Les témoins du futur. Mais en tout cas, ça me permet aussi de dire une chose sur la fonction art et sauver en quelque sorte cette fonction, même si elle semble parfois un peu justement fragile par rapport à l'amplitude des urgences. C'est que l'art, la littérature, c'est toujours pour moi une possibilité de créer des expériences de pensée. On parle beaucoup d'expériences de pensée. Là, la pièce que tu fais référence, c'était une expérience de pensée. Et l'expérience de pensée consiste à faire avec la fiction. Bon, le Black Mirror, par exemple, le fait aussi de manière plus, disons, mieux connue. Enfin, pas mal de gens ont vu cette série. C'est souvent des expériences de pensée assez apocalyptiques. Moi, j'essaye de proposer des expériences de pensée qui seraient. J'aime beaucoup la notion d'indécidable. L'indécidable, quand on est face à un objet qui est indécidable, c'est que précisément ça vous rend la responsabilité. Vous sortez avec le devoir de dire est-ce qu'on le tente, est-ce qu'on fait ce pari-là ou pas. Là, en l'occurrence, c'est une pièce de théâtre qui travaille autour d'un scénario du futur qui serait écoféministe. Et qui essaye de voir si oui ou non, d'abord, c'est bien précisément en enlevant les hommes. J'ai moi-même une critique de ce scénario, c'est que je ne pense pas que c'est en enlevant les hommes, enfin, ou plus exactement, en enlevant les hommes, on résout pas mal de choses, en enlevant les hommes du pouvoir. Mais l'objectif, enfin la chose pouvoir, ou ce qu'on appelle pouvoir, demeure. C'est aussi ce que j'appelais échelle ou scalability. C'est-à-dire qu'en fait, à 6 milliards, bientôt 10 milliards d'êtres humains, en fait, ce que dit le pouvoir, c'est qu'il gère des flux. C'est-à-dire que nous sommes devenus des flux. La question migrante étant gérée de manière flux. Et les réparateurs de la grande tapisserie sont celles et ceux qui cessent de voir le monde avec cette échelle-là. Et donc, je ne suis pas sûr que cette chose-là, on arrive à l'enlever simplement en réglant cette question du genre. Mais simplement, c'était une expérience de pensée. Et donc il y avait des gens qui quittaient le premier volet de la pièce un peu scandalisés, qu'est-ce que c'est ce monde où on n'aura même plus le droit. En fait, les hommes à la fin du premier volet ont encore le droit de vivre. Simplement, ils peuvent vivre, ils peuvent créer, ils peuvent même créer des entreprises. Enfin, simplement, ils ne peuvent plus accéder au... Et la durée de cette expérience de pensée, c'était 100 ans. C'était une loi que j'avais qualifiée, c'est une loi de la Grèce antique, d'ostracisme. Donc ils étaient retrait des hommes pendant 100 ans. Mais bien sûr, c'était juste une forme de fiction qui passait. Et après, l'autre temps de cette expérience de pensée, c'était 20 ans après la loi qui a émancipé les éléments de la nature. Et là, le modèle que j'avais en tête, c'était de me dire, mais... c'était une façon d'inviter celles et ceux qui voyaient la pièce à comprendre que ça n'est pas en changeant la loi que la chose est résolue. On a beaucoup d'exemples de lois par le passé qui ont apporté un plus grand bien, mais qui ont été discutées, critiqué, puis abrogé. Et donc, en fait, on sortait de cette pièce en disant, tiens, mais alors, il y a eu cette bascule que nous attendons tous, enfin, du côté de celles et ceux qui voudraient que la nature ait plus de voix au chapitre, mais avec cette sorte d'horizon où tout d'un coup, mais cet horizon attendu n'a pas accouché d'un monde idéal. Et c'est ce que j'appelle comme ça, cette sorte d'hybride utopie-dystopie, quoi. Je dis parfois, moi, que nous vivons encore, hélas, sur ce duel-là entre utopie et dystopie. Et il me semble qu'en fait, le monde que nous avons un peu à accueillir, c'est quelque chose qui est une sorte d'hybride, en fait, où l'utopie se renverse en dystopie, mais ce que nous avons à penser, c'est du topique. C'est le lieu, en fait, c'est nos attaches au lieu, et c'est ce monde topique, en fait, que l'on essaie de trouver.
En fait, on me fait signe que...
On a largement débordé notre temps.
Non, mais qu'on ne peut pas se passer les micros pour des raisons de Covid. Et puis, vu la configuration, ce que je vous propose, c'est que cette première phase d'échange, en tout cas de conversation entre vous, se termine. Et que, oui, peut-être Camille, si tu veux dire un mot, mais après, comment on peut poursuivre aussi l'échange de façon plus informelle et puis surtout passer aussi à la séquence qui est celle peut-être du vernissage de cette installation, puisqu'on avait prévu de le faire à 19h. Et puis on pourra échanger de façon plus informelle. Romain, si tu as des questions, voilà, sans forcément passer par des micros et dans cette configuration. Donc merci encore à tous les deux. Camille, je ne sais pas si tu veux dire un mot, mais on pourra continuer.
Non, parce que c'est triste de ne pas entendre les...
Simplement entendre les questions à Capella.
Oui, c'est simplement... Oui, pourquoi pas.
Capella, c'est jouable.
Capella, c'est
comme ça. Non, voilà, ou un peu comme ça à Capella. Non, moi j'avais deux interrogations en fait sur votre travail. La première, c'est dans votre utopie-dystopie sur la question du statut masculin dans la société future. Vous dites à un moment, voilà, les hommes, ils ont le droit de faire plein de choses, dont notamment le fait de créer des entreprises. Mais est-ce que quelque part aujourd'hui, on n'est pas dans une situation dans laquelle justement la création d'entreprises amène plus de pouvoir à beaucoup de gens que des États entiers? Je veux dire, vous prenez un pays qui est pas anodin, comme le Portugal par exemple. Est-ce que ce pays-là, le responsable de ce pays, il n'est pas moins puissant peut-être que le PDG d'Amazon? Est-ce que voilà, est-ce que le pouvoir est pas, voilà, peut-être que je trouve que quelque part tu as peut-être une vision qui me plaît, quoi, qui est que le politique doit être prédominant. Mais quelque part, est-ce que c'est vraiment la réalité là-dessus? Et si tu laisses les mecs créer des boîtes dans ta dystopie utopie, au bout d'un moment, ils risquent quand même quelque part de revenir au pouvoir beaucoup plus fort dessus. La deuxième, c'est la question du rapport de force. J'ai vu que tu aimais bien travailler sur les questions de constitution, quelque part donc faire de la constitution un peu de l'art. Mais qu'est-ce que c'est qu'une constitution quand il n'y a pas de rapport de force pour imposer les choses, pour imposer les lois?
Un État non policier.
Non, mais je dis oui, mais au bout d'un moment, tes droits, est-ce qu'ils sont respectés à ce moment-là? Si tu n'as pas de cadre pour faire respecter.
Je te laisse répondre.
Mais pas forcément policier, le cadre pour faire respecter, il peut être coopératif.
Mais si je peux me permettre, mais en tout cas juste sur cette question-là, parce qu'il y a deux choses, je pense, il y a des possibilités d'avoir un rapport de force qui soit celui de forcer. Je ne sais pas comment vous l'avez formulé, mais donc il y a des rapports de force possibles qui peuvent s'inventer juste par des manières de...
Mon rapport de force était malheureux. Alors en tout cas, possibilité de le faire respecter. Tu vas dans une tribu baoulée ou en Côte d'Ivoire, par exemple, il n'y a pas forcément de contraintes faites par des forces de police, mais il y a un consensus qui fait qu'on amène à ce que la règle soit respectée au sein du village.
Et Camille, tu peux parler de brut de la bonté, parce que c'est quand même des questions peut-être de confiance collective, de brut de la bonté.
Ah oui, non, ça c'est une chose qu'on peut parler. Imaginez des médias en fait qui s'occupent de montrer les gens qui réparent la tapisserie plutôt que systématique. Non, donc on avait appelé ça le brut de la bonté ou bonté brute. Vous voyez ce chose brute là, brute, machin. Bonté brute. Bon, j'y reviens en fait. Donc personne n'a vu, enfin pas grand monde n'a vu cette création, hélas ici. Donc les témoins du futur et Parlement. Le scénario est fautif. Ça faisait partie pour moi du dispositif, c'est qu'à la fin, il faudrait vraiment, la pièce incluait le fait de critiquer ce scénario, parce que là, le premier volet montrait en fait l'effondrement, ça s'appelait la fin de la chute de l'Union européenne, et puis après ça s'appelait les témoins du futur, le deuxième volet, le deuxième acte. Non, vous avez raison, il y a une sociologie qui étrangle la loi, qui rend la chose très compliquée. Je parle d'une sociologie étendue où il y a des entreprises, etc. Il est certain que si l'on ne croit plus à la loi, et c'est en fait une possibilité réelle. L'horizon est bien là, devant nous, c'est qu'il n'y ait plus la possibilité d'établir une loi. Pourquoi ? Parce que tout devient contractuel, tout devient en fait des rapports de force. Et donc, s'il n'y a plus de possibilité d'établir une loi, alors évidemment, bon, on va continuer à écrire des lois fictionnelles, c'est-à-dire qu'on va servir d'une sorte de recours. Ça ne nous empêchera pas de manière artistique d'écrire des lois en disant tiens, voilà la loi manquante. Ça d'ailleurs c'est un peu déjà le cas, c'est un peu ce qu'on fait. C'est un recours en fait, c'est le recours fictionnel pour faire face à soit de l'intolérable, soit quelque chose qui de toute façon ne fait pas monde. Ce qui est certain, c'est que, et moi ça c'est quelque chose qui m'importe beaucoup, on en a parlé avec Camille Louis, c'est de montrer que le monde qui est porté par nos fictions, par ces fictions-là, c'est-à-dire des fictions de métamorphose, de transformation, où la loi commune change, en fait que ces fictions qui seraient plus ou moins disqualifiées par des hommes ou femmes politiques un peu classiques, un peu systémiques, qui diraient « Oh là là, mais tout ça c'est de la radicalité », en fait c'est d'arriver à dire à quel point c'est du pur bon sens, en fait, à quel point c'est la modération est là, en fait, à quel point la tempérance est là. Et là, c'est une sorte de monde un peu absurde dans lequel on est, où toute loi, en fait, proposée qui inclut les écosystèmes, qui dit des choses d'une évidence totale, c'est-à-dire que nos formes de vie humaines dépendent des autres formes de vie, en fait, que toutes ces propositions sont reçues comme des propositions très radicales. Je travaille donc sur le Parlement de Loire. On travaille sur la personnalisation juridique de la Loire. Et régulièrement, on a des attaques du politique qui disent « Mais vous êtes complètement fous. La Loire, c'est pas un sujet de droit. » Et alors là, on doit effectivement plus ou moins répondre. Et je leur dis « Mais... » Et ils nous traitent parfois de fanatiques. Et je leur dis « Mais le fanatisme n'est pas de notre côté, en fait. Parce que nous, on énonce quelque chose qui est dans le droit, qui est d'une évidence, qui est... Il y a plusieurs formes de vie sur la Terre, en fait. Et plus on va penser des lois et des institutions qui donnent voix à ces différentes formes de vie, plus en quelque sorte nous sommes pluralistes, tempérés, en fait, relationnels, là où eux en fait vont juste défendre cette sorte de perspective de rente humaine thermonucléaire qui n'est pas, enfin qui ne fait pas un monde à venir, en fait, on le sait, je veux dire, de manière scientifique. Donc il y a quelque chose comme ça de l'ordre de la modération, du bon sens autour d'une loi à venir. Mais évidemment, tu as raison. Et ça, c'est pas à moi de le dire, parce que il faudrait presque convoquer Carl Schmitt en disant comment est-ce qu'on impose la loi? Eh bien, combien de bataillons, en fait, et pour qui travaille l'armée, quoi, ou la police, si vous voulez. Et ça, évidemment, c'est quelque chose où c'est un endroit où moi, j'ai pas du tout envie d'aller. Moi, notre travail de l'imaginaire, il me semble, c'est à la fois un travail de diagnostic ou de contre-récit, puisqu'on parle de bataille de récit, ou d'autres récits, ou de récits alternatifs, d'institutions potentielles. Ça, c'est un. Et puis deux, c'est pointer des horizons habitables, ou plus habitables, où il y a plus de liens avec le vivant, comme recours. Et après, il y a ce qu'on appelle le souverain. Et les souverains, aujourd'hui, ils sont définis de manière un peu passée, au sens du 18e, où le souverain, ça va être les gens qui ont leur carte d'électeur. Et là, c'est là qu'on entre dans l'histoire un peu de la violence. C'est-à-dire qu'on entre dans l'histoire des clientèles, on entre dans l'histoire des gens qui votent pour plus d'autorité, c'est-à-dire moins de liberté, pour plus de rente, dans une logique de l'intérêt bien trouvée. Bon, là, on entre dans une autre histoire sur laquelle moi, j'ai pas vraiment prise. Notre prise, c'est justement de réaménager des lieux symboliques où il y a quelque chose qui se déplace, des cadres et des catégories extrêmement violentes dans lesquelles nous vivons, en fait. C'est vraiment ouvrir la fenêtre, en fait. Il y a une phrase qui revient dans Thésée, ne pas rouvrir les fenêtres du temps. Et en fait, il y a moi sans cesse ce travail de, tiens, si je rouvre les fenêtres du temps du passé, je me dis, tiens, qu'est-ce qui se serait passé si? C'est-à-dire que c'est là que ça commence la fiction. Et d'ailleurs l'enquête aussi à sa manière. C'est si je change tel paramètre dans le monde, qu'est-ce que ça donne? Si je change tel paramètre du passé, qu'est-ce que ça donne? Si je change tel paramètre du présent, qu'est-ce que ça donne? Ça, c'est l'exercice de l'imaginaire. Et avec ça, ça ouvre un peu les têtes. Et je pense qu'on a un peu besoin d'ouvrir les têtes. Enfin, on a besoin, en tout cas moi j'ai besoin.
Est-ce qu'il y a d'autres questions? Sinon, peut-être ce serait bien, Camille, que tu nous parles de la chambre d'enquête.
Avec plaisir. En fait, j'en parle avec une voix off déjà, donc je pourrais aussi m'épargner. Mais déjà, en fait, il faut peut-être... Moi, avant de passer à ce temps autre, je vous remercie infiniment pour votre écoute, pour votre présence. Et puis Camille, Louis, pour être avec nous aussi. Voilà. Caroline aussi. Et puis aussi, en fait, puisque tu es là, Yann, pareil, en fait, tout ce chemin parcouru. Comment ça fonctionne, cet espace je dirais, en fait, si on lance la voix, j'ai été ému de voir que ça fonctionnait, que ça marchait ce matin. J'étais là au calme, tranquillement, et puis j'écoutais la voix. Alors peut-être que quand on est très nombreux, ça marche un petit peu moins, mais j'aime bien en fait donc cette dimension en fait non autoritaire de la narration. Il y a une narration, en fait, ça c'est un livre. Mais c'est un livre en devenir, où il y a peut-être plusieurs livres. Il y en a déjà même presque un. Enfin, il y en a un. Et puis, il y en aura peut-être d'autres qui sortent de cette vaste enquête sur le temps. Là, vous avez ce premier volet qui concerne ce temps du début du XXe siècle. Pour moi, c'est une histoire à la fois intime et collective. Et quand je dis qu'elle est non autoritaire, c'est que lorsque l'on entend la voix que j'ai enregistrée, un peu comme si j'étais face à ce canevas, vous voyez, vous entendez par la voix que je zoome sur certaines images, sur certaines phrases, que je viens éclairer en fait, comme si je commençais un travail d'interprétation, de commentaire, et c'est pour moi les premières phrases qui normalement nous conduisent à aller un peu plus proche de la chambre. C'est photographiquement quelque chose qui cherche à saisir une histoire de la destruction en fait qui cherche à voir comment ça meurt, comment ça tue, et ça rejoint évidemment une sorte de chose que je dis dans la voix off où je cherche ce continuum ou cette solidarité corps des humains et corps du monde. Donc vous voyez par exemple, je prends un exemple sur les gaz moutarde de la Première Guerre mondiale, les gaz qui ont servi à l'extermination pendant les années 30-40, enfin surtout 40, les gaz qu'on utilisait au Vietnam avec l'agent orange. Et vous voyez en fait ce moment de la pensée humaine où on se rend compte que non seulement on détruit des corps humains, mais en fait que ce sont des pesticides qu'on utilise également pour les champs, que ce sont parfois les mêmes gaz avec des intensités différentes. Donc je vais chercher aussi à saisir, alors c'est ce qu'on lit là, je ne serais pas là s'il n'y avait pas eu tout ça, s'il n'était pas parti, s'il n'avait pas changé de langue. Et c'est donc de là que je repars pour tenter de comprendre ce qui est arrivé, ce que nous avons fait, combien de manquants sont manquants et comment ils ont disparu et quelles traces ont pu s'imprimer dans nos corps scripts, nos corps cryptes, et ce qui se noue également entre la matière humaine et la matière du monde, et ce qu'il reste des prières oubliées et des vieilles alliances, et pourquoi ce que nous faisons au monde, nous le faisons à nous-mêmes, pourquoi ce que nous injectons dans les sols nous rentre dans les veines. Quelle est donc cette curieuse liaison entre le temps long de l'histoire, des traumas, des guerres et nos vies à venir, entre ce que le pouvoir impose et ce dont nous souffrons, ce qui nous prend nos forces? Que serions-nous devenus sans toutes ces violences, chacune et chacun des splendeurs, des miracles? Voilà. En fait, donc c'est un peu comme ça que ça travaille, c'est qu'il y a ce lien comme ça un peu photographique d'un temps du XXe siècle que nous avons quitté, et qu'est-ce qu'il laisse comme trace, comme empreinte dans les corps. Voilà ce que j'ai aussi cherché dans le livre. Et évidemment il y a cette présence de ce travail en cours, puisque ça pointe aussi ce travail collectif que font les anthropologues, que font les écologues, que font les éthologues, que font beaucoup de personnes depuis leur perspective en sciences humaines pour essayer de comprendre ce qui reste, ce qui disparaît, comment ça disparaît, et de là, de ce diagnostic général, qu'est-ce que l'on fait, comment est-ce que l'on change justement les écritures pour que ça habite, pour que ça vive autrement. Donc ça, c'est une des dimensions. Bon, après, il y a une dimension plus plastique que j'évoque dans le texte oral. Je disais, ce travail en cours, toujours à refaire, à reprendre. Il y a pour moi ce lien entre l'alphabet, le dessin de la lettre. Là, ce terme en hébreu signifie réparation, tikkun olam, réparation du monde. il y a quelque chose comme ça d'une mise à plat des différents signes, donc le dessin, la photographie, l'alphabet, comme si voilà, je cherchais un peu à les mettre à plat et à mener mon enquête. Et puis après, il y a une autre dimension qui me touche aussi particulièrement, c'est la capacité divinatoire des images. Donc ça, je ne sais pas si vous avez déjà fait l'expérience de replonger dans des cartons. Mais bon, moi, il y a pas mal de gens qui sont un peu morts assez brutalement dans mon histoire. Et lorsque l'on plonge les yeux dans des cartons du passé, que l'on regarde des images, on se rend compte que les images savaient certaines choses, que les images avaient ce savoir un peu divinatoire ou prophétique. Et on arrive à lire des éléments de l'avenir dans le passé. Et donc, on trouve aussi cette présence-là de certaines images un peu divinatoires. Voilà, dire également que je suis vraiment, voilà, ça s'est fait petit à petit par strates successives. Moi, j'aime bien l'idée des strates. J'aime beaucoup concevoir en fait un peu à l'image des montagnes que l'on voit ou des falaises que l'on voit en passant en train. J'aime bien penser la sémiose, c'est-à-dire l'ensemble des signes comme des séries de strates géologiques. C'est un peu cette sémiologie, pour moi, c'est des strates comme ça de différentes temporalités, de différentes matières. Et qu'il y a quelque chose de géologique dans notre sémiose. C'est-à-dire que le XXe siècle, là également, en inventant la photographie, a accumulé des images. Et en fait, nous avons une sorte de boîte noire d'images, chacun. Je pense que c'est ça aussi que je vais chercher, c'est que chacun peut se rapporter à des événements du passé. Il y a cette boîte noire pleine d'images. Et on navigue en fait à l'intérieur de cette boîte noire en essayant en fait d'aller y rechercher en fait une sorte de lecture, de signification, d'interprétation. Un peu comme des gens qui essayent de lire dans les nuages voilà, les signes du temps qui va faire ou de la tempête qui vient. Et quelque chose comme ça, je trouve que l'on va chercher. Donc il y a une sorte de saturation sémiotique, de saturation d'images qui convoque cette boîte noire collective des images du XXe siècle. Enfin, je pense particulièrement à cette image de Life, par exemple, qui, je crois, vraiment est entrée dans le cerveau limbique de notre temps, en fait, dans la part limbique, quoi, quelque chose qui nous habite et qui est là. Mais bon, ça peut être les images des tranchées de la Première Guerre mondiale, ça peut être les images des capsules de Zyklon B qui ont servi, etc. Ou l'image d'Hiroshima. Et après, il y a un fil rouge qui nous relie aussi, pas seulement à la littérature, puisqu'en fait, on disait ça, c'est très juste, il y avait la dimension littéraire avec le soutien de la fête du livre de Bron, il y avait la dimension de l'Europe et de ce qu'est l'Europe avec l'Europalab, et il y a une question sur l'Anthropocène. Et souvent, en fait, l'Anthropocène très court est souvent rapporté à cet événement de Hiroshima. C'est-à-dire que Hiroshima est souvent vu comme le moment, en fait, plus exactement émotionnel ou psychologique où l'humanité comprend qu'elle a la capacité géologique ou biophysique de changer la vie, en fait, de transformer, de mettre fin à... Alors évidemment, il y a des anthropocènes très longs qui vont revenir encore avant, jusqu'au néolithique, mais aussi c'était de marquer ça, cette expérience, nous autres humains, que nous menons à l'échelle de la Terre, quoi. Donc on retrouve ça, ce marquage dans les corps. Puis bon, plein d'indices, des choses qui ont compté dans la vie des miens, quoi. Ce qui a fait de mon père un collapsologue avant l'heure, qui était la lecture de Rachel Carson en 1965, je crois, je cite de mémoire, mais qui est ce livre qui s'appelle en français Le Printemps silencieux, et qui était vraiment la première alerte d'ampleur sur le fait que les pesticides en fait ont des conséquences sur la vie animale et notamment sur les coquilles d'oiseaux. Elle étudiait comment l'usage des pesticides progresse petit à petit en fait fragilisait les coquilles d'oiseaux et donc mettait en péril en fait des générations d'oiseaux à venir. Voilà, donc il y a plein comme ça de petits indices. Et en fait, j'étais assez heureux de voir le résultat final puisque j'avais montré à mes camarades qui m'ont aidé dans cette résidence comme ça à rebondissement une image d'une série qui s'appelle True Detective. Je ne sais pas si vous avez vu ça, mais en fait où on voit en tout cas ces chambres d'enquête de policiers avec des policiers un peu fous qui punaisent des choses au mur et qui cherchent des liens infinis en disant tiens c'est ça mais est-ce que ça peut être ça, etc. Et voilà, donc j'avais vraiment cette forme-là depuis le commencement à l'esprit, c'est-à-dire une sorte de chambre du fou qui cherche infiniment des causes au-delà un peu des liens visibles et connus. Voilà. Ça dit aussi pour moi quelque chose d'un peu symptomal en ce moment, on en parle d'ailleurs encore de nouveau sur cet esprit vous voyez le stade folie de l'enquête qui est la conspiration. C'est aussi pour moi ce que dit cette chambre, c'est un état de l'esprit et qui tout d'un coup, à force de chercher des liens dans l'invisible, bascule du côté d'une sorte de cohérence trouvée. Et moi, je voulais le laisser à l'état d'incohérence pour dire que précisément, voilà, le récit doit s'arrêter à l'inachevé, en fait, que la bascule dans la folie, c'est le moment où tout d'un coup on dit ça y est, tac tac, j'ai tout résolu, c'est plié, c'est comme ça. Et donc et ça dialogue avec. Alors je le dis pas dans l'enregistrement, donc c'est un petit plus que je dis là, mais il y a quelque chose comme ça qui fait un clin d'œil à cette. Tu parles d'ailleurs, ça fait le lien avec la conspiration des enfants, qui serait justement une conspiration autre, joueuse, potentielle, qui ouvre des significations par rapport à des conspirations closes d'adultes qui cherchent à dire voilà, c'est comme ça, c'est la faute à. Et là, au contraire, c'est une sorte de vertige, d'effroi, mais tiens, mais où s'arrête cette sorte de théorie des liens et donc là, qui ouvre à l'infini, quoi. Et donc, quand on parle d'infini, bon, on parle de quelque chose qui me plaît plus que du fini. Voilà. Je m'arrête là, je crois que c'était très bien et puis c'était déjà pas mal. Merci beaucoup pour votre écoute et puis je suppose qu'on va mettre la bande peut-être un peu après, si on a besoin de se parler. On peut la mettre à un niveau peut-être faible, comme ça on aura un peu comme les musiques d'ascenseur, quoi. Mais merci beaucoup.
Merci.